Hello, everyone, and welcome to Make Your Own Victory, the GDQ Hotfix show where we attempt to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. My name is Quacksilver, and I am so excited for today because we have a super episode for you today. I'm so sorry. Truthfully, I already used the shine from Super Mario Sunshine as a prop earlier in the lifespan of this show, and so in putting together the super show, this is what we got. I'll do better. You're great, chat. We have an episode of some super games, some super devs. We've got Super Paper Mario, we've got some Hades by, of course, Supergiant Studios, and some Super Meat Boy to round things off. These are three runs and class of runs that I have been excited about following for a very long time, and I'm excited to share that with all of you. Before we dive in, though, did you know we're in the home stretch? SGDQ is almost upon us. Summer Games Done Quick 2025 will be live from Minneapolis, Minnesota, July 6th through the 13th. If you're interested in attending, make sure to register for the event by May 26th. You can use !SGDQ in Twitch chat or visit gamesdonequick.com for more info. Additionally, prize submissions are still open for SGDQ 2025, and you can also find out more about that on the gamesdonequick.com website. Friends, I love the Paper Mario series with my whole heart, and I think the game we are about to showcase first is a criminally underrated entry in that franchise, but don't take it from me. Here to run all pixels, no Tiptron, please welcome to the stage, Castle.
Hello. Welcome everyone to this GDQ Hotfix. It's awesome to be here. I'm Castle SR, and I will be running, as you know, Super Paper Mario. Yeah, we're gonna have a good time today. Run some all pixels, no Tiptron. We'll kind of explain more of what the whole game in the category is, but I'd like to introduce JCR.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? My name is JCR. I've been around doing Super Paper Mario speedrun stuff for quite a long time, but I'm so hyped to be here today. This is my second time on GDQ commentating for Super Paper Mario, and I'm really excited. I think this is a really fun category that you guys are going to love. So,
all right. I guess introduction to the way. Are you ready to go?
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
I'm good to go.
All right, so timing starts upon pressing yes upon this in the save file that says from the beginning. So we'll go in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And here we go. Get ready to do a lot of text smashing for 5 minutes. So yeah, for anyone who hasn't seen this game before, this is Super Paper Mario. This is the third title in the Paper Mario franchise, released on Nintendo Wii. This is the game that followed The Thousand Year Door, and it is quite different from the first two Paper Mario games. The best way that I can describe it, the first two Paper Mario games, Thousand Year Door and Paper Mario, those games are RPGs with platforming elements, while Super Paper Mario is a platformer with RPG elements. And you'll see what I mean once we actually get to gameplay here. But for now, we're just going to continue to mash through prologue. A couple other things I have written down to note. We do play on a Wii remote, which is a lot of fun. We're, as you can see, Castle's going to mash the 1 and 2 buttons to skip through the text here. The version that Castle is playing on is the Japanese disc version of this game. And something to note, the fastest console to run this game is actually the Wii U, but we're not going to be running on that today. Nintendo re-released this game on Wii U. It saves a good time on loads. The problem being that
sometimes it doesn't load.
Yes, sometimes it doesn't load. There's unfortunately, with the Japanese Wii U version of this game, there's an unfortunate crash that happens whenever you try to load, it's completely random, but sometimes when you're loading in a new map, the game just crashes. So it's not really marathon safe, unfortunately. But in order to show off some really cool tricks, Castle has a Japanese disc, so we will be able to see a lot of really cool tricks, particularly some pretty early into this run.
So the alternative, so just to get like the food chain of the Super Paper Mario, like optimal versions to play on out of the way, Japanese Virtual Console at the top. It's like, I want to say English Virtual Console and Japanese disc at the same spot due to just a few version differences, and then it's like English disc, PAL, everything else.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, the English Wii U version, it's another option to run this game. You do get the save on load times. However, there's one particular trick early on, which we'll get to, but there's one particular trick that doesn't work on that version, so that's why Castle's running on the JP disc. But yeah, it is unfortunate that, well, it's just unfortunate that we have to run on Wii U to go as fast as possible. But yeah, the crash is just unfortunate. But as you can see, we're through the first couple of prologue cutscenes, and this is Flipside Tower. So this is where we're going to go back and forth throughout this entire game. And this is Merlin. Merlin is going to be helping us out along the way. We are not going to beat the whole game today, as mentioned previously, but we're going to show off a pretty good amount of it. And the first thing Merlin's going to do, we have to say yes. He's going to show us this pure heart. We have to say, yes, we'll help you save the world. Fun fact, if you say no to this 3 times, you will game over. That is a real thing that this game does, which is really awesome. But yeah, we got our first pure heart, just like that. So there you go, right out the way. So we're going to mash through just a few more text boxes and move to the left here. The game intends us to take this elevator down, but we're just going to launch ourselves off of the Flipside Tower here. And there we go. There's our first pure heart pillar. So this is pretty much what we're going to be chasing during all of the chapter intermission segments, is just putting the pure heart in the pure heart pillar. And as you can see here, this unlocks the chapter doors.
Yeah, these are really nice 25-second breaks, because even when you have like the downtime of mashing, it does end up being, you can't really like stop playing the game to like stretch, wiggle your fingers, do your magic pizzazz.
Yeah, you would think, our any percent category is just under 4 hours long, and you would think we have a lot of downtime, but truthfully, it's the pure heart cutscenes and just a few like random cutscenes here and there, but it's no more than like 35 seconds, which is kind of surprising. But we are almost wrapped up with the prologue portion. This segment is about like 5.5 minutes. Gonna go back up the elevator. Tippy had to tell us about save blocks. We're not gonna be using too many of those, but yeah, we're almost into chapter 1.
Right here, we'll be getting a really helpful and important item.
Oh yeah.
Called the return pipe. So pretty much what this will do is when you use this, you take a pipe that pretty much just takes you to the top right of Flipside Tower, which is helpful for a number of reasons. A lot of this game comes down to prior knowledge, where it's like most of your time save will come from just knowing what to do in the game. There's tons of codes, items, just backtracking things even, that if you know how to avoid, you will save tons of time. I also want to mention this now, just while we have a little bit of downtime. There's not a whole lot going on. If anyone in chat has any questions at all, feel free to drop them, and me and JCR will do our best to answer them.
I am learning more about the run, and I will absolutely funnel chat questions to you when you are not in high execution moments.
Absolutely. We do want everyone to know Super Paper Mario the best that they can, especially because the last time it was in GDQ, there's been a lot that's happened in the last 5 years.
Oh yeah, it is. I think we were talking about it earlier. It has been like 5 years since we showed this game off, and there is quite a bit that has happened in those last 5 years. So I'm excited to show everything off here today, and we actually have quite a few tricks coming up here pretty soon. But to start us off, this is Lineland Road. This is chapter 1-1, and our first objective here is to get the main promotional ability of the game. It's the ability to flip into 3D. That's this game's whole gimmick. There's tons of different puzzles that we're going to be able to solve with this ability. But first we have to find Bestovius, and this room looks pretty empty. But in reality, as you'll see here, there's a door, and that is another feature in this game. Tippy, which is kind of our pixel partner that we're going to have throughout the entire run. We can actually point the Wii remote at the screen and find different secrets. It's pretty neat. We'll be using that a couple of times. So this is Bestovius. He's going to talk to us a little bit. He's actually going to ask for like I forget the amount, like 1 million coins for the 3D flip ability, and we don't really have that. So he's like, okay, I'll just give it to you. That's it.
Kid haggling.
Yeah. So yeah,
That's crazy. Dropping the price down from 10,000 to 0.
Yeah, actually, that's crazy. We're gonna pick up a couple items here, so you'll see what these rooms look like in 3D. It is pretty neat to see. We're gonna pick up a couple items. The Shroom Shake is just nice to have for health. The Shell Shock will be pretty important. We'll use that coming up here in a little bit. And the Fire Burst is actually another instance of prior knowledge. So after chapter 1, we're gonna need a Fire Burst to cook. That way we can wake up Peach. And instead of having to go buy one, we can just pick one up right there. So that saves a good amount of time. Castle kicking a Koopa Shell for a couple points there. And in this next room is going to be the 1-1 point grind, which basically there's a property in this game. If you chain your jumps consecutively without falling off of any enemies, you can build up a lot of points. And that's what Castle's gonna do here in this next room.
We're going to be hitting this block on the left here. It might give us something useful. And it wasn't useful, that's fine. Lock-in time.
Yep. So, funny enough, that is a RNG block. So it's completely random what item will pop out there. That was just a coin. Sometimes we can get really good items like a fast flower or a slow flower. 30k off the point grind is really solid. That will do it. That is a pretty important grind, funny enough, because we're going to be doing the Pit of 100 Trials relatively soon. So
I love early pit shenanigans.
Yeah, Pit is going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited for that.
It is JCR's #1 commentating area, I do believe.
Yeah, so I run a lot of Pit percent tournaments for this game. I've been doing that for about 4 or 5 years now, so I've had a lot of experience commentating Pit percent. So we will see a good portion of that today, hopefully.
Yeah, with that, we have beat the first level, and it doesn't get easier from here.
No, not at all, actually. It actually doesn't get any easier. This level is pretty much the reason that Castle is playing on JP Disc. There is a trick in this level which has had many iterations over the years, but it is commonly referred to as Green Bridge Skip. And essentially, we're going to get to Yold Town, where we're intended to spawn in 2 different bridges. That way we can get across both gaps and hit the star block and finish the level. The first red bridge, we're going to be able to go through that sequence normally. However, the second sequence requires us to go through a couple areas, get our first pixel, Thoreau. We have to talk to 2 different NPCs, and all of that takes about a little over 2 minutes. And we're going to actually do a trick that skips all of that. And it is going to be really crazy. It's gonna look really wild. That's for sure. If you've never seen it before, it's one of the weirdest looking tricks in the game, but it's one of my personal favorites.
Why don't you quickly explain the history of GBS, JCR?
Yeah, for sure. So the way that we used to do this was by purchasing a life shroom, and we actually did a trick called life shroom jump, where there is one frame, after you use a life shroom, there's one frame that you can either flip into 3D or jump. So we would basically game over after jumping halfway across the gap and hopefully try to get the one frame to get ourselves a second jump across. That trick was just, it was somewhat consistent, but the unfortunate part is if you missed it, you were pretty much, your run was over. That was it. Unless you had saved. But this trick is, you can retry this quite a few times, and this is the current method, as you'll see here. So the first thing that Castle's gonna do is shop clip. Basically, this sign has some weird geometry. We can actually just clip out of bounds here. And Castle's gonna be running along these seams. So he's gonna line himself up at a certain spot to stay out of bounds. And he's about to do some really weird movement that probably doesn't make a lot of sense, but essentially what's going to happen is Castle is going to jump over all of the doors to the houses in Yold Town. So that's what all of this movement is for, which all of this has to be done in the dark. You kind of have to know what the layout looks like. So Castle gets it, very nice. Gonna interact with this sign, set up at a very specific point, gets the one frame trick first try, and as you can see, we can climb into the sky and jump across the gap. And that, I'm sure that makes so much sense. that is
unreal.
It's an insane looking trick. It's so crazy.
Yeah. I'm sure if you look, you can find a good explanation out there. I know there's lots of videos on this trick, so I do encourage you guys to further explore that, whatever you want to call that.
Whatever that was, yeah. To essentially explain what happened there is a very thin plane that by doing a one frame trick we can land on, and that allows us to climb very high into the sky and get enough height for us to jump over the gap, which is just, it looks really crazy. It's really difficult to do all of that in the dark with nothing loaded. But Castle gets it. Very nicely done.
And I noticed the game just gave you Thoreau.
Yeah, that's another property about this. The game actually has a failsafe. It's not active for all pixels, but most of the pixels in this game, if you complete the level without them somehow, like just without achieving them, the game will be like, hey, during your adventure, you actually missed unlocking Thoreau, so here you go. And you'll start the next level with Thoreau, which is pretty nice. That is something that allows these pixel skips, I guess we can call them, because I was technically skipping Thoreau. That allows pixel skips to be viable in this game.
And I guess since
oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, since we haven't brought it up, no Tiptron. All pixels, no Tiptron. What makes Tiptron the special, the odd one out for these categories?
Yeah.
So you'll see Tippy behind me. Pretty much at the end of the game, Tippy dies. Kind of, maybe. I don't know. It's kind of more convoluted than
sorry
that.
if you haven't beat this game before. Sorry, but hey.
But pretty much, you just buy another pixel after the game for 999 coins. Also, this is Chunks. He is a boss.
Yeah, this is certainly a boss fight. Oh, that was insane. Okay.
That's
awesome.
Chunks. First mini boss of the game. He is a reoccurring boss fight that we will be seeing one other time in the run. But pretty much we just stylish off him because if you shake your Wiimote, you stylish, you get more points. We need more points. That's the kind of the gist.
Yep. These next two rooms, I will explain these tricks really quick. This first one is Ice Turbo Skip. We're actually going to intentionally take damage here just to get that Ice Turbo higher up in the sky. We could just jump off it, enter the door up there. And in this next room, we're going to do Blue Pedestal Skip. Normally, you have to press 1 and minus on that blue pedestal up there. However, there's a very tiny ledge that we can land on. And by keeping our forward momentum, we can actually just flip back into 2D right under the save block, and there we go. We skip like a 20 second
First try
cutscene.
too.
There we
Nice.
go. Really nicely done. Absolutely. So, and to get back to the question at hand, so all pixels, when it was first added as a category, I think I might have been the one to initially suggest it, but this game does actually classify Tiptron as a pixel. So in order to do all pixels truly with Tiptron, we would have to beat the entire game, then reload back into our save and go purchase Tiptron for 999 coins. But this category extension, I forget exactly who suggested it, but pretty much the only difference is just not having to beat the game to go get Tiptron. And we still get to see, we'll still collect the 3 optional pixels. It saves a really good amount of time over the other all pixels category. I think about like 2 hours.
Yes, looking at the
roughly,
leaderboards
a little bit less.
and seeing the difference between these categories, I was like,
Well, I know my world record for all pixels no Tiptron is 255, and my world record for with Tiptron is like 446 or something. So about
Yeah.
like
Quite a
10
difference.
minutes.
which is actually
Also-
a perfect segue, because you've now mentioned 2 world records in Super Paper Mario categories, and you're on a bit of a tear there. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
We're making progress. Sorry, I'm just like walking in.
But yeah, Castle's going for, I believe, all the main category world records in this game. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure. Before we do that, I do want to mention we just did a trick called Key Early. Pretty much, you just do a corner clip. You maneuver along the seam of the what's it called, quicksand, and you can kind of weirdly stand on the blocks out of bounds while still being partially in bounds. And then, since the key is still loaded in without having to go hit the switch in the other room, the door above the locked one we were in, pretty much you just go out of bounds, do some cool flips, and you grab the key.
Yeah, it's a really cool trick.
But back to the whole world records thing. Yeah, so I kind of came up with this goal in early December, late November 2024, where I had 100% and any percent world record in a time where it's like it's hard to compete for those times, because if you were to say in 2019 someone would get leaderboard sweep, maybe like Flash, but this game has been ever evolving, and this is kind of like a staple point where not a lot is changing in the game, because we've discovered a very large handful of what can be discovered. But that I'm gonna, like, obviously we're gonna discover more things, and it's exciting. But yeah, so I started off with any percent and 100%. I moved on to pit percent. That was a doozy. It was that one was fun, and then I think Beat Should Do I got in I think January, and then like the coming months I got both the all pixels categories with and without Tiptron. So I guess if you want to know my current goal, like I'd say probably my order is looking like I want to do, so because I have 4 left, I want to do boomerless, pixelless, all bosses, then glitchless, because I want to have the last one end on credits.
That
True.
morally opposed in the context of make your own victory, but for your leaderboard sweep, that makes a lot of sense. So you said 4 categories left for the total sweep?
Yeah. So I got 6 out of 10 right now.
Best of luck with that, for sure. It's been super exciting to sort of casually tune into a little bit so far.
I hope I can bring everyone a ton of excitement and joy with all these progressions.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
it's been so much fun to watch. Also, this is the first chapter boss. So at the end of each chapter, we're going to be fighting a main boss, and this is Fractal. As you will see, this is the first thing that we do in this fight is wait 40 seconds. That's pretty much, that is the first thing that's going to happen. This whole cutscene, we can pretty much do whatever we want. Fractal is just gonna fly around, and we have to wait for a specific, yeah, as you can see, we literally can do anything that we want.
Magical.
Oh no, he almost got hit.
It was worth it. It was worth it.
Absolutely.
Out of breath. Okay, but I gotta like lock back in for this. All right,
yes,
so
okay.
I'm gonna take damage to get invis frames, and I'm gonna jump right through his head to get on Fractail. So I guess I'll kind of explain how this boss fight works. If you spawn these guys in, there's actually, if you stand in a specific spot, if you stand in a specific spot, they'll always spawn in the same spot. This was discovered kind of back in like 2019, but we used that kind of just to get the guys to spawn in fast, get ourselves set up to throw. Now we're gonna do a little bit of a lineup with Fractail in the top left, and pretty much we'll use these guys to push us a little bit to the right, so we can re-jump on Fractals in time without having to spawn the dudes in again. We just wait for the third spike, spam the flip button, and that's Fractail.
Nice.
Fractail. Yeah, that saves a good amount of time. We don't have to wait for any more of those little Frackles to respawn for each cycle. And yeah, we can also just jump from Fractail's tail back onto his head. If we fall back down, we have to watch that 40-second cutscene again. So that is a pretty big time save.
Unfortunately, you guys will not be getting more dance moves from the Fractail fight, at least.
No.
But maybe later in the run, if opportunity presents itself.
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
If you know, you know.
I'm writing this down for later.
Oh, but yeah, so this pretty much this is a wrap on chapter 1. So we're about to get the second pure heart of the game right here.
So pretty much, we will be coming back here again, unfortunately, but for now, this is where we end in chapter 1, like JCR said. That's Merlumia, I think. She pretty much tells you about her sad love life. I think how she's been waiting these 1,500 years for Mario.
Yeah,
For Mario?
She talks to Mario about something, or yeah, for maybe anyone. I'm not sure, but she talks quite a bit. Goes on her own spiel, and Mario falls asleep during it, of course. So,
in classic Mario fashion. But yeah, we are now in the pre-chapter 2 segment. So at the end of every chapter, or I guess beginning of every pre-chapter, if you want to call it that, we will have a little cutscene with all Count Bleck and his bad guys, and this will eventually become irrelevant because we will not be confronting Count Bleck, because who wants to save the world when you can have so many friends? Because isn't the world ending the friends we made along the way?
exactly.
Honestly, I'm stealing that as a tagline for the show. Like,
okay, JCR, I think, do you want to explain where we are right now?
Oh yeah, so we are actually, for anyone who's played this game in full, you'll recognize that we're in Count Bleck's castle, and this is technically chapter 8-1. And this first room in particular that we spawn in is really unique and has sort of led to a really interesting rabbit hole, particularly in the top right there. You saw a bit of a ledge. We're not meant to get up there until we have Luigi way later on in the game. But what's really interesting is we've had a lot of people go through this portion of the game, this segment, with moon jump hacks. And if you're able to get on top of that ledge, there's a pipe that you can go down and you can collect a key, pretty much. And you're not meant to get that key, obviously, until you play Chapter 8-1. However, if we were to somehow collect it with Peach in this state, we would actually sequence break the game so bad that it would think that we're in Chapter 8-1 when we've really only completed Chapter 1, and this is the intermission. And that sounds so crazy, particularly for any percent, because we could skip pretty much the entire game that way. But unfortunately, there are a lot of current hurdles that we would need to jump. We're in this segment, as you can see, like, we're not able to bring up the pause menu. We don't have any pixels or other characters. If we were to be in a Chapter 8 state, we would be missing a ton of important pixels, important characters, tons of different stuff. So there's a lot of different things that we would still have to jump through, and let alone we aren't able to get up to that ledge legitimately currently. But if we were able to sequence break here, the any percent, if we were able to sequence break and beat the game, any percent would go from a little under 4 hours to a little over an hour, which is pretty crazy. It's really, really crazy. There is a lot of potential with this game. I don't know if it'll ever be found, but
I believe it will be. I believe it will be one day.
Yeah, I believe it will too. I've been watching this game speedrunning for, I think, like 7-8 years now, and I never even thought that we would get sub 4 hours in any percent. I never thought that boomer skip would be a thing and all these different, green bridge skips. I've seen so many different finds. It would not shock me to see a massive sequence break for this game.
So there is a few problems if we were to be able to do the skip even, and it's kind of the fact that we're pretty much soft locked, as we know right now. So when you get to that, what you do is you pretty much save and you exit once you get far enough into Castle Black. And when you do that, you unlock the ability to switch back tomorrow, but if you switch back tomorrow, you can't switch back to Peach. And that's a problem. Second of all, we mentioned that there's certain pixels you can skip, but the pixels you can't skip, there is no way of obtaining them. And we need one of those pixels. Actually, we need a few of those pixels in Chapter 8, along with another character that we won't unlock for a little while and be skip unlocking. So there is a lot to conquer, even if it were to be discovered. So really, it's like that, plus a bunch of other discoveries to make it all happen and work. But it could be useful for other categories, such as Defeat Shadoo, or maybe even Classic Pit.
Yeah, it's if we were able to get on top of that ledge, it would immediately save time for a couple other categories, which is really cool. But yeah, for any percent, there's still a lot of work to be done. So maybe we'll see it one day. That'd be really cool.
But yeah, I guess now would be a good time to circle around to the whole prior knowledge items thing. Is we got the Fireburst cooked into the spicy soup, and now for some reason we're gonna feed this unconscious Peach soup that is hot and spicy. What a nice plumber we are, guys.
It's very, very nice. But yeah, this is going to wake up Peach, and we'll start another cutscene here. So, as mentioned earlier, in 1-1, Castle picked up a Fireburst and just cooked it here in this segment, right, as you saw there. So, just another example. Prior knowledge, we could save a lot of time just with the route. So that's cool to see.
Yeah. I swear I did play this game. It's been a while, but I have played this game, but I forgot that soup was the antidote. And so when you're like, we're going to feed her soup, I popped off a little bit holding my silly little soup can.
Yeah.
It was all planned, Chad. I've known the whole time.
Yes.
Funny enough.
We're gonna get Peach now.
we do get Peach. So Peach is a character that we can switch to. It's one of my favorite things about this game. We don't just play as Mario, but we can also play as Peach, and in a little bit we'll be able to play as Bowser. Unfortunately, today...
Could I interrupt you for a second here?
Go for it.
So look what happens when we get Peach.
Oh, yeah, the first thing we do...
see you later, Peach.
Oh, no. Yeah,
you instantly need Mario to go get this door in 3D.
I love this game. But yeah, Peach is really cool. We're going to be using Peach in a couple different areas. Mario is a little faster to use. I think Peach walks just slightly slower than Mario. We won't be seeing Luigi today. He has a couple cool abilities. Using Peach is really useful actually for difficult boss fights. You can just hold down and pretty much be invincible, which is really cool. And so
right here, yeah, I'm gonna throw this squig pretty much into that little ledge and jump off it, which is usually you go into 3D, or like you saw when I came on the path, I could have went down. If I went down, I would have went up to the ledge and parkoured off those blocks.
Yeah,
like you're awesome trick jumper I am.
You're meant to use Peach there, but we can actually just take a squig, bounce off it, and get up there with Mario. And there we go. That is the chapter 2 door is open, and this is thankfully this is the longest pre-chapter intermission cutscene. So we are just wrapping it up now.
And now we enter chapter 2. 37 seconds behind.
Oh, nice. I'm really excited to see chapter 2, particularly 2-1. There's a really cool trick here that's relatively new that we get to show off, so I'm excited for it.
I will be giving you guys an in-depth tutorial as I do it. And I'll be showing you guys a kind of funny inside SPM community bit. But for now, let's trudge on through Gloam Valley.
Gloam Valley, one of the best soundtracks in this game. IMO.
Honestly, the whole Super Paper Mario soundtrack is full of bangers. I regularly listen to Ultimate Show, just like casually have that on playlists.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this game, there's so much underrated music from this game. As you just playing through any percent, I hear so many tracks that's like, wow. I absolutely love.
It is wonderful. So we are coming up on this trick. I like to call it background skip. Some call it blue switch early or whatever. But first thing we're gonna do is go into here. And here's where the tutorial begins. Hey guys, it's Zach here. Today I'll be showing you guys how to do background skip. First, you're gonna jump over this guy, crouch, get hit, flip right here, hold up left, flip right here, hold down to home menu, hold down right, do some cool jumps, jump off this guy, jump over the piranha, flip here, hold down left, plus, maneuver slightly more left, hold down, down, flip a dip, hit the switch, and that is blue pedestal or blue skip.
Blue.
Yes.
yes, let's go. Yes.
It is blue pedest, blue skip. Okay, got it. Will there be a test later?
Yeah, so that trick is really cool. We're meant to go into the background and jump across, basically go across the entire room, hit the switch, but we can actually clip out of bounds there with a relatively newfound method. Basically, what Castle did there by jumping in midair was manipulate his 3D position while being in 2D. It's something that you're not normally meant to do, but by doing that, we can actually run to the right side of the room, and there's basically a tiny bit of geometry at the end of the room. It allows us to clip out of bounds. This is another trick here. It's actually really important. Castle is going to pick up the shell shock, and by flipping into 3D, jumping at a very specific spot, we can actually hit that blue switch.
No!
That's unfortunate. But But yeah,
Oh!
intended, we would be able to hit that blue switch, and that skips the whole sequence of getting Boomer. But we're gonna get Boomer! Yay!
Let's go get Boomer, guys! But yeah, that is Boomer skip. But as you can tell, I did not skip Boomer. So pretty much what would have happened if I was good at this game... Oh, it actually worked. Oh, that's cool. I would have pretty much just thrown that shell, and instead of just getting destroyed, it would have went up above and hit the switch.
Yeah, and that's another instance of pixel skips, which we mentioned earlier. So if we were to beat this level without obtaining Boomer, as we see here, the game will just hand us Boomer at the start of 2-2. So it is unfortunate. Castle and I have both had our hilarious struggles with Boomer skip. It's been a trick for like 5 or 6 years now, and still to this day, both of us just every now and then just...
That's live marathon performance for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, chat's on your side. It's just Boomer skip.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You guys get it. You guys really get me. But on the bright hand, actually, there is actually some really cool pre-Boomer skip tech that I do get to show off with Boomer.
Oh yeah. So ceilings exist in this game, as you can see here. They exist.
So yeah, you can just throw the bomb right through the roof. But with that, we got 1 out of 2 skips, and I don't know if you guys hear my dog. Sorry about that. But yeah, that's 1 out of 2 skips in 2-1 completed. 50-50 for accuracy. I think that's all right.
Yeah, we got another one coming up here, so that you gotta get an opportunity in a couple levels from now. So
I forgot there was no text there because I missed Boomer skip. So this is something that we didn't really touch on too much, but along with getting the pixel, you actually do get a dialogue box saying, like, Boomer heard about your chest from the deep, dark cave that he was in Gloam Valley. He's now in your party. It's like, woo!
Yeah, it's
Let's
just
go.
two little text boxes that we have to mash through that normally would not be there. And this is the first level which we enter Merle's Mansion, which we will be seeing a lot of Merle's Mansion for the rest of this chapter. Thankfully, this level, actually, both these next 2 levels are really not that long. This one, the only thing that we have to do is climb to the top of this room, get a key, and unlock the door, and that's it. Also, yeah, we're about to die. That's unfortunate.
We're gonna die.
We're gonna game over.
Chat. What do we do? What do we do?
What do we do? If only there was
we
an
can't
ability
run.
to flip to another dimension in this game.
No, it's over. It's over. Oh,
No.
2 damage.
No.
And that's it. 2 damage. It's over.
So, funny enough, I know that looked really funny, but letting that platform hit the ground fully is actually technically faster. Basically, when we flip to 3D, the animation of it rising back up will continue. So it saved about like a second there, just by letting it hit the ground. Although we did take 2 damage, but that's all good.
Don't worry, where we're going, we're getting that HP back.
True.
Oh, I did it wrong. The funny thing about this dog, it just doesn't have a hitbox,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Hitboxes in
What?
this game.
Yeah, it's a little intimidating to actually do the strat the first time, but the way it works pretty much is the big head has no hitbox, but the little body does.
Yeah, the body does, and the spikes on top do. So you could just kind of jump through the middle if you do like a medium jump. It's just, yeah, Super Paper Mario hitboxes.
I feel like I need to go back in time and shake my child self by the shoulders and
It'll be all right.
Yeah, this level, this next level, if anyone here has played this game casually, you probably remember this level if you got here. Because this is the level where you have to run on a hamster wheel for like an hour.
Oh my god, yes.
Enjoy labor.
Yes. So instead of doing that, we're actually, funny enough, going to beat this level in like 2.5 minutes, which is so crazy that this was such a tough part for everyone's childhood, but we can actually just run through this level really, really quick. And we're going to be doing our next pixel skip here, which has 2 parts. We're normally meant to get Slim in this level, but we can actually clip through a couple different things here. So Castle's going to line up and wait for these lasers. And we're going to use the same property back in 2-1 to actually clip through these lasers just like that. So by jumping out of that prompt and holding up in 2D, you can just merge through the lasers. They just don't exist.
It's also possible to do this using a life shroom, but 4-1 up to 6-2-8-1-6. But yeah, you can go through those bars with a life shroom if you so choose. But that's just a better, more optimal way of doing it. It's actually how we used to do Slim Skip.
Yep. So there we go. We've got the million rubies that Mimi wants us to collect because we broke her vase there at the beginning of the level. So we're just going to give these to Mimi. And we do have one more obstacle that we have to get past for Slim Skip. And it's these jail cell bars that are behind Mimi. Yeah, the iron bars.
It's actually kind of funny because you can do this before talking to Mimi, so you can soft walk. Actually made it really funny. I don't know if any of y'all have watched like Drake and Josh or have seen like the Treehouse episode meme. I made a little funny video out of it. It's great. It's great. So pretty much you just go up right to the bars. Eventually it'll work. Maybe. There we go.
Yay!
Nice.
We just clip right through.
Chat, please tell me there are Drake and Josh enjoyers among you. I can't be the only one here.
Please.
I could probably recite the entire scene to you if we wanted to do that.
It's hitting several kinds of nostalgia I didn't know. I didn't know we're on the table for this run today.
Super Paper Mario has it all. So pretty much, now we're in 2-4. We have Slim now. What up, Slim? My good sir. So we're pretty much going to maneuver through this maze that I have memorized. It's not too complicated. It's a mixture of pretty much just going. Oh, nice leg. Like right, left, up, left, and right again. I think. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing here. Pretty much, we're just gonna find Merlee, the very, very real Merlee.
100% real, yeah.
She's gonna offer us a contract, but what's this? A ghost Merlee? I don't want your contract. So pretty much now she's gonna get angry and transform into Mimi, and then prepare for your childhood's nightmare fuel.
Yeah,
Everybody's favorite cutscene.
This hurt me. This hurt me when I was younger.
This is the whole reason this game should not be rated E for everyone. it's like the dead hand in what's it called? Ocarina of Time.
Was this before E10 Plus was a rating?
It might have been. This was 2007.
Yeah, pretty much. Mimi, we can't fight her yet. We don't have the ability to hurt her. So we're gonna just run away and find the real Merlee so she can help us out and give us a pure heart. So we're just gonna keep running through this maze. It's a lot of just mazing, I guess. There's not really a whole lot that happens here besides just some good slick platforming. I guess something I can mention to you since we're going in a lot of doors. So pretty much, you'll notice every single time I move, I jump. Jumping in itself isn't faster, but it helps you accelerate to your max speed a lot faster. So we're gonna use that.
Yeah,
I'm also gonna pick
there's a
up
couple
this super shroom here.
free heal. There's a couple different time saves. You actually saw one there. Whenever we enter a door, if we enter it pretty much right at the middle of the door, it'll be faster. Like our pixels, our whole party will get through the door much faster. So that's there's just a couple little time save like that. You know, just little things that do save time. Another one is using throw before opening a lock. Throw will be active, won't have to go through the door, so that saves a little more time on the animations. There's just a ton of really cool tricks like that.
So actually, the funny thing about the door animations is it actually is irrelevant if you don't have a pixel. You still want to like end up near the middle of the door, but the Tippy will just kind of like phase through the door, which is kind of funny. But I have a question for you guys. You ever notice that when you like back in like middle school and high school, girls always went into the bathroom together? Well, here's the reason why. All right, they have freaking game shows. So welcome to I believe it's the 65th or 66th. That's my Merly game show, implying this has happened 60 something times.
66 times. But yeah, this whole segment, we're just asking both of these Merlies different questions to try and guess which one's the real Merly. But we can actually tell right away it's always going to be the left one because there's a little fly flying around Merly.
I'm looking at my splits and I already see the plus going up from Boomer Skip.
Pour one out for Boomer Skip.
That's just part of the display. I had to show you guys what it's like getting Boomer and skipping Boomer. Trust the process. So Mimi as a boss fight is pretty simple. It's this kind of the same thing as Fractal where it's hit dependent. So we're gonna have to hit her as many times as she has legs, which is not 8, but 6. So I'm gonna line up my jumps a certain way so that instead of having to jump off the ground again, I just bounce off her and then bounce back on.
Yep. One thing that's mildly annoying about this boss fight is we do have a couple text boxes to mash through as the fight goes on, but it's not too big of a deal. So there we go. That's Mimi.
There's actually a funny glitch you can do here. If you have Mimi set up along the left or right wall, as long as if Mario's on the side of the wall, he will actually just walk through the wall and just walk out of bounds. It's literally that simple. And I had it happen once in a run, and it was really funny. I actually probably would have tried and done it, but I didn't remember it till I got the first hit. But
it still counts. I'm sorry. I'm still blacked out from they have full game shows in the bathroom. I would have come out a lot sooner.
Yeah, I mean, I don't make the rules, so. All right, with that, chapter 2's done, though. Game shows and all. So I guess now we're going to be in our next chapter intermission with the bad guys. We're also going to see a fan favorite character that everyone seems to like more than Mario for understandable reasons. If you played Super Mario Galaxy 1 and or 2. Now, we have Luigi.
Let's go,
There he is.
Luigi.
So pretty much, we're gonna do the same thing with Luigi as we did Peach, and that's walk to the left. I know, very interesting gameplay. But yeah, we have these two Goombas. One of them's name is Gary, and they pretty much trick Luigi into being their leader. and they fully intend, if they run into trouble, to sacrifice Luigi and run away.
Yeah, you can see with Luigi's movement, Luigi can jump really, really high in this game. Also a little slippery as well to move around, but we all love Luigi.
Yes, I see in chat. I sure hope nothing bad happens.
I'll actually share a little bit of other speedrunning tech from the Galaxy games. If you actually, so Luigi's sliding mechanic can actually be fully reduced if you can be running at full speed, and then you just have to tap the direction Luigi's going on the nunchuck, and he'll stop.
That's neat.
So fun little speedrun fact for anyone wondering.
For a different game.
Yeah, not Super Paper Mario.
Immaculate vibes.
Zert. Now here's one of the best lines in the game. Gary, no! Ooh, I think I'm gonna do the Z-Manip here. Honestly, just to showcase it.
That'd be sick.
So if you remember the thing we did in 2-1, pretty much.
Well, real quick, before we enter chapter 3, would now be a good time to take our break, or you want to do it at the start of chapter 3?
So we're gonna enter the pit. So I think maybe 40-ish seconds.
Cool. Sorry, as the explanation, or is that going to be once we get to the pit?
That's like right here.
Okay, cool.
So we're gonna do the same thing we did in 2-1, but in a slightly different spot. I'm gonna go over here, find myself up in the middle here. I messed it up. Never mind. Usually, what you do is you pretty much drop off all the way off the top of Cliffside Tower and land on the save block. But unfortunately, because I messed up my setup, you can reset it up usually, but I messed up the camera angle. Then you can't fix it.
All right. As we move towards the pit, I think let's take our break here, if that's cool with you.
Yeah, that's cool.
Cool. So if you want to pause the game, we will pause the timer. Chat. It is the year 2025. This is where we take care of our hands. So we're going to take a quick break. I encourage you all to stretch, get some water, pet a small animal near you if that is an option available to you. And when we return, we are going to be back with some more Super Paper Mario. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Make Your Own Victory. We are here in the middle of Super Paper Mario at the Pit of 100 Trials. But before we jump back in, I'm wondering if you're curious about what's in store in Hotfix generally. Because while the energy here is incredible, so too is the energy of all our Hotfix shows. You can check out this week's schedule and explore our full season lineup at gdq.gg/Hotfix. That said, I want to see what's in the pit. Castle, take it away.
All right, we'll go back again in 3, 2, 1, go. I gotta move. He already shot the coconut. Oh man.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's a really cool trick to get up to the pit here.
There is actually a little cool trick here I'm gonna do. This is not gonna work in a million years. Hold on. Pretty much you push that, buffer up, down left, or down right, and just...
There we go.
You can walk through certain. You can walk through any corridor like that, pretty much.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are into the pit. First key right away. You love to see that. That's a great start.
A good sign, surely.
Hopefully. So the Pit of Under Trials, there is a lot of RNG involved here. It is going to be a lot of different random elements that we'll have to go through. So basically, every time you enter a room, there's going to be a certain number of enemies. The amount of enemies for each room will be consistent, but it'll be completely random which one has the key. A couple other RNG elements. The entry and exit doors are random. They're links, so there's a few common locations, but ultimately, which one you get is random. Certain enemy locations are also RNG, so just a ton of different RNG elements, which makes the pit just so crazy to watch. It's really just... it is honestly one of my favorite things to watch in this game.
Yeah, and you said you've been organizing pit races for a while now, right?
Yeah, quite a while. We do full pit percent tournaments, just the pit percent classic category. The last one that we ran, which was last summer, we actually had like 20 entrants, which was our most ever. That was tons of fun. So it's always cool to show off the pit. One really important thing that Castle actually just got was the 60k level up, which is a very important attack level up that allows us to do damage to a couple important enemies here in the pit. So Castle just got that. That's why the 1-1 level grind is pretty important, just so we can get that. But yeah, so that's already good to go. We don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, so if I were to not get 60,000 points, if I were to just get unlucky, I could potentially soft lock. But if I didn't get enough points, I would have made the precaution to make sure I wouldn't. For the record, don't worry, we do come prepared for these runs.
A professional on a closed course. Do not try this at home, or do. It sounds like I see some people in the chat talking about some of the pit tournaments, so it sounds like people are interested in trying this at home.
Yeah, it's a great time. You know, everyone from like all levels of running this game have come together and joined the pit tournament. From returning and veteran runners such as myself and JCR, and along with a lot of like newer runners as well.
Yep, absolutely.
It's always a good time. And we do highly encourage as much participation as possible.
Yeah, we've seen one of my favorite things about running the pit tournaments is just seeing the amount of people that first start playing Super Paper Mario or first start speedrunning Super Paper Mario from those tournaments. I think it's really cool to see. So I always love hosting different community events like that. Just to comment more on the pit, as you saw there in room number 10, every 10 rooms will sort of be like a break room for us. It contains a chest that has a card for us to collect, but we're not going to worry about collecting that. We only need to worry about that in 100%. So we're just going to run past the chest. There is a chance that Flim could spawn, who's kind of a trader that we can buy items from. There are a couple important items that we'll be looking for through the pit, but yeah, so we are a couple rooms through, about 13 rooms. There are a total of 100 with the final boss at the end. We'll see a huge variance of enemies. We'll see a lot of late game enemies that we won't actually get to during the run because we'll only be playing up to the end of Chapter 5.
So is pit percent then your recommendation for like a beginner category or an on-ramp to Paper Mario speedrunning? Super Paper Mario speedrunning?
Yes.
Absolutely. It takes a lot of like, you learn how to do like the early game, which is a lot of the more like, there's a lot of tricks in the early game, for example. So you kind of learn how to do the glitches of this game along with learning just the basic movement. And not only that, but there's a lot of things in pit that you don't do very often in other categories. So it does add that extra layer of knowledge of how to move Mario, especially when we're in these close corridors where we're like, you'll notice a lot of small things. Like, for example, when I go up around a ledge, I'll crouch jump. because Mario's hitbox is obviously smaller. It's pretty much, you can like clip halfway through the block almost. It's a lot of small things like that you learn from running pit percent. And I think pit percent is a good reason why I've been able to like keep being good at this game for the last like 6-7 years.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. It's definitely the most beginner-friendly category, I think. It's a lot of fun. It's obviously mostly random, the pit itself is, so there's a huge variance in time. You could PB pretty much. You have a really good chance to PB, even if you're behind in the Chapter 1 segment. So,
well, at least when you have like
when you're starting out, when you're starting out. Yeah, I know you went on the pit percent grind not too long back, so for world
never
record.
Again in my life. No, what am I doing?
This is another great part about pit, getting a last key. Sometimes it is just the last enemy in the room, unfortunately. So this next room 19, actually has an enemy that we didn't necessarily need the 60k level up, but to do damage with Boomer, we absolutely do. We could technically kill the Koopa Troll just like that with a Koopa shot.
Ooh, I can show this off. Oh, this is cool. Hold on, this is fine. Come here. So pretty much, if you grab him in a certain way, you can despawn him. And if you despawn an enemy, it'll drop the key because it's like a failsafe pretty much. I was lucky enough to get kind of lucky with his spawn point, and I got it first try, so let's go.
Nice.
Awesome. Yeah, that's a big strat for like the boomerless and pixelless categories, but we get to see it shown off here. That's really cool.
Oh,
And
boomerless and
that's kind of
pixelless pit. Okay.
Yeah. So boomerless, pixelless pit. So you could technically do the pit without any pixels. Boomerless is actually technically the fastest way to beat pit percent. It is just a lot more difficult. Both categories are really difficult because there's such a high rate of soft lock. We do have some incredible community members that have gone out of their way to sort of find fail-safes to avoid soft locking. Unfortunately, there's certain rooms, particularly late in the pit, that can just be, if they just don't go well, it's your run's over, which is unfortunate, but it is the fastest way technically to get through the pit, is just skipping Boomer.
I do want to wrap around to the whole hit percent as a beginner category. When you see me do like something like the despawn, so that despawn is probably not useful in any other category besides the pit percent categories, right? But that's still like something I learned from another category that I just transferred to. Oh, awesome! I transferred to here, which I kind of wish I knew that back when I originally started grinding for the classic pit record, but you learn things.
Yeah, and you said you've been speedrunning this game for over half a decade, so clearly the skills are still building.
I mentioned this earlier too. This game is ever changing, man. Like this recent period has been kind of the most stable it's been in a pretty long time. But even with like more stable less discoveries, there are still new discoveries. Like the 2-1 thing is relatively new, actually. Like it was discovered, I think, late November 2024, around when I started going for any percent record again.
Yep. 2-1 is relatively new. The thing that Castle was attempting right before the break on Flipside Tower, that was a find from this year, I'm pretty sure, which it's really cool to see new finds for this game, like even to this day. It's awesome to see.
It is one of the best parts about running Super Paper Mario is just the community. Like there's I want that peach actually. There's a lot of community interaction in not just the Discord server, but in streams, on the SRC page, just on Twitch in general. Like it's not exactly something that I've seen in every speedrunning community. Not that every speedrunning community is like, get out of here or anything, but I just think that SPM has always been welcoming to new runners, and I hope that like we keep doing that, and every community does that as well.
Yeah,
it is. I think it's pretty wholesome.
All right, so we're actually getting close to another level up. We're a good portion through the pit here. The next level up is at 90k. It's usually about 30 to 40k in between each level up. I don't think I mentioned this earlier, but the way that level ups work in this game is each one that you get will alternate from an attack level up and an HP level up. So every time that we do level up, we'll get full HP. Sometimes we'll get an extra 5 HP total. And then other times we'll get an attack buff, which both are pretty useful. So just like that, we are already into the 30s, room 31. And as we go through the pit, I think one thing that's definitely clear is the rooms kind of like gradually get more difficult. The enemies get a little bit harder, more difficult to kill.
And you start getting rooms like these that
yes.
Last key, let's go.
Yep.
I
It's
believe
just
that's
RNG manipulation for the next 50 rooms, trust.
sure. I believe that's what the third last key so far. Not that I'm keeping count. Not that you two can
believe
play
so.
along.
Hopefully it's less.
Okay, someone better than me at math in the chat can figure out, you know, if there's between 2 and 10 enemies per room, what the average number of last keys you'd expect over the course of a pit run is.
Yeah, there's a lot of statistics and probability you can do with pit percent. And the
Left is an
the amount of
exercise for
enemies-
the STEM majors.
Yes, absolutely. The amount of enemies per room is actually pretty interesting because there are certain rooms. There's one in particular I could think of that has a single enemy, just one. That's later in the pit, though.
It's like the hardest room in the game, for the record.
It is,
Like, you guys
yeah,
don't forget that.
It is surprisingly difficult, but there's also another room that has like 30 enemies in it. So we're going to be seeing a wide range of enemies per room.
Don't worry, those rooms like 30 enemies, we kind of exaggerate a little bit. They're not actually that nuts or anything. It's not like oh man, I'm dodging all these enemies. If I get hit one time, I'm dead or anything. It's really just like waiting for them to come to us. Let them take the fight to us, guys.
That and hopefully not getting bad RNG.
I guess that's another thing, because you mentioned getting one shot. Like, how scary, just health-wise, does the late pit get?
It can get...
It kind of depends. Like, you'll notice that in room 26, I got a Peachy Peach drop. That's like 10 HP to heal. But it's these guys! I want to touch on these guys to elaborate on that whole HP thing. These guys just sometimes transform into bombs when you hit them.
Yes.
And it is awful. And there is a room full of like 10 of them or something, and it's nuts.
Yeah, the
Where's the
80s
last
and
guy?
90s love to spam
You
ninjas
have it.
everywhere. Yeah, so it's complete, as you can see, complete 50-50 whether this ninja actually dies or not, so...
But yeah, circling back to the whole HP thing, we ideally want to get like 1 or 2 healing drops. For me personally, I'm kind of at the point where I'm really good at the pit. I've done the pit like zillions of times. Oh, there's a key. And really, for me, it's like having like 1 or 2 healing items is ideal. But best case scenario, I usually only use the shroom shake.
Yeah, there are some enemies. Magiblots are not as bad. I mean, their projectiles can be pretty annoying. Clubbas, I know, Clubbas just have a huge hitbox. They'll do 3 damage. If you aren't careful, you can rack up a lot of damage in some of those Clubba rooms. I know there are a couple enemies, particularly one I'm thinking of that we'll get to, that its projectile will do 10 damage, which that can be really scary, especially if you're low HP. So.
Another thing is you kind of want to time your heals with how you're going to level up. So our next level up is 13,000 away. So you kind of... Ooh! Hot sauce drop. Nice.
Nice.
So you kind of got to time your heal with... Like, do you... Like, is it worth... It's weighing the risks versus the reward. Because realistically speaking, if you're not healing, you're probably going a little slower to be safe and whatnot.
Yeah, definitely.
I guarantee that's where that's the key.
Ah, there it is. Level ups are definitely a big thing to keep track of. Our next level up is 120,000. So if Castle hypothetically were to get, somewhat low HP and be at 118,000, only like 2,000 away from a level up, that's probably something he'll choose to go for instead of using a heal that only lasts probably for a couple rooms. So
of course, this does depend. Like, because if I am at like 2 HP, I'm gonna heal. Because it also comes down to like what enemies are in the room that you're in. Like these guys, 2 damage. So if I'm at 2 HP, probably a good rule of thumb to use the heal. Like the last room, if it's Clubbas, I have 3 HP, use a heal. Ow. These guys, we just kind of kick their shells back at them.
That's so funny.
This is like a peak casual strategy.
This guy just kicks shells into himself.
Their AI is pretty funny.
It's a bold strategy.
He knows he's gonna lose. That's why, right? He's like, yeah. Let's let this castle guy go through. Oh, nice key. First key. Let's go.
Nice key. Room. Something you'll definitely notice as we go through the pit, there's a lot of different variations of the same enemy. So right there, we've seen squigs, squiglets, and those green ones were called squogs. So
of course.
This game loves to sort of make different copies of the same enemy. Same with the Tyloids here.
I think my favorite one is Dark Boo.
Yeah, that's... So, in the flop side pit, all of the enemies don't have any texture. It's just a black slate, but the game refers to them as, like, the dark version
of
like
enemies.
Dark Goomba. And there's a regular Dark Boo enemy in this pit. So there's Dark Boo in the flop side pit, which is so funny.
It is a really funny coinky-dink.
Cherbals.
Something I think is particularly relevant for this category is that every poison enemy you kill will always drop some kind of item. Like you saw there, like this guy dropped a dry shrimp. Also just leveled up, which is nice. So I have one more attack. And that guy dropped a long shake. You ideally want to get something like a shroom shake or like a peach, but if you get poisoned, literally any healing item will save you. Oh, thank heavens. I'm gonna, you know what? You're done.
Huge first key. Yeah, this room, anytime you see Clubbas or Magic Koopas,
or both.
Yeah, it's so good to get a first key in those rooms.
I don't want to comms curse anything, but I have noticed the luck seems to be turning. And so I'm sorry about the last key in this room in advance.
Yeah.
It's okay, I'm gonna get the key right here. I told you.
Yeah,
I told you. All right.
Doubt it.
My brain. It's just so big. I'm literally. They call me Taslasar. I do have a T, an A, and an S in my username. I just know.
So we are halfway through the pit. This room, Castle's actually going to set up sort of like a mini point grind. We can get as many enemies onto that bottom floor as possible. I don't think I mentioned it, but the Buzzy Beetle shells are pretty much the only type of shell that won't despawn off screen. So sometimes if we kick a Koopa shell, there's a chance of it despawning if the other side of the room isn't loaded. But Buzzy Beetles, we don't have to worry about that. So that's pretty nice for just a tiny point grind there.
Oh, thank you. Okay. You'll notice also is like not only like the Buzzy Beetle, but you'll notice I like try to combo off as many enemies as possible, like I did in 49, where I was able to hit three of the squags and combo up like a few thousand points roughly. Using these tactics is like a surefire way to one, stay alive in the pit. Yeah, I thought I was gonna both.
So as you saw right there, the Spanias are actually, they exist in 3D as well, so we can kind of use 3D to do some damage on them or just manipulate them in certain ways.
Ow. In all honesty, the pit becomes a lot of the same after a little while. I'm sure watching some of this like fancy high-tech movement does get is entertaining, but it's also ow. That was rude. Trying to intro my explanation.
I mean, it was a first key, yeah.
Yeah.
He was apologizing for smacking me in the face. If you ever kicked like a soccer ball at someone's face, you know what I'm talking about.
Again, nostalgia I don't think I was expecting in this run today.
It's the era of the Wii, man. You gotta be ready. You gotta be ready for the nostalgia hit.
And something else that has obviously laughably not come up because that's not how speedrunning works is a 5-minute timer per room.
Oh, yes. Yeah, so that's really hilarious watching this because every time we exit a room, it's like only a couple
10 seconds.
10 seconds, yeah, come off the clock. But technically, if you do stay in the same room for 5 minutes, you will game over.
Oh, okay, it's just a straight game over.
Yeah, just a straight game over, and there's no saves in the pit, so you'll have to start from your last save. Ice Storm is a huge item drop. That's really big for.
It's actually kind of funny because the game over screen it's not like any funny game over animation. It's just fade to black, game over.
Back to the title screen. Yep. Oh, this is the enemy I was talking about earlier that does 10 damage. That is the Amazing Daisy. That enemy can flip into 3D, as you saw there. So, thankfully, okay.
Thankfully, we don't have to deal with it.
Yeah.
There is strategies to deal with it. There is strategies to deal with it, but it just makes my life a significant amount easier to not have to use those strategies.
I know in Thousand Year Door, Amazing Daisies were like 1 billion XP. Is that also true in Super Paper Mario?
Well, just because of the way that Super Paper Mario's point system works, not really. But in 100%, we do use the Amazing Daisies for really, really good coin supplies because if you get a certain amount of points, you can catch card them. And we haven't really talked too much about the catch card way, but pretty much what happens is you can capture an enemy with a card, or you can buy their card from a card shop, and you'll do a multiplier of 2 damage on them, and this actually stacks with the more of the cards that the enemy you get. So if I have 2 Goomba cards, I do quadruple damage. But yeah, the Amazing Daisy card can sell for 300 coins, so while it is used for a different reason in SPM 100%, it does serve this pretty much like a really similar purpose. You do a lot of purchasing with those coins you get.
For sure. That's definitely the main use for Amazing Daisy, 100%. They do give 3,000 points whenever you kill them, so.
Are those the fabled light dark boos?
Yeah, those are
the regular dark boos, yeah.
The regular dark boos, yep. So, something cool about dark boos and pig rhythms. We saw the pigs earlier, but both those enemies will drop a ton of coins. And as you can see, we are almost at 200 coins. We probably will be here in a little bit. So we can get a lot of coins just by completing the pit.
Which is actually really helpful because we will be needing 300 coins near the end of the run. Or, well, last an hour or so of the run. Whatever. This room actually just... Oh, I didn't even realize I had the key.
Oh, I thought
It was XP manip. It's fine.
Yeah, just manip. That's all good.
Oh, that was really fun. That's like the fun part about commentating in the pit is sometimes you kind of lose focus of what you're doing.
You forget that you got the key like 3 enemies ago.
It's okay because it means the pit is doing nice RNG things.
Yes, that's all we want.
Oh, I miss doing this room with Boomer, man. You can't fight these guys the same way with throw, and you kind of have to bounce off their little square head. So in Boomerless, these guys really suck to deal with, especially because they have 10 HP and you do at most 3 at this point. Seeing a Return of the Ninjas, but they're not nearly as bad in this room because there's only like 2 or 3 of them. It's the door.
Yep. So we're a little over halfway through the 60s, so we're gonna get to the final 30 rooms here in a little bit. These these enemies are really annoying.
They are really good for comboing points.
Yes.
You'll notice I probably went up like I got a lot of points in that room. I don't usually get that many, but
yeah, over halfway to the next level up is really good.
I don't need any more points.
Yeah, especially in those tight corridors, being able to block whole hallways seems bad. Seems unfortunate for speedrunners.
Yes.
Trust me, it really is. It gets like having the small corridors is frustrating, but I haven't really mentioned it too much, but you do use those to your advantage in a lot of situations where sometimes how do I explain this? So pretty much, if you're in a small corridor, you can just bounce like up and down really fast, and you'll notice like I can kind of I can't show this one actually.
Yeah, this room is. These shells will do 5 damage. So it can be really scary sometimes.
That's the key.
Wow, and they are committed to the kick shell into self strategy. I have to admire the moxie, honestly.
They stick to the same plan, no matter what.
Sometimes you gotta feel pain, feel the victory.
Pretty sure that's the saying, yeah. If it's aggressively broke, don't fix it.
All right, so final 30 rooms. We see a couple enemies. These, the yellow variant of this enemy, we have to use Boomer to flip them over first because they have spikes on their head. But
you can technically hit them with like a sneak attack pretty much if you have enough attack, but I'm actually like just too short of the amount of points you need.
should get the level up pretty soon.
Yeah, we're looking at, let's say, like 1 or 2 more rooms than I have. Oh, I'm going to show off a cool trick here. So pretty much if you place Boomer down and flip at a certain time when Boomer's going to explode, you can blow up every enemy on the floor. As you can tell, I did not do that. And I will do it, just trust. I didn't hit any of them. Okay, so pretty much you just do it when Boomer starts flashing. And... No!
Oh, no.
Yeah, this is fine. No, don't hit that one. Okay, hit the key.
Oh,
We'll do
no.
it one more time for the funnies. There we go. The one time
Nice.
didn't matter. I think I got it.
It's about sending a message, though.
Yep.
This is what will happen if you interfere.
We'll see a couple more attempts. That trick is called a super boomer. There's like a very specific point where you flip back into 2D and you can wipe out or get a boomer hit in on the entire set of enemies on the floor there. I'm sure this reverse movement is really fun.
Yeah, question from the chat. In your assessment, when is Pit supposed to be played, like, for casual players? Because obviously we're doing it at the earliest sense-making opportunity for the speedrun in question, but I don't think I ever finished the Pit in my casual playthrough. I was also younger and worse at video games, but...
Well, I'd say it's probably like more of like a post-game challenge, but it's like I think the average player, if they wanted like a challenge, then it'd be like after like chapter 5, because that's kind of when you have like all the pixels, and it's kind of like it's almost like a warm-up for the Duel of 100 that you do not complete in chapter 6.
Yeah, the other point that Moonrise mentioned in chat is getting Cudge in 5-2 pretty much after that point. Cudge is another pixel that is really, really nice to have for the Pit, especially the flop side Pit, but...
Jeez, I didn't realize it did 6. But yeah, the two last pixels actually are conveniently some of the most helpful. Oh, what? I didn't hit him? Because... Oh, here we go. So pretty much, Cudge is just like... So in like every Paper Mario game, Mario has a hammer pretty much, and that is kind of just Mario's hammer in this game. And it is really helpful for combat, because like Boomer... I actually didn't touch up on this at all earlier either. You'll do double the amount of Mario's damage, or the equivalent of what Bowser does, pretty much, with Cudge. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't exactly work like that for Bowser, except for with... Ooh, nice. I don't need that power block. So it does work like that with every pixel besides Thudley, pretty much. But Thudley, because we have access to Thudley, sometime in chapter 3, pretty much, we will get to see the usage of the Bowser Thudley strat.
Yeah, it's like there's a lot of different damage multipliers in this game, and that's like the best one, just Bowser Thudley. You get a lot of damage from that.
Yeah, and even in like what we do with that even is we can add like a Mighty Tonic to that for another double. So you can shred through literally any boss in the game using Bowser and Thudley.
These enemies here, we're going to see them quite a bit for the rest of the Pit, but they're called Magiblots. There's 3 different variations. The red ones do the most damage, but we kind of do have a strat just by standing next to a corner. We can sort of get them to spawn on the left wall and jump on top of them.
Oh no.
This guy might be stuck, yeah. There he is. Sometimes when you
so these guys in
3D
3D just don't work.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Get stuck
You
there.
flip, they get stuck, and then you have to go into 3D again. I was really lucky that I didn't get too screwed by that, but... We are actually, because I comboed a lot of points in that other room, I was going to say we're about to level up, but we just did level up. Really convenient, because these next few rooms are, silly. These next few rooms are going to be some of the most damage-inducing rooms in the entire game.
Yeah, the 80s and 90s of the Pit get really crazy. There's just a lot of wild enemies moving really fast, a lot of high-damage enemies. Like, it gets really crazy. This room in particular, we really want the key to be in one of these Spaniels. If we have to kill these Schlorps is what they're called. Oh, yes. That's so good.
Nice.
Killing those Schlorps, you have to feed Boomer to them twice, and that just adds up so much time, so saving a ton there. And then right into 85, I mean, these next few rooms, like 85, 86, they are all really difficult. We got a ton of dark
They're all
here.
terrible.
Yeah, poison pokies are really annoying.
I am happy that I do get to show you guys kind of what it's a hit, how you can use the roof to your advantage.
Wow,
Okay,
these dark
this-
moves.
There we go.
I am just being a little.
Nice.
There we
Okay,
go.
there we go.
So I did opt to use a heal there because realistically speaking, it's if I get poisoned, I'm gonna lose more HP anyways. So we're gonna have probably my least favorite room in the entire pit. Or pretty much. Oh man, these guys are in the best position possible.
That's really good enemy spawn locations.
So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna use my hot sauce actually.
Nice.
And as you can see, it just shreds them.
Nice.
All one hit. So unfortunately, the hot sauce doesn't last too long, and it'll probably be in one of these guys, yeah. But that did save me a lot of time of just placing down Boomer 3 times, exploding,
Yeah.
doing all that crap.
Yeah, 3 boomer hits for those guys normally, so the hot sauce
Oh, wow.
was a really nice item to pick up there.
Ow.
So I don't think I mentioned it. We saw, you've probably noticed a couple odd like room layouts throughout the pit where Castle is actually forced to take one of the pipes on the right or left side. Sometimes there's just certain areas or like certain room layouts that we can only access with the pipe. So ideally we want to avoid using the pipe as much as possible. Oh, okay.
So actually, I want to tell you guys a funny quirk about these guys. All right. So even when you have invis frames, their bombs can still hit you.
Rude.
So if you just get really unlucky and you're at low HP and you hit one of them, and you get in an unfortunate spot where you get hit, and then you're stuck right on the bomb, you can just die just because the game just chooses to do so to you. It is a fun little thing.
This is the room with 30 different enemies, as you can see. This is the most.
I think it's
enemies.
I think it's upwards of 50. I'm gonna try super boomerang them.
Super Boomer could work. Oh.
There we go. There's actually so many enemies down here that it can't even get them all. Egg, no!
No way. They just despawned. That's so sad.
What's the egg?
The egg, I think it's our community favorite item in this game is the big egg. I think it just does 12 HP, but it's just an egg, so we just yell egg every time we see one.
Perfect. No further questions.
This bit, I honestly could not tell you where this bit originated. Wow,
What?
that was awesome. I could not tell you where this bit originated from. I think it was probably somewhere in Flash's chat.
It was, yeah, definitely.
It just works well because it's the only item in the game where it's like you could actually type just your random phone emoji and have the egg. Oh, that was lucky, man. Yo, please don't make me fight all of them. Yeah, so this is the ultimate ninja room I was telling you guys about.
Okay.
So I actually got really lucky in that room for the most part. Not like the greatest key, but it did work out in the way that I didn't have to just hit them over and over and over again until they worked.
Yeah, you can kind of see, as we're in the 90s here, you can see the rooms get very, very crazy. Oh, nice.
Get me out of here!
Yeah, definitely want to leave these rooms as soon as possible.
The nice thing now is that all the rest of the rooms are pretty lax. I'll probably level up before I leave the pit. Okay, I do not like this. I'm not gonna lie, I actually kind of got to lock in here. Unlucky. Okay. Yeah, so I am kind of at low HP. I can guarantee a level up but still got to be cautious.
Nice. 300k will be the next level up. Nice.
See another use of Super Boomer there. I'm not sure how many of the guys I got. I probably didn't get that many. Looks good.
Yeah, there weren't too many on the ground there, unfortunately.
I am trying to play this a little bit more cautious. I don't want to die.
I think you can level up here.
Yeah, I'll probably level up. Never mind, it's all good.
Yeah, it's all good. Sometimes with Run a Pit, you do have to be a little careful. Nice egg! Let's go! Yes!
Rewarded after all.
Oh, it's so
It
good.
came back! It came back! It, make a grown man cry. Oh my gosh.
Alright, so thankfully the last few rooms here aren't too bad. We're actually about to enter the hardest room in the pit, room 97.
Yeah, so you know, like the run might be dead here, honestly, guys. Like I'm not feeling good about this room right now. You know, I only have 33 out of 35 HP. You might as well just kick us off the show right now. And
Wow.
Nice.
we did it!
Let's
Oh
go!
my gosh! Yo! Oh my gosh!
Wait, that's incredible. That's so funny.
They're gonna hit him.
Yeah, so the Ice Storm drop we got earlier is great for this room, because there's 4 enemies here. Nice.
Unfortunately, you can't get all 4 of them on screen at a time, but usually it's one of the 3 you hit.
It is possible to get all 4 on screen. You just have to get one to attack, I think, as you're moving. It's an odd setup, but nice. There we go. Tons of magic blots in this room, and that's it.
See you later, nerds.
That is the pit. So we got one more room to go, and this is the big boss fight here at the end, which we
And you're thinking, this sounds familiar.
it might look a little familiar. You may or may not have seen this before.
So, hey, is that Fractail I see? Heck no. It's Ractail. And unlike Fractail, this guy can do a lot of damage. 10 HP per hit.
Ooh.
Yeah, it is actually a scary boss fight. The Rackles on top, those little enemies, they can shoot projectiles now. It takes quite a while for them to shoot, but if they do, they will be 10 damage each. If we run into Racktail's head, that's also 10 damage when he attacks us, so.
I'll show you guys a fun little quirk. With 3D, you have a slight moment of invis frames. You can just mash, if I just mash the A button, Fractal can never hit me there. I'm gonna do the same damage boost started on for Fractal. Pretty much everything for this fight will actually be like pretty similar. But because we have Peach, we actually don't need to do that cool flip strat we did earlier. And actually, if I do this, I do have a cool trick I want to try. I don't know. It is a little inconsistent, but if I get it, it'll be really fast.
Almost.
It's pretty much if you just run, you can jump off. Here, I just want. Run. Start throwing.
Yeah, so what Castle was attempting to do there is that.
Do that.
There we go.
Nice.
So
It definitely didn't save time, but I think it's still cool for the showcase. There's actually a really funny quirk here that can happen, and I have lost a run or two to this, is you can just clip through Racktail's body if you switch to a different character while riding him, and it is a really terrible 45-second time loss, especially if you're on PB pace by just a small amount.
Oh yeah.
It's one of the big reasons that I switched to Peach before I start throwing the guys. Just like that, the flip side pit of 100 trials is done.
GG pit percent.
GG's for Pit. And the whole reason why we were doing this, which I don't think we mentioned, but our reward for completing the flip side pit of 100 trials is our next pixel, which is going to change this run in many ways. This is, you could argue it's one of the most important pixels we're getting, and this is Dashel, whose main purpose, if we hold the 1 button, will allow us to run really fast. So we're going to be using Dashel quite a bit as we continue through this All Pixels run.
Zoom! Oh yeah, that's a pretty big speed increase.
Yeah.
So now we're just gonna return pipe, and Dashel's in Mario's head. That's funny. So we're gonna go to chapter 3 now. And so you may be thinking, like, oh, chapter 3 is probably mostly changed because of Dashel. And you're right. But there's another component that a lot of people don't exactly think about, and it's kind of sparked a huge debate for 100% routing, and that's the amount of points you have in chapter 3. So usually in an any percent speedrun, we have about 60,000, right? But because we did the pit, we killed all those enemies, we have 300,000. So now, every boss in chapter 3 that we will face will be shredded.
Yeah. That is definitely the big benefit to doing the pit and then running through the rest of these levels. Hey, it's this guy.
Oh, Francis.
It's Francis. My favorite character of all time. You know, I don't know what they were cooking up with Francis like in 2007, but I think they were cooking pretty hard.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like I should replay chapter 3 specifically now.
Chapter 3 is a really good chapter. Just for any casual players out there, like, if you enjoy a story and have never played Super Paper Mario, like, you gotta play Super Paper Mario. So you notice I didn't match that text box. Pretty much it just makes this cutscene just like a tad bit shorter.
Yeah, there's going to be a couple instances of that through the run where if you mash really, really fast, the cutscene will just pause for like 2 or 3 seconds for no reason. So we're just going to delay text boxes here and there.
Also, fun little lag spot there. So for whatever reason, this game, when you just speedrun it, or just play it for like long periods of time, the game will just lag in certain spots. They're very consistent, actually. Because I don't normally play on disc, I don't know any of the spots, so I see one, I'm like, whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah, it's surprising.
And it's really bad on JPVC because it's like, oh, did I just crash? It's like, oh, no, it's fine. So this is Bowser. And that was Bowser.
Wow.
Yeah, benefit to doing the pit. Just 2 hits with Boomer there.
Hard fight.
Yeah, so now Bowser's like, he's like, oh, you know, whiny little baby, like, I don't want to join your party. I'm like, no, Mario, you took my lady. I don't appreciate that, man. And then Peach is just like, come on, Bowser, for me, let's do it. Well, actually, she was like, actually, she said something along the lines of, but if Black conquers the world, then you can't conquer it. But it is a good thing that Bowser agrees to join up with us because he will be very helpful for the rest of this run. I actually want to make reference to this because it's somewhat important. Is that the amount of points we have now is roughly about the amount of points you have at the end of an 10 run. Actually, like 20,000 more, but
yeah,
it's Like this is the advantage we are starting with.
Yeah, it makes chapter 3, 4, and 5. It makes playing through these really unique. Just because you have Dashel, you have so much XP. It's crazy. Also, everyone's favorite in a Mario game, we do have a water level, 3-2.
And while, yes, this water levels are usually pretty garbage, this one is surprisingly good in my opinion. Mario doesn't walk slow underwater, he actually walks faster than he swims. Fun fact. Not by a lot. It is a noticeable difference. So pretty much, this level will introduce 2 really important pieces of this run.
Absolutely.
So the first one is going to be Dudley. Well, actually, the second one's going to be Dudley, but the next part is in this chest. So I don't think we mentioned this like at all, but pretty much this gold bar will allow us to do like a bunch of really crazy things in this game.
Yeah.
And Thudley will also allow us to do other crazy things.
Yeah, we've got 2 really cool, unique properties with the gold bar and with Thudley. It's oh, nice.
100%. That's just one of the drops you need for 100%. Don't worry, guys. Oh, I got good RNG too. Let's go.
It's really good RNG. Nice. Yeah, those enemy patterns, particularly the blooper patterns, are random. So that was really good. There's Thudley.
So, I guess, yeah, we'll explain what these 2 pixels do now. So you got a little bit of time, got a little bit of backtrack and do. So Thudley will be pretty much our way of gaining infinite height.
Oh!
You might be wondering, what do you mean by that? I mean, you can use Mario and Thudley to infinite jump as high as your heart desires.
Yeah.
And as long as you don't hit a roof, you can just keep going and going and going. As for the gold bar, this isn't technically a gold bar exclusive thing, it's just the gold bar makes it really accessible in any place. We'll have the ability to clip out of bounds through any wall in the game. And this makes a plethora of skips possible. It is between Thudley and the gold bar, we will be doing a lot.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see. Thudley's intended ability, it just gives us the ability to ground pound with any character. However, the way that Thudley jumping works, which is our infinite jump trick in this game, is before or right as Mario descends for the ground pound, we can actually press 1 again to cancel it. And after doing that, there is a 1-frame window where we can flip to 3D in midair, like the game thinks we're on the ground. So we can just flip to 3D, then it'll prompt us to jump, and we can jump up and attempt that trick over and over again. So it is a 1-frame trick that Castle will have to pull off consistently. There's a little bit of a rhythm to it, but they look really cool. So we're gonna see them in 3-3 in the next level.
Unfortunately, you guys won't get to see the biggest use of them in this run, but you know, like Bowser's arms. There you guys go. If you know the bit, you know the bit. It is a very elite reference.
Also, hi, Blooper.
Oh yeah, blooper. Consistent thing with Paper Mario games, you have to fight a big blooper.
You gotta.
So, this fight is going to be a lot faster than the other blooper fights in the other games. There we go, it's over.
Wow.
So the way that you're meant to beat this version of blooper is one of blooper's tentacles is a red tentacle, and you have to do 3 hits. to that specific red tentacle, but just by holding down at the start of the fight with Bowser, we can get the first hit immediately. And then there's like a little grouping of a bunch of tentacles at the bottom. The red one will start on the right side and move to the left. So just because we know where it is, we can go over, use Thudley 2 times, get the 2 hits, and that's the fight. So really, really fast fight nowadays.
But here we go. This is the first use of Thudley jumps. We're going to use it to climb up this tree really fast. So that's a Thudley jump. We're using a handful of these to climb this tree super duper fast. Just watch and learn. It's not really a whole lot to talk about, but we're going up. Just fitting because this chapter is called Up, Up, and Tree.
Yeah, this level in particular is... This is another casual level that I'm sure if you played this game casually was not fun. And it used to be pretty rough for speedrunning as well. We still have to do the outside of the tree. However, thanks to a ton of different finds, we thankfully don't have to do the inside of the tree anymore, which might be my favorite thing that we skip in this run because the inside of the tree is so annoying. Like, there's just so many crazy enemies that we would have to avoid, but instead, we're going to be doing a really cool trick coming up here.
Unfortunately, I did mess up a lot of those Thudley jumps, but it's all right. I think you guys kind of understand how it works.
Yeah, I do like the flow of like the swap back working both from 2D to 3D and 3D back to 2D.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll explain skip, what we call tree skip. So this trick has been changed to probably the easiest trick in all of Super Paper Mario speedrunning if you kind of understand how it works. Kind of like Mario's boots up like that on the pipe. There's actually a 17 email we have for it. Go to 3D, run all the way to the right wall, walk to the right. That didn't work because I don't know. Bad position, I guess.
That should work.
Then you just place Boomer, falls to the floor, and just like that.
Yeah.
Tree over.
Ceilings and floors work in this game. We could just place Boomer and he'll fall right through the floor. And we can just hit the switch like that.
The reason that works is pretty much because you set up Mario's position, so the pipe kind of pushes him like just out of bounds enough so you can drop Boomer. And Boomer will just fall into the switch, which kind of just works like infinitely across 3D. I'm not entirely sure how it lines up.
This is Dimentio.
And that's Dimentio.
Dimentio's done. Wow.
That's a shame too, because that's another banger of
it is,
on the OST. Like,
so pretty much how that fight works is I switch to Bowser right under Dimentio, and then I just jump and use Thudley. And while we have the invis frames, we get clipped above him by using Thudley, and we just hit him twice, and he's done. So now we're back to the tree climbing.
Yeah, final part of the tree here. And we have to wait for a red wind that we have to ride all the way across. Castle has had a history with this
Later,
guy.
nerd.
oh,
Goodbye. There we go.
Yeah, so that guy can, if you don't pick him up or destroy him, there is like a 50-50 chance he just starts chasing you all the way down. If you don't land on that pipe, you have to wait for another red wind, and you have to wait to go across again.
Yeah,
it's a nightmare, to say the least, if it happens. So I'll like kind of mention my strategy to handle that. You'll notice when I switched to throw, it was kind of on that last green platform. When you switch pixels, the wind stops, but the guy keeps moving. And he moves pretty consistently, so he'll move out of the way, and then you can jump up, grab him, and usually you'll get a red wind by the time that happens. Sometimes you can get really unlucky, and it's just 30 seconds of no red wind. You can ask Ben Waves about this. He's kind of the expert on getting the bad wind RNG.
I love how every community has one that's just like RNG has decided you are the pariah.
Yeah.
He doesn't like pip percent, so game has to get him somewhere else. Just a small optimization that I'll mention. I actually haven't tested this one in particular, but you'll notice I haven't switched back to dash yet to run faster. And it's just because it's just not faster to switch back, pretty much. Because the pixel switches themselves take like 3-4 seconds. So it's just not worth to do that like 2 times for like a total of 10 seconds for less than 10 seconds of going faster.
Yeah, Castle also got a little bit of an extra time save using Thoreau before opening that lock there. So Thoreau is a pretty useful pixel for this early segment, but now we can just run with Dashel. And we're actually going to be seeing a cool trick in this next room, and this is actually our next pixel skip.
It's just called carry skip. We're going to be using that out of bounds clip that we mentioned earlier. And we'll be having a snap while we're at it. All right.
There we go.
Mario had to have a lunch break too, I guess. So pretty much by pausing, we pretty much just use the quick menu by pressing 1 and 2 after just got like a slight moment of holding the gold bar. And if you're holding the right direction, you will go out of bounds. It is astonishing how much that changed SPM speedrunning within a day.
Yeah, absolutely. I was one of the people that made the world record progression video for this game's any percent category, and literally the day that was found, gold bar clipping or item sliding, the any percent run just completely broke, like literally in a couple hours. So it was a really cool event. A little bit more on gold bar clipping. We can technically do the item slides with any item, but what's neat about the gold bar is if you try to use it for whatever reason, Mario will just toss it out. And, instead of the item despawning, we can pick it back up after using Slim, jumping up into that wall. And when we switch pixels there by pulling up the quick menu, as Castle mentioned, we can just slide ourselves into the wall and we're out of bounds.
We got 2 more stealthy jumps come up here as well. One right here, which is a little bit more just first try. Let's go. Just go up here. I was thinking about using Dashel for this, but I didn't realize I have to do another one right here anyways. So this next one in particular is really interesting because you got to position yourself nicely so that you can do it in one. You just do like a small jump. Then, so if you get too high of a jump, you can jump left, but you'll kind of like flip, and you'll go above the block. Or like beside it rather, but
Forgot how up.
now we can keep using Dashel. Go for long sprints.
Forgot how absurd the theming of this whole area is.
Yeah, just about to mention, this is Fort Francis. There's these rooms that we go into. These rooms that we go into have a lot of really cool references to like the old Paper Mario games and stuff, so it's pretty neat.
JCR, would you like to explain double inputs to us, please?
Oh, I would just love to. So, you'll notice there, Castle accidentally almost messed up the code, which would have been bad. We would have lost a good 2 minutes from that, maybe, but there's a property in this game when you're either selecting a character or pixel or you're inputting, numbers or text, where if you press a direction on the D-pad while pressing either B, A, 1, or 2 on the same frame, that input will be registered twice on one frame, and that's what we call double inputs. So we really have to avoid those when inputting codes really fast. I think you saw a double input earlier when Castle was inputting 41262816 in 2-3.
That one might have been just me being bad.
Well, either way, it's the same instance there. So They can be really annoying to deal with. Sometimes you have to take a little bit of extra time on those codes.
Something I want to mention here is that in the English version of this game, this door says, I go on message boards and complain about games I've never played before. And I have to say that aged very, very well. Particularly in the context of this game.
I just love the :3 door. The :3 door is
it goes so hard.
Yeah.
So now we go into to this dating simulator called Swoon.exe, and if there is any totally hot babes in the chat who would like to Swoon.exe, you know my Twitch channel.
This is one of the I don't even know how to describe this.
Everything about Francis is just so patently absurd. The fact that the game throws a full VN at you is ridiculous.
This is a 2007 game.
This game truly was ahead of its time.
It really was.
I also want to mention is the digibutter.ner website that Francis mentions is actually a real forums board, and you can look at it.
Yeah, someone made a real forum just based on Francis.
Of course they did.
I actually have an account on the digibutter.ner. Actually, I know Cora does too, for the record. And it is surprisingly active. People actually talk on there, and I think that's one of the craziest things the community has done. But yeah, we have our next boss fight here, Francis. We use Bowser's Dudley to kind of, you grab him on the ground, you kind of see where he's going to spawn in.
Nice.
And this boss fight absolutely sucks. I have not been able to get this fight down consistently. There's a lot of RNG factors, but if you can get that first hit and then set up the second hit, in this context, you will always two-shot him with Bowser's Dudley. So you don't have to worry about any of the other stuff. The problem is when you get to 3 hits, if he spawns too far away from you, you can't Dudley in time. There's a high chance that his attack patterns will be messed up. Because the way it works is it's pretty much just like Francis will always pretty much just randomly spawn anywhere on the first hit. And then on the next hit, he'll always try and spawn behind you and lick you. And if he licks you, then everything's messed up. Like, you have nothing left.
Understatement of the century, that.
Absolutely.
I also do want to say we have crossed over the 2-hour mark, so after this next cutscene is a good time to take our second break.
Yes.
Yeah,
perfect.
Absolutely.
Then while Castle is finishing mashing here, I'm going to say in just a moment we're going to take our second break because we want all of our gamers to take care of their hands. While we do, we're also going to run some ads to support the channel. Everyone who has come in to check out these runs and support the Games Done Quick channel so far, you are my personal hero. Thank you so much for the support, whether that is subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, or bits. All of your contributions help us keep our Hotfix shows running. If you're enjoying the stream, you can consider subscribing for exclusive emotes, some ad-free viewing, and access to chat during all of our replays that happen after the shows. You can also, of course, just let your friends know that we're doing speedruns on the internet all the time. It goes a long way. So with that, we'll go ahead and pause the timer. Castle, if you can pause the game. Get up, stretch, and we will be back with the thrilling conclusion of Super Paper Mario after this break.
Woo!
Welcome back, everyone, to Make Your Own Victory, as we are here with the third and final leg of our Super Paper Mario All Pixels No Tiptron run. And without any further ado, Castle, back to you.
All right, so pre-chapter 3. We'll go back again in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So we're back to flip side. I actually will be doing, if you guys remember from the last segment of the run, we did a few gold bar clips. So we'll be doing 2 more. I'm gonna use the second one as a backup. But you'll notice we have carry now. Let's go. So carry is typically the pixel you use if you want to gain speed and go fast. But because we have dash hold, there's no need for carry in most situations. Besides, I think right now.
Nice.
I was really far up.
That's good. And we also, I don't know where in this segment that you do it, or if we do it later on, but there is one more pixel that we will be getting back in Chapter 3. So we'll do that at some point.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, I did. I had no idea if you do it later in this segment or not. But
We'll do it. We'll do it. Don't worry. We will be getting the next pixel. So at the beginning of chapter 3-1, you might have noticed there was a bush talking to us, and it's like, but shrubbery can't talk. What is this? And to that I say, you're wrong. Have you seen the great Deku tree?
You got me there.
He's a good tree. So what we're gonna do. We're gonna enter chapter 4 now. Let's go. I was gonna split, but I realized that my gold sign would have went right through my mic. But yeah, chapter 4. Let's go. We just saved 3 minutes, apparently, according to my splits.
yeah, we're here.
Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know how I lost 3 minutes, but we're here now. We still are 4 minutes behind, but that's not the point. Point is now we're rolling.
Yeah, so there's a bit of a problem that shows up here.
Interesting loophole. Mario can breathe in water, but not in space in this game, and then Mario can breathe in space, but not water in TTYD.
Yeah. Paper Mario, everybody.
So yeah, I should have done this right away, but we got to go back to 3-1 to get the next pixel.
The bush.
Name's Barry. I actually want to touch on this now. We're not doing a whole lot. Every pixel is actually a pun. So Barry, for example, he protects you with a barrier. Dashel makes you dash. Throw, well, you throw him. Boomer is a bomb. He goes boom. Slim makes you slim. Thudly makes you thud. Carry carries you, and we'll keep going when we get to the next pixels. But
Will this also be on the test?
yes. One answer, it has 100% score or no dice. I didn't do it. Dang it. I don't even remember how to do this. What am I doing? Hold on.
Yeah, so what Castle's going for here, this was a recent find. Oh. Nice. There we go.
Nice.
So we could just fall through. We have to land on that save block, but the same property with changing our 3D position in 2D, we can just clip ourselves behind the chapter 1 door, and if we land on that save block, we can get to Merlin's house right here. And that trick is used in Boomerless now to clip out of bounds and do gate skip.
Now, we're pretty much just going to go on a crazy fetch quest of just grabbing different items at this point. Well, maybe not different items, there's one, but... So we have to run up. Merlin's like, hey, I gave my space helmet to some kid as a fishbowl, so now we gotta find the kid with the fishbowl. AKA the space helmet. talk to him from the left. It's faster because he doesn't have to turn around. Fishbowl. So he gives us his fishbowl. Now we gotta run down into the basement again.
This segment is so much better with Dashel. It's crazy. Like, in 90%, we're just walking at normal speed here. So it's so good to see this go so fast.
Another funny quirk about this game is if you load up another elevator while the other one's active, you actually have to wait for the other one to become inactive. So now we just drop the fish, and the bolt just has an antenna.
This is actually true of every single fishbowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know, maybe I think astronauts were behind their time, dude. Just get a fishbowl, and you can breathe in space.
Once again, I have
Who
to
knew
state
it was
that
that
make
simple?
your own victory is not and should never be constituted to be medical advice. A warning I didn't think I'd have to give an average of once every other show.
Yes, do not test this at home. Leave it to the trained professionals. So now we wear this fishbowl in space, and we're just gonna run down right. What's my sensor bar doing? It's like weirdly tilted, but pretty much you walk in that spaceship and pull upright. Your position is I don't know why it happens, but you frame perfectly open it, which doesn't happen when you hold directly up. I like it's another one of those weird quirks of this game that just doesn't make sense, but I guess maybe it does.
So we're about to get a new character here that will follow us around for the entirety of Chapter 4. His name is Scorps, which in 4-1 and 4-3, those two levels are very similar. We're sort of like floating through space, but Scorps will allow us to shoot projectiles in front of us, which helps a lot in these next couple rooms.
Oh, someone mentioned something in chat that we did Chris touch on. That there is another optional game over that we can get if we say no to putting on the space helmet.
Oh yeah.
And the game actually tries to trick you into saying yes at some point, but if you but it's like if you don't put on the helmet, you will game over. There is one or two more of these that do occur. There's one in pre-chapter 7, one in 8-3 that
Oh god.
JCR can tell you all about.
Yeah, that one's my favorite. In 8-3, you have to fight Dementio, and Dementio will try to get you to join, pretty much like join his side. And if you say yes, which is the first option, but if you say yes 3 times, then you will game over, which I have accidentally, not my finest moment, but I've accidentally done that on Twitch front page. That was a great experience. Yeah, that was that was a long time ago. So
It all worked out though.
yeah, it did.
JCR had to save an 8-4 on his Japanese copy, so it did work out.
Thankfully, I did. Yes, I was able to finish the run still, but that was not my finest moment particularly.
Yeah, back to the run at hand though. We are just kind of going through like another one of those basic mazes or whatever. It's not even much of a maze. Once you gotta learn it, you can just hold right 3 times and then enter the portal and then go left on the 3rd one and then right again. And puzzle solved. Very awesome.
Easy.
Now we're coming up on one of the longer levels of the game. 4-2. 5-2 is a pretty long level. This level is pretty much Scorps is like, I really don't know where anything is, and I need to use the bathroom. But the problem with this is that the bathroom is occupied because there's no toilet paper. So what do? We gotta go find toilet paper. Ah, yes. I remember that one part in this Mario game where, you know, like I just have to go this epic quest to save the world and I have to find toilet paper.
Super Paper Mario.
Kind of an average Paper Mario plotline, though.
Yeah, true.
That's true. The thing about Super Paper Mario is that I think the game's really entertaining because it puts you in these really, really, really stupid situations. It's just like, this gameplay isn't fun, but just because it's a thing, it's fun. It's funny. It's fun because it's fun.
Oh yeah, so this is the
What
fast
other series?
We'll go really fast here. Plus, using Dashel, we go super fast, as you can see here. That's crazy.
Yeah, a lot of this. The unfortunate part of having Dashel is that the gameplay is actually a little bit less entertaining, in my opinion, because there's not as much heavy movement.
Seems
There's not as much like optimized movement. A lot of it is just holding one and running.
to be fair, seems like a worthwhile trade-off for having to do the entire pit of 100 trials.
Yes.
That's true.
For sure.
So, in this room, we have the infamous belly button man. So, it's gonna offer to sell it to us for 1,000, and then 100, and then 10. But because I have so many coins and I don't need all of them anyways, I'm just gonna buy it for 100.
Yeah, so
Save the second or two.
a fun fact about that guy is that for any percent, we don't have 100 coins. Well, maybe you would if you get really lucky, but typically we don't have 100 coins at this point, so we have to say no to him twice. That way he offers us the item for 10 coins and we could purchase it. But if you accidentally say yes, if you like misinput, then you have to purchase it for 100 coins, which I have unfortunately done in my lifetime. That has not been fun.
I think in the last 7-8 years, I have avoided doing so. Yeah, it is really bad because if you say no too many times as well, you also have to buy it for 100 coins.
Yeah.
It's important to pay attention. Ooh, that's a new movement I've never done before.
That's cool.
I had to keep that one in the back of my mind.
We're learning about the run. I do also want to echo the question in chat. What are the implications of toilet paper for a world itself made of paper? I'm gonna go ahead and say left is an exercise for the
I guess
reader.
You could argue that toilet paper is not the same as paper in our real world here.
There's also, we're in space right now. This is sort of like, how is there fire in SpongeBob? I think the more you think about it, the worse it gets.
Yeah.
And can we just talk about how that piece of toilet paper that we gave Fleep, our newest pixel, is just a map? The map to the pure heart, pretty much. And yeah, just wipe the poop all over it. Very, very concerning. Good thing that Mario just has to walk right in this game. Get to the next destination. Might get lost.
Yeah. Thankfully, that is 4-2. So coming up here, 4-3, I mentioned this earlier, is very similar to 4-1, where we're just sort of gliding through space. In any percent, we would pick up an item at the start of this level, but we're not going to worry about it. Shooting Star would be used for the Underchomp fight in 7-2. We're not going to get there today. We're only going to be playing through Chapter 5, so...
Yeah, but I kind of wish I had some kind of like voice modifier on my microphone, so I could like subtitle, or no, I could dub the titles with some like epic, echoey space kind of sounding voice, and like the Great Gates of Space or something like that. Because that is what this level is called.
Those are pretty great gates, to be fair.
It's actually funny. The door turnaround trick to get in the doors faster actually works on those as well.
So this door that spawns in, you'll notice we might run into a little problem because we only have one Squirps, but there is actually a solution to this. So we're gonna go run to a particular shop that is just in the middle of space.
Yeah, we're just gonna run away from all our problems and eat candy.
Pretty much.
So now we're kind of getting into like the different color portals. I actually really like the way that the blue portal looks. It kind of reminds me of like a, I don't know how to explain it. It's like a cool head wrap thing. Like a bandana. That's what I'm thinking. Bandana. I love those little like teardrop bandanas.
Yeah. So what is the function of the candy we're running away for?
We're gonna eat it.
Okay, that much I could have
Squirps
guessed.
is gonna eat it.
Squirps is going to eat it, and incredible magic things are going to happen.
So, I don't know if any of y'all are fans of biology, all right? But you might know that there's two different ways of making a being. And this will be doing a single cell kind of being, right? All right? So by feeding Squirps this chocolate, he's going to pretty much split into two Squirps, except he kind of merges with the new Squirps 2, I guess? Yeah, mitosis. That's what it's called?
Mitosis.
It's been a little while.
I mean, hey, we're through the door. What's a little mitosis between friends?
Exactly.
But I hope you guys enjoyed that little science lesson.
All right, so throughout Chapter 4, we have been in space, but this level is really unique. This is the Woe Zone, which is somewhere in
Whoa!
space. Yeah, Woe Zone, and we're going to be seeing a lot of really unique things. We're going to be like, basically, this is the level that introduces Tyloids, and we're going to be entering doors that are in 3D. We're going to be standing on ceilings and walls and changing our gravity a lot. So this level has a lot of really cool things, and there's a couple cool tricks that we're going to get to here in a minute.
Just while we wait for them, because we kind of set it up all along the way here, this entire level is pretty much there's a main name for this trick. It's called midair chest. But there's a lot of fun names for it. It was discovered by a user named John P55, and pretty much there was a couple names that kind of floated around back in the day. But my personal favorites was like John. John would just start talking about like chest pain, so we just called it John's chest pain. So it kind of goes on to different kinds of chest pains. There was my personal favorite is calling it John's cardiac arrest.
Oh no. Very, very like there's a linked set of Celeste tricks called Revo's Nonsense and I think Scott's Sensibility. I love trick names that are like, it's that old tweet that's like, there are two types of tricks. It's either called Wall Skip because it skips the wall, or it's called Greg Egg because Greg found it and he was hungry and eating eggs. I think about that tweet twice a week.
Yeah. Alright, so here we're gonna get to one 3D meter, Dudley jump. Use the home menu to buffer a 3D, that's the 3D bar to go all the way down. We'll take damage, and because we take damage, we open the chest, because when you take damage and you go into a ceiling, it kind of has this weird thing where you kind of like hang onto the ceiling while you keep moving. And so that allows us to open the chest. So we will actually be doing that again, but in a slightly different way. Assuming I get it, at least, but...
Yeah, so John has found a ton of different ways to skip chests in this level. Damage, 3D damage or 2D damage being one of them. And in this next room, there's actually 2 different pixels that we can use to open this chest.
First one is throw. You're gonna just jump. 1. Oh, I missed it.
There we go.
Just use throw and open the chest. It's kind of weird. You can do the same thing with walks, actually. But if you do it with walks, it actually crashes the game.
Oh, nice.
I got
There we go. Let's go.
Pretty sure you can bounce off that guy and hit the gravity switch. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get the door animation skip. You'll kind of notice that if you open a door off screen, it skips the animation of opening the door pretty much. And so you don't have to wait for Mario, even Mario, to go in the door.
Yep.
It's a nice little like 2-second time save.
Yeah, it's cool. And the other pixel that we can use is Barry as well. That trick also works with Barry, but
really, I didn't know it was Barry.
Yeah, it's interesting because we normally, for any percent, we'll never get Barry, but we actually do technically have Barry here. It's pretty funny. This is Mr. L.
Looks like another character we know very well. He must be Waluigi. That's what I'm thinking.
I honestly don't really know. I don't know who this guy is. That's kind of confusing.
I've never seen him before.
I'm thinking he's Waluigi. I mean, he's wearing like darker colors, therefore must be Waluigi, right? Well, we'll never know. Because we will not be seeing him past, well, no, we won't be seeing him past this point. Oh, whoops.
Yeah, so
pretty much, the nice thing about having 300,000 points here is that we can actually do, oh, what the heck? Do a lot of damage. And with the speed up boost from the candy bar, we actually move really fast with Dash 2.
I never knew that you moved that fast. That was so terrifying. That was
no, I didn't know that either until it happened.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Anyhow, that's our chapter 4 boss done. We will be collecting the 5th pure heart. And Squirrel's pretty much like, hey, this is my mommy, and I have pure heart and stuff. So here you go.
Worth it to see the low zone, though. I think that's got to be one of my favorite areas in Super Paper Mario.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
I'm a sucker for gravity mechanics.
Mm-hmm. Like these ones are actually pretty cool too, and I think like not so much like the music just slaps. Ooh, I golded chapter 4. Look at that. So, for anyone curious, my gold sound is just a really funny clip of one of my friends did these things called Back in My Day rambles, and I thought it's saying back in my day there, like he says, it's like back in my day there was no hardcore gaming. I loved that, and I was like, you know, like I do some hardcore gaming, perhaps. 6
out of 10 mainboard records, by the way.
Perhaps, just a little bit.
It was a different time. It was a different time, to be fair, and it has stuck the test of time and has been my split sound for 5 years.
I do love that.
My gold split sound. And even now, even new people who kind of like just see my runs or whatever are always like, it's always like on like EB VODs. I always see someone comment, back in my day there was no hardcore game, and I'm like, yes. But yeah, that was just another intermission with our baddies. We'll not be seeing another one for the rest of the run. So now, with Peach, Bowser, and Mario, you're now done chapter 4, and Tippy's like, man, you know, Mario, it's nice to be back with you guys again and traveling and saving the world. And then Tippy's just like, oh, I'm dead. Which one of you flatfoots did it? Which one of you flatfoots stepped on my butterfly? Come Come on, guys.
Fess up,
Can you doing
Chad.
this?
I forgot that Tippy really just like keels over.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's this is pretty much the second portion I could think of this game where we have to do a little bit of gameplay without Tippy. In chapter 3, obviously Francis stole her, but this next portion we're actually going to be going to a new area that is not called Flipside, but rather Flopside. So we're going to be getting there in a very interesting way, as you can see. We're going to be doing some out-of-bounds shenanigans.
Oh, I missed!
Oh no!
What? Oh, that is a tragedy. Oh, that's too bad.
Scared me for a second because the respawn took a sec. This is like, oh no, are we falling forever now?
Yeah, the intended method here is just using Boomer at the end of this room, and then we have to use Fleep. But there is a way to just stay on the same out of bounds through all this.
Okay, no more messing around. No more messing around. Okay, I tried
Close enough.
and I failed.
Gabe
That was unfortunately like a.
really did not want to give that one to you. Super Paper Mario giveth and Super Paper Mario taketh away.
So, funny thing about
It has taken a lot this run.
for sure. The funny thing about that block puzzle there, you're intended to hit each block once in order, but you can actually hit the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th blocks, and that'll just complete the puzzle, save a little bit of time there.
But yeah, welcome to Flopside.
Yep.
And now you're going to get to meet all the Flipsidians' counterparts, most notably Nolrim, which is Merlin's counterpart.
Yeah, it's just Merlin spelled backwards.
And we will
nice.
get to feed this guy the meatball.
My favorite.
His name is Wilderberg. So he's just going to create a pipe between Flipside and Flopside, which will make traveling between the two very, very easy. And it's a lot faster as well. And you will not be seeing me fall into that pit 3 times again.
Yeah, we will. It is actually important. I know we're not beating the whole game, but it's pretty important that we get that pipe because it's going to save a good amount of time for the final pixel that we get.
We will be traveling back and forth 2 or 3 times. A sip of water before we head to chapter 5.
But you said we have just one more pixel in the category?
We have 3 more.
Three
We
more?
have 3.
3 more.
Ignore me entirely.
We got a couple more, but this chapter 5, we won't be completing all of chapter 5. We'll be going most of the way through it, and then afterwards we'll get 2 pixels there, and then there's a whole side quest that we'll have to do, and that'll be our final pixel.
So there is actually something a little fun about chapter 5, and it is perhaps the most entertaining thing in this game from watching someone else do it, at least. So this chapter, we are going to have a plethora of codes that we need to handle. Lucky for us, this won't be too much of a problem because it's all written down. I have all the codes in my, or I have one of the codes in my head at least. I'll see if I can remember the second one. But yeah, we start with classic in the sky. Mario falls. He doesn't actually fall that far. Then these guys are like, dude just fell from the sky. So these guys are pretty much like, I think they're called Kraganons. Or Kragians or something. But pretty much, they're in a war against the Floro Sprouts. Because these guys are kind of like how like humans were in the industrial age, where we were just consistently contaminating anything and everything in sight.
Yeah, so
that's kind of like the whole story of this.
The Floro Sapiens are pretty much mad with these guys because they're dumping all their trash in the river, so it's getting to their Floro Sapien cavern. So that's the whole conflict going on here.
I do really enjoy the fact that these guys are kind of like their names are puns based off of early human life. Like we'll see a possessed version of the Kragnons called Floro-Kragians instead of or Homo sapiens, which I think is really funny. So now we're just gonna be in like a chase with these guys, game of cat and mouse, pretty much. Or I'm the cat, and I guess they're the mice. So we'll come up with the first code. Middle, right, left? Oh, I can't believe I forgot the code, man. Oh, that's too bad. No, I remember the next one. So the next code is middle, right, left, middle, right, left, right, middle, right, left, middle, left, right, left, middle.
That took a step up in difficulty.
Yeah, very easy to remember. And it's so long, in fact, that we're actually going to opt to just click through the wall, because that's how long it takes to input the code.
So just like that, just run through the wall, no middle, right, left, right, middle, blah, 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 needed. So entering 5-2 here, we'll be seeing our next pixel at the end of the level. So the one downside to not playing English for this marathon is that I unfortunately can't make Cudge say anything particularly funny or interesting. Yeah, in order to hit the code, you have to say please, a lot of times.
There is a guy in the first room of that level. So you have to exit the first room and then go back, find him, and you have to type out the word please like so many times. And then he literally tells you to get a pen and paper so you can write what I'm about to tell you down, and he tells you the whole long code. This game is it's something.
It is like just the most pain-inducing game ever, while still being so nostalgic.
And just so funny consistently.
So in this level, we're just gonna be guarding stone tablets, which will awaken Cudge. But for now, we have some stuff we need to get done first. Besides just finding the tablets, or just obtaining them rather, we actually have to find them. Lucky for you guys, I know where to find them. So we have the water and the fire tablet. The next one is the stone tablet. But there's gonna be a bit of an obstacle standing in our way. Good.
Just a
And it's not much of an obstacle, to be fair, but worth mentioning. We will be seeing a second encounter of everyone's favorite Irish/Scottish villain. It's your boy, the chunkiest of chunkers, O-Chunks. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing O-Cabbage this run, but...
yeah. O-Chunks has 2 Chapter 5 fights, one here, and then after that, Dementio makes him, or turns him into O-Cabbage, I guess, gives him the Floral Sprout, and he is, like, super fast in that fight.
And he talks about vegetables. Cabbage, asparagus, lettuce. I did not switch to Bowser. Okay, this is fine.
There we go.
So usually that's fight with Bowser, but I just chose not to switch.
Still seemed excruciatingly long, truly.
Well, Bowser probably would have like 3-shot him.
Yeah.
But I just want to see if I can do this trick.
Yeah, there's a really, there's an interesting trick. It's kind of weird, but we can actually get the stone tablet to spawn a little earlier than intended. Unfortunately, didn't get it there, but you're normally meant to do that. Just run a circle around this Yoshi statue. But there's some really odd movement where you can actually get that to trigger without having to move all the way around. So it's interesting. So we've got all of the stone tablets going to climb all the way to the sky, like really high up here. And just by putting all of the tablets into these little pillars up here, we're going to get our next pixel.
I mentioned we'll be seeing Kudge. And here he is, the Hammer Pixel. They're just gonna make him say, ah. So it has to be between 4 and 7 characters on Japanese, and it has to be all 8 on English, fun fact.
Wait, like you have to fill the text box?
So only on the English version you have to fill the text box.
That's
For some
bizarre.
reason, yeah, for some reason, if you input the same character here, like, you have to do it 4 through 7 times. If you do all 8 of the same character, Kudge will ask you to to put it in again just for the Japanese version.
That's such a strange language difference.
Yeah.
It's definitely one of those quirks. So we're going to be introduced to a fan favorite Super Paper Mario character in this level. And I know there was mention of his catchphrase earlier in the chat. So why don't I give you guys the catchphrase? Craggly Ho!
I do recall a Craggly Ho or two, yeah.
Cragley, yep, this is everybody's favorite Flint Cragley. We have to, the whole story around 5-3 this level, we have to pretty much get his camera crew back together. He's trying to do like a news report down here. But we have to go find his 2 cameramen and try to get the key to that door there.
I'm trying to think. I think it's like Monta something and Hortzingaro. I don't know.
I actually don't remember.
Or I think it's like Hortzingaro. That's what it is. So yeah, fast forward plus dash roll here, especially not in space. You just zoom.
Very fast.
Oh, wow.
So, we did mention this earlier, Oh, actually, never mind. I forgot, Castle. It's actually faster to just run across this with Dashel instead of taking the minecart ride there. But I'm so used to any percent where we do actually take the minecart ride, and that's like the longest singular cutscene in the run, where we don't have to press anything.
That looked like what, like 6 loop-de-loops right away? Who built this?
Yeah.
Who built this track?
It's crazy.
It's very evident there is mining operations down here. Maybe Flint Craigley just needed something interesting for a show. I guess another thing here is we're doing a trick called a fleet pledge cancel.
Yeah.
So you can interact with anything that you can press up with across the room. You can pretty much interact with using a fleet pledge cancel, where you just use fleet on a ledge, and it kind of like awkwardly positions Mario when he goes back from 3D.
It's that
There's like
trick.
a brief moment where he's standing.
Those tricks, those fleet ledge cancels, are like some of the visually, like the coolest looking tricks in this game. Just seeing kind of like a diorama angle. So we're, like Castle mentioned, we're interacting with objects or enemies that are across the room. It's during our transition from 3D back to 2D. So it just gives some really cool effects there.
We got stuck on all these. Holy. Got stuck a lot.
Chat adding to the nostalgia mix, pointing out roller coaster tycoon coded minecart. I agree, and it's beautiful.
Very wonderful message from my good buddy John T55 in the chat.
I love seeing speedrunners support each other.
To be fair, John's a tasser, but
Well then in that case.
this guy is the mastermind behind the upcoming Super Paper Mario task. Actually,
Oh, like there's a new one in development? I love that.
Yep.
it's kind of been in development. Him and so John and Sacred Ghost have kind of been working on that. There we go. And it is in development, but I think we're currently in like chapter 5 or chapter 6. Yeah, but there is a task of this game, but it's really old, from like 7-8 years ago or something.
I have to ask the flex question. Is your world record faster than the decade-old pastime?
Unfortunately, no. The task at the time was like 40 minutes faster than the record. But there's a lot of reasons for this, and well, obviously, perfect movement is one of them. But there's a lot of time you save based off RNG manipulations, where we take extra time to go out of way to get specific items. The task just manipulates them in.
That makes sense.
And there's still like a handful of task-only things that we do now that were available when you could do when the task was made, but it was just not worth it at the time to go for them. And it's mostly new methods of doing like all that stuff now. Like carry skip used to with doubly jumps over those spikes, but now we use a gold bar clip. There's tons of things like the original water switch skip method with life shroom jump. But yeah, there's lots of perfect loads. I think is probably the biggest reason.
There's variants on the loads. I know you talked about like door animation skips and that sort of thing.
Yeah. That's the thing. It's like it's just small stuff like that where it's just like every load is like frame perfect and not like. Well, obviously, I'm playing on disc right now, so I actually have lost a lot more time to load than I thought I would. We're gonna be I'd say like pretty much within like a minute of estimate.
skip another minecart.
Yeah, we can skip this whole next. Yeah, just hold dash. You can actually do it with carry too. It's just slightly different. I almost just skipped all 3 loop-de-loops.
Here we go.
It's actually unfortunate because we are going to 5-4, but we unfortunately will not be doing either 2 tricks that have changed 5-4 from a 10-minute level, or maybe not a 10-minute level, but
It's
a
like
really long level into a minute, or like a level that's only 4.5 minutes.
yeah, it was like it pretty much cut out 5 minutes.
Wow.
Somewhere around there, which was that was a part of the whole gold bar clip find back in 2021. It was a really crazy moment. So, but there is the trick we're referring to is scanner skip, where you're intended to do a lot of different things to get the floral sprout to be able to go through the scanner at the end of this room. However, there is a couple different variations of clipping out of bounds and being able to either get through the scanner or just open the door that's across from the scanner early. So we're able to do that in any percent, save a good amount of time. But thankfully, we won't be seeing that.
Oh.
We will see a corner clip, which was really cool there. So that you can just clip through corners in this game if you're holding 2 and you time it at the right angle. The whole purpose of us going into 5-4 for all pixels is just to get Dottie, which is relatively early on in this sequence, so there's just a couple rooms away.
Probably was faster to switch back, but that's fine. So now, after all that, I think you guys kind of understand the idea that there is a lot of backtracking in this game. Ouch. More backtracking. But now we are back to over here where we already see Dottie with this dude. And so Dottie's just going to shrink him down and he's going to run away. And I don't believe there's any more mention of this character for the entire rest of the game, even in the post-game. So theoretically, this guy's just shrunken down the world somewhere.
He's just gone.
Oh,
He's somewhere around here.
unfortunate. I guess don't let it be you.
Just goes through the door, never to be seen again.
Now, fortunately for us, we don't need to stay here, so we're just going to return pipe. And now we will be heading to go get our last Pixel Piccolo. I will mention that time ends on when that little, what's it called? When you get the little animation that's like, kind of plays.
The pixel.
But I will say when timing ends.
Yeah, so
We will be seeing the use of that blue pipe really fast here.
This is definitely the most important use for all pixels. Is just like all pixels, no Tiptron, at least just being able to go back and forth, because there are a ton of different people that we need to talk to, and Merle being one of them. So we're gonna start a side quest where Merle is missing her crystal ball, so we have to go talk to her flip side counterpart. I'm blanking on the name. Merlovely, that's right, thank you.
And you remember how I said we're going back to Chapter 1? We are going all the way back to Chapter 1, all through Chapter 1. So Merlovely's gonna be like, hey, I'll give you the crystal ball if you give me this. So now we're gonna return pipe, and we gotta head back to 1-1.
Yeah, so we have to talk to, after talking to Merlovely, we gotta go talk to Vestovius, That was the guy that we got the 3D flippability from in 1-1. So that's where we're off to next.
Just while we're doing this quick run around, and there's not really too much that happens for the rest of the run, I just want to thank JCR for commentating with me today. It's been a good time. And I want to thank GDQ for having us here. It's been a blast, and we really appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you all so much. I appreciate it. It's always such a pleasure to showcase Super Paper Mario on this stream.
I have to say, your energy is absolutely infectious, and just judging by the number of what I gather are Super Paper Mario super fans and runners as well here to show support. I am very excited for the future of this community and for your world record sweep as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll do it for you guys.
Castle's going on a grind.
I won't promise anything, but I'll. It's kind of on the back burner, and it's kind of a side project while I have other things in mind. But come summer, I can promise you guys there's going to be some awesome stuff going on. I guess kind of a small plug, I guess, but well, I'm sure JCR will be running another Pit Percent tournament.
Yep, coming up this summer.
If you are a runner that's new to this game, or you want to try this game out, it's a great time. It should be pretty easy to find the Discord link. Give our Discord link on speedrun.com, speedrun.com/SPM. Oh, hold on. Yeah, game audio disappeared. Well, I can fix that. That's my fault. Oh, crap. This is not. Hold on. We have a small tech issue here. Hold on. Are you guys able to switch from this really quickly?
I think we may just keep on going and push through to the end of the run.
Okay,
we're almost there.
We could finish it without.
Okay, I'll
That's
just.
all good.
Just
Okay.
making the estimate spicy.
Yeah, we're almost towards the end. We are talking to Watch It here in 1-2, and there's one more person we got to go talk to after this. But as you'll see, not only do we have to talk to them once, we do have to go back in reverse order and give everybody their respective items that they've been wanting or asking for.
So our next stop is 1-4. We have to go talk to Merlumia again. It's just going to be running through level. We'll see one more Flea Bledge cancel. But it's just a lot more running around.
Yeah, thankfully we only have to run through this level once, which is nice. We just have to run to the very end.
I do apologize for the audio thing. My capture card just does that sometimes. It might just be time for a replacement.
True, they could. I think they can hear your audio through your mic as well, so that's good.
Every so often.
So this is the FLC. This is specific to this category, I believe.
It's like any category where you have to get Piccolo, you do this.
Yeah.
This also applies to 100% and just regular all pixels. I could make the sound effects for you guys
Quick
or the music.
Super Paper Mario acapella.
This is, it's so funny. So for every anniversary of Super Paper Mario in April, on April 9th, or around that time, we run anniversary races on the SPM community channel. And this last any percent one that we did, someone didn't have game audio, so Ghost and
That was tackle.
Ghost and I were actively pulling up, like on YouTube, all of the backing tracks and just playing them at the right times for Chapter 8.
Incredible. That's
so
game
funny.
knowledge right there. Let it never be said that speedrunners don't know about the games they play. That's dedication.
It was so good.
All right, so right here, we actually hit the star block instead of return typing. It's just slightly faster. I will take this opportunity to save the game. Not that I think anything bad's going to happen, but it is good to keep up on that. So I have to go back to 1-2 and run all the way back to Yoletown to my goat, Watch It's house. Old man, watch it. I should have gotten the watch it card in the boomer room when I had to miss boomer scene.
So I guess in the denouement, I'll ask a question that I ask of all the runners I have on, which is, how did you get into speedrunning this game in the first place?
So the way I got into speedrunning this, and I'm sure this is probably pretty similar for JCR, is I had seen the world record from a runner. I will not say the name for a few reasons, but it was one runner and another guy named Dead that I watched a lot back in the day. And I was like, you know what? I like Super Paper Mario. Why don't I try it? And funnily enough, when I first ran this game, I'm like, man, I'll get world record on my first run. And this was like before I knew anything about speedrunning. And I was humbled pretty quickly, but that led to so much more, as you can tell. 6 world records. I speedrun a ton of games now. Yeah, that's just the beginning, and I'd love to tell my full speedrun story, like a video or something sometime. I think it'd be awesome.
I do love how people find the games they find.
Yeah, I started pretty early on around the same time. I did watch I'm Dead, Mirai back in the day, but truthfully, I started to learn the game a little bit, and then I stopped. But what got me back into it was I saw a any percent video guide by NM Flash. It was a really old guide, but watching that made me pick up the game again. And yeah, it's just been history from there. It's been so many years now. So sort of, I actually produced an updated any percent video guide on YouTube now. So we have an updated version featuring almost every top level trick and tutorials for everything. So that's really cool.
Do love that. Big fan of speedrun resources.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and I have to say that's something I really enjoy about SPM is I've seen games with resources, I've seen games without resources, and or at least in my experience, the other games I've speedrun, like besides Mario 64, don't exactly have as rich of resources as SPM has. So I have made it a point to try and keep the tutorial out there for the newest version of any given trick, even if it's like not exactly the best explained or anything.
All right. So we have given Merle the crystal ball after all of this, and our reward is just a key, but this key is unique in particular. We're going to go downstairs here, and there's a locked door in Flopside, which we can now open, and that is the room where we can get Piccolo.
So we're just about there. I think we're gonna just barely beat the estimate by just a few seconds. we're like right on the dot pretty much here.
Piccolo.
And time 3:04:57.
GG.
GG's.
Incredible run. All of the tricks successful or successful on the later attempts. Hysterical. Your commentary was wonderful. Please tell the people where they can find you on the internet and what you're up to right now.
All right, so I'll just do another short introduction. I'm Castle SR. My current goal right now is a sub 20-hour Super Mario 602 time, with SPM being kind of on my side burner. But I am looking forward to exploring, more speedruns. I'd love to do another show with GDQ again. I think it was a great time. Yeah, so if you want to know where to find me, twitch.tv/CastleSR_. I have a Discord server as well. You can find that in my chat. And you can probably find me on Blue Sky and Twitter by just searching Castle SRRR, because I like it more than the underscore.
Huge shoutouts. For me, I'm JCR. I don't really stream too much on Twitch, but you could find me. I run the SPM community channels on Twitch and YouTube. You could find me more active there. And yeah, thank you guys so much once again for this opportunity. This was a lot of fun.
Of course, you both absolutely crushed it. Congratulations. And chat, that was just run 1 of our day. We are going to take a quick break. And when we come back, our super showcase is going to continue with a little game you may have heard of from one Supergiant Studios called Hades. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Make Your Own Victory, the Hotfix show where we attempt to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. I'm Quacksilver, my co-host has joined us, and we are in the middle of our super showcase. We are going to be seeing some Supergiant gaming in just a moment. But first I want to let everyone know that if you're looking to get more involved with the GDQ community, we have an official Discord. Join the official GDQ Discord and add the Hotfix role that will let you stay in the loop on upcoming events, chat with staff, and more. Use !Discord in Twitch chat for an invite and more information. I think it's time that we turn up the heat just a little bit. And I am so excited to welcome to the stage, running Hades All Weapons, Mystic.
Hello. My name is Mystic. I've been running Hades for a few years. I'm joined by my co-commentators, Seagull.
Hello.
Nevik.
Hi.
And Aki. So the point of the run is to complete all weapons in the game in order, and to defeat your dad in each one of them. And then after the last weapon is done, the 6th weapon, that's when the run ends.
Yeah, unfortunately, when we were creating the category, the name Six Dads was shut down. But I think we're ready to get started then.
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
All right.
Yeah. All right. So we'll begin in 3,
Good luck.
2, 1.
Good luck. All right, so to start things off, for anyone unfamiliar with the game Hades, you play as Zagreus, the son of Hades, god of the dead in Greek mythology. You're battling your way out of the underworld to try and escape, and it's a roguelike. You kind of start from a roguelite, I guess, because you've got a lot of meta progression. You start from basically 0 at the beginning of each run. You clear out these chambers filled with enemies. You get a reward that makes your build a little better at the end of each chamber, and then you move forward.
Yeah, so starting off, Mystic starting with the sword, and he started off by picking up one boon, which is that blue dash that started erupting around Zagreus. That does damage whenever he dashes. And we just picked up another one from a kind of a special god named Chaos. One of the big things about Chaos that we really like as speedrunners is it counts as essentially a combat chamber, but you don't have to kill anything. So it's way faster than a typical encounter where you need to like fight a bunch of enemies, wait for more to spawn in, and keep fighting them.
Similarly, there are also NPC encounters like this one with Sisyphus and everyone's favorite Boldy that give you a small reward while allowing you to move through the chamber there.
Not gifting Baldy. Thatch.
Yeah. So you can, for anyone that doesn't know, once your relationship with Boldy advances enough, you can gift him a little drink of nectar every time you run through, and he actually does give you a little boon. But it's not real-time optimal. The in-game timer is paused during those rooms, but the real timer is not. So we don't always tend to do that in the real-time runs.
Yeah, we still need to figure out a way to pause real time while we're making decisions and things, but hasn't worked so far.
A good use
working on it.
of advanced time travel like a chronomancy technology would be for gifting Boldy optimally.
Oh, absolutely.
So the first thing
I will say that it's nice. It's like one of the most favorite things to me about Hades is that you can always, try to get a better run in game time, or you can try to get a better run in real time. So that to me is very significant with like the make your own victory theme. Like you can decide what kind of run you want to do. Mm-hmm. On the fly, essentially.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of build components, we just picked up two that are very important to speedrunning, or rather we kind of didn't pick up on the second one. But the first one is the hammer. Hammers kind of are similar to boons in that they improve your build, but they typically also will change how the weapon plays fairly significantly. So for sword, there's pretty much one hammer that's better than the rest called double edge, which basically means when you dash strike, which is what Mystic's doing a bunch here, just dashing and then attacking, it hits twice, which pretty much doubles your damage output.
And deals more damage. Don't forget that.
And we're coming in here to the boss, the first biome. We may be seeing this one multiple times. You can fight one of the three Fury Sisters. This is Megara, the one that you start out with, kind of in each fight. You may notice the other sisters are here to help. That's because we do have some heat settings on here. Heat is the game's way. Once you've beaten it once, you can increase the difficulty in various ways. We have 15 heat for all weapons. This is not just for fun. This is actually optimal. The conditions we run are tight deadline, which is the timer. Basically means we need to complete the whole run within 20 minutes of in-game time. We're speed running, won't be a problem. There's extreme measures, which turns the boss fights more difficult. That's why multiple of the Fury Sisters were there at once. That's done entirely for the boss of Asphodel, the biome we're in now, and so we'll see that a little later as to why that's better. And also the reason we run tight deadline is that the survival rooms, I think.
Yeah, that's
the survival rooms are. Yeah.
So there's a room in Tartarus that just makes you survive for 40 seconds before it lets you out. It's essentially an auto scroller, right? 45 seconds. Yeah. And so it's you don't want to get that, but having tight deadline on effectively turns that off. And then those two together form. That's 6 heat for the tight deadline, 3 heat for the extreme measures, and then the remaining 6 come from forced overtime. That's what makes the enemies spawn faster and move faster. When the name of the game is speed, it's a little more dangerous, but you can kind of work around it. And so that's the final 6 heat, bringing us to 15.
Mm-hmm. We're moving into another shop. You've probably noticed the first one and the second one, but there are 2 types of shops in Hades, basically. There's the end shop, so-called because it's at the end of the biome, and then there's also a shop in the middle of the biome most of the time. And again, that's just another quick encounter that you can have.
The end shops are guaranteed, but the mid shops are always nice.
Yeah.
So the reason that Tidal Dash, which is a boon, I think that a lot of people that both casual and hardcore players alike enjoy, is it's a lot of damage that pops out with your dash. And the play style we've got here for the sword is entirely focused around the dash strike. The sword has a little 4-hit combo that ends up being inferior to just kind of throwing and thrusting your dash strike out everywhere. It's also why the double edge hammer is so powerful, because the dash strike is already a really good part of the kit. And
that was a difficult choice.
Yeah, so we had a bevy of options there, choosing between two skip rooms.
What are you going to pick here? You're going to gamble or you're going to take Poms? Okay, so you're taking Poms there, yeah.
Yeah, so I think Poms makes sense given the dash level because, yeah. Oh. yeah, I guess we haven't explained what a palm is. So a palm of power, usually you just see like a pomegranate that you pick up from the ground. 5-second rule, I think, applies here. But they just kind of level up your boons, so it makes our dash do more damage. It makes some of the other boons slightly more. The big thing that we're trying to level up here is the dash.
Yeah, that's big damage. So this is the boss of the second arena. This is Lerny, the Lernian Bone Hydra. So the way that this arena has changed is it's all broken up, and all the extra heads that spawn are much closer together, which makes you'll see Mystic's able to just kind of skillfully move between them very quickly, sometimes taking out multiple in one set of dashes. It's completely impossible in the other arena. And it probably speeds this fight up by probably 10 to 20 seconds, if I had to guess, maybe more.
Range.
It's such a difference.
More.
You have to spend so long, like, just traversing, because the room size is about the same. It's just that, like, the heads spawn on the very outside versus sticking around in the middle of the islands.
I think it's actually a little bit smaller, because, like,
maybe.
I'm trying to think about when I last
smaller.
did Fresh File.
It doesn't fit all on the same. It doesn't fit all on the screen in the regular.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's much nicer, because technically it does slow down the Furies fights. Because while the additional attacks, you don't have to kill the additional sisters that are there, but it does give them a small. I think it's probably only like 10 to 15% health boost. The primary one, but it does that does still technically slow it down, but it's almost never worth.
Overall, it's just such a time save.
Yeah, we're now in the third biome of the game, which is Elysium. There are a bunch of like fallen heroes, which is about the theming, but that means that there are also a bunch of enemies that are somewhat lightweight. So you actually probably noticed Mystic blitzing through a lot of the encounters earlier in the game. Some of that is just he's got a pretty good build online, but some of that is also some of those enemies were easier to kill quickly. And now the first couple of Elysium encounters, you might have noticed he's having to go around chasing down these little exploding cart things. In the unarmored forms, they're pretty rough to deal with, but he's making pretty quick work of them regardless.
And you'll notice he just passed up a hammer for a coin reward. There's two reasons for that. One of which is coin is much faster to pick up. You don't have to enter a menu and select a reward. And when we're talking about real time, that's faster, right? The other reason is that for a lot of weapons, you still want the second hammer because it's good, because you want more upgrades. Sword, you really just want the double edge. There's nothing that really increases your damage such an incredible amount that it's worth risking getting a bad screen, because you can get some upgrades that kind of mess with your flow a little bit.
I mean, Piercing Wave is actually quite useful, though, in Sticks. I'm just going to say.
I would say it's not.
That's
worth,
one out of so
I would say
many.
it's not worth risking the flurry cursed chop. Line or dash
I
nova.
absolutely agree.
I mean, the other thing is also, like, it does take a not insignificant amount of time, like Seagull mentioned initially, and, that's one of the nice things, actually, about running specifically real-time categories in Hades, for me, is that it really changes the decision-making, not just on, like, you're having to make the decisions faster, which, obviously, Mystic is spending not very much time thinking about the build, and that's hard to do. But, you're also having to think about, well, does the amount of time it would take to pick this boon up actually mean that making the build better is worth it? And a lot of the time it is, but when it comes to those hammers, it might not be.
This also applies to some decision making, even within boon menus. For example, in this run, you generally get up to 2 boons from Hermes in a given run. Sometimes you can get 3, but it's usually 2. And Hermes, being the god of the messenger god, he likes to move around very quickly. He talks fast. It's very fitting that his boons are very powerful for speedrunning as well. But there's generally a subset that we want from it. There's hyper sprint and rush delivery, which is a common combination of 2 boons. But in our case, we've just gotten a plus dashes, and so in that case, like Mystic could just kind of blitz through the second Hermes boon and could just not even think about what he took, right? Because at that point, you can't get a second boon that helps.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is also on plus dashes, because so much of our damage is coming from the dash strike, you're not actually really making much of a concession there as well. There are other aspects and other weapons that's more of a consideration on, but when Sword, when you're just spamming dash strikes all over the place, it's pretty even.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're just kind of shredding the heroes here a little bit. Asterius is getting some swings in, but there, nice. through Elysium for the first time.
Yeah,
One thing we could talk about. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, you go.
I was gonna say if you're seeing kind of like these interesting little chibi icons in the top right, you kind of want to explain what those are. I think it plays into the make your own victory bit a bit as well.
Yeah.
These are so Mystic is running with some mods on the game. This is specifically the speedrunning mod pack. Hades, like any roguelike, has a lot of RNG in it from run to run, a lot of random elements. And some of those, especially after a few years of everyone running the game, were determined to be a little uncompetitive, a little like you just kind of do the run, you reset it till you get a good start, or you run it until the end sticks here. This is one example. This biome, we go through a series of tunnels to find the Seder sack to give Cerberus a snack. But you can go through anywhere from 2 to 5 tunnels, and that's completely random. And so that's you get all the way to the end of a run, or have to do 6 runs in a row, and then you're just beholden to this RNG. This mod pack, both for competitiveness on the leaderboards and also for real-time racing, controls for some of that, and the icons in the corner kind of just indicate what the present settings are, and that's to make sure that everyone's running on the same rule set. And everything. It's a really, really cool thing that I'm biased a little bit because I've contributed to the code for it, but it's a cool thing that the community has come together and contributes to, decides on settings for, and has really kind of forged our own group, entire group of categories. It's basically like a subcategory of everything on the Hades board. You can choose to run with mods or in vanilla.
Yeah, and I think it's also important to
into
note.
the show any better myself. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's also I think, important to note with the mod pack that it's like we're not trying to remove all the RNG, because that obviously, the huge amount of build variation is one of the things that makes Hades incredibly rewarding and fun to play. No 2 runs are anywhere near the same, but what it turns into is, especially for sticks here, it's a coin flip whether you get like the fastest 2 tunnels or you end up in longer, and that loses at least a minute, and that just isn't really fun for anyone, and it just makes running the game a lot more draining than it is. So it just is good for the community longevity as well.
Yeah. Another thing you may or may not notice, because it's random whether this appears or not, is we won't be getting any visits from Zagreus' lovely boyfriend, or not, depending on what choices you made in your save file, Thanatos. Because his encounters are random and are incredibly slow from a real-time perspective, while they do pause the timer in game time. But here we're coming to the end of this run.
Yep. Void stones.
Yeah, we're taking a little bit of damage here, but we've got all of our death defiances.
We almost have 300 health. I think we're pretty safe.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the advantages for trying to avoid some of the menus too, is you do end up with a little bit more health as well. These are pretty rough.
The summons are very rude.
Yeah.
So to explain what's happening there are the crystal enemies that Mystic had to get distracted to deal with, make whoever they bless with their like kind of glowing thing invulnerable, which means that you can't kill Dad, because usually what you would do, especially with this much health and a fairly solid build, is you could just focus on Dad. And
yeah, unfortunately, my build is not very solid.
One risk of the sword is that we're coming down to the wire here.
Yeah.
One risk of the sword is that you got to get up close and personal, and so you're taking hits. And so you can end up losing time there. But as soon as you'll notice that as soon as Mystic was like, I have to play safe, that the hits kind of stop coming. All of these pots are kind of
Oh, that's spooky.
That's okay.
Do you want to just move on to the next weapon?
I think so.
Yeah. We'll continue
on to the next weapon. We were close to the end there. It's unfortunate, though. It's one of the realities of the multi-weapon runs. It's also why you want to kind of start with these more dangerous runs, so that you don't have to get through 5 runs and then kind of get beefed in the end.
Yeah, I mean,
which is why
unfortunately I was just lacking a lot of damage in my build there.
Yeah.
So
then
I was really hoping to find Zeus Call, but I rolled and did not find it. So.
Where did you look for Zeus Call?
It was in Styx.
Was it?
And before Styx.
couple of Zeus's. Yeah.
Okay, and Asphodel. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, so we're moving on to the fists next. The fists are probably one of the more underpowered weapon aspects. They end up, in my opinion, they end up having to rely a lot on the Merciful End build, which is a popular choice where you end up you have this damage over time or delayed damage doom on the attack, and then a duo with Athena is to basically make that disappearance, or sorry, that delayed damage go away entirely, so it's instant damage. And we're taking on some more dangerous stuff here.
Ooh.
Yeah, took a risky chaos there, and there weren't many good options.
I was gonna say one good thing about having Athena in the build is that she provides a lot of deflect. So it ends up as long as you get the build going, which here we are.
Very nice.
We don't have to worry as much about the safety, even though this is a melee weapon. When the build is going, it's probably one of the safer ones.
Yeah, I mean,
Absolutely. And it's
Very poorly timed enemies as well. Armored witches
are rough with.
sneak a lot of damage in there.
okay. Let's see if we can get the duo boon, which will make this build a lot more dangerous.
Another reason that there we go. Merciful End, nice and early. So at this point, like while we have the duo, the build isn't yet complete because basically the damage rotation that Mystic has to go through is attack then special in order to clear the debuff and do a bunch of damage. And that's all well and good, except the MO of most Hades weapons is dash strikes, right? You want to be dashing. Dash strikes are usually fast, they're powerful, and so we want the Athena's dash because you need to apply the deflect status in order to trigger the thing faster, and then you can start to double your proc speed on the dooms.
Yeah, I mean, especially
Exactly. And we were told.
you've probably noticed the specials are those big standing ones that take a fair amount of time to complete too. So it's just a fairly long animation in addition to being able to proc it much faster with the dashes.
Yeah, and another difference that we see between in-game timer and real-time runs is in an in-game run, you probably would have considered that trial that you had there just to get like your dash and your impending doom, just some extra boons that really help pull the whole build together. Oh, plus 3 dashes, that's really nice.
Hermes is very kind.
Indeed.
Yeah, so
and that hits.
This is an example of how Mystic is kind of building for the future here and why getting that dash is really important. The Hermes boon he picked up gives him plus 3 dashes, so he can dash 5 times in a row. Unfortunately, that doesn't, when we get the Divine Dash from Athena, that'll allow us to proc the Doom 5 times in short succession. Now it doesn't actually really help us that much because we still have to just do the single dash into the uppercut, by which point the cooldown is already basically expired.
Still a very solid Furious, though, even without the.
Yeah, to be clear,
dash,
having generally especially in the real time runs when you're not resetting for really really good RNG, having this much of the build together this early is very valuable. Like how we will.
It's very phenomenal.
Yeah.
The screen Mystic was just in is the keepsake screen. You can take by giving gifts to your friends and helpers along the way. You can get little keepsakes from them that give you different abilities. We've taken Athena's, which, as you can see right here, guarantees the next boon to show up will be from Athena, unless Hermes butts his way in first. But this is going to be pretty likely to give us the
Don't
dash.
curse it.
Don't curse, no.
It's too late. I've already said it.
Oh boy.
But I don't know the odds off the top of my head, but they're pretty good.
Yeah.
They're solid.
It should be fine. Yeah, we're good. We're
Just get the
good.
bits. Just get the bits.
Everything's fine. Yeah. And so now we have kind
We
of
even have words for that, by the way. Like in the community, we've developed certain lingo. For instance, one of the reasons why the mod pack has the start that it does with giving you all 4 cores is because of Vareem, the current world record holder for any heat, not getting his core boon when he was running at GDQ many years ago.
Oh, that was so long
it was
ago.
the very first run of Hades after release at GDQ. Rolled out first boon, 1 in 64 chance, roll it 3 times, didn't get the one he wanted, still did an excellent job improvising on the fly, but it became known as getting Vareemed
Yeah.
after that. And,
That is actually
yeah, that
how
was-
I got into Hades speedrunning as a viewer, was someone in the Death's Door community explaining to me getting Vareemed, and I was like, yeah, that sounds funny, I'm in.
Oh, that's right. He did those speedruns too.
Yeah, that's how
He was
that
sick.
Vareem run was how I got into running Hades as well, actually. So
Yeah, it was definitely a big exposure for a lot of people. Yeah. It was
I'd
definitely
say
one of
like
my
the main.
yeah, it was one of my first big experiences, at least with the community. I was already running, but there was like the Discord had like a big voice chat of like everyone reacting to it as it was happening. And that was so much fun, and really got me sticking around.
Yeah, I remember we did the same for when you and Tonis had your little race.
that was pretty hype.
That's how I started running, actually. Let's do that run.
Now you're here. Full cycle.
Yeah. So again, it doesn't really matter
yeah.
what we get from Hermes here. Just
Swift
randomly
special.
pick something.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
Big
take
gains.
something.
Zyru swears by
I'm
Swift
looking
special.
for more HP and another Aries boon.
Let's see.
now.
Neither.
More palms.
Hey, it hit
But
the,
it did
hit
hit
the
the. Yeah.
So we mentioned earlier that on the sword build, we're really just looking to palm the dash. Similarly, on Merciful End, almost all your damage is coming from Dooms, so we're trying to get the Doom up to level 5 or so, which is very good. And then on another build note, we're really looking for another Ares boon that will make Doom deal quite a bit more damage. So that's why Mystic is looking for another Ares.
Yeah, that's the impending Doom I was talking about earlier, which essentially makes it so that your Doom procs, they deal way more damage, but they proc slower. Of course, with Merciful End, this doesn't matter because we proc it instantly anyway.
Yeah.
Like the Doom is impending, but it's also very much right there. I'm sure there's some kind of psychological
metaphor for
metaphor
something,
in there,
right? Yeah.
but I don't know exactly. We've only been playing this game for 4.5 years. We haven't come up with it quite yet.
Yeah, we're working on it. Impending but imminent.
Yeah, so
More
the
time.
keepsakes, the keepsakes in the first couple biomes, you're usually using those to get your build together, get gods that you want. The one that Mystic took now is one that a lot of people will take as once their build is done. This is the one you get from Hades after completing the game, and it gives you a call boon. This is something where you can get bonuses from the various gods. And the Hades call, you can see it charging up in the bottom left. Once it hits a charge, it basically gives you a short burst of move speed and huge damage for a couple of seconds, and that's incredibly valuable, but not always as valuable as getting the boons that you want. So it's usually something that you put on after all else is done and you don't have anything else needed. Generally, your end game is either going to be something like that, or if you're worried about dying, you'll pick up a defensive keepsake like the Acorn, which prevents you from getting hit in bosses, or the Lucky Tooth, which gives you an extra death defiance.
Absolutely.
Moving through Elysium, also I'd like to highlight some of the ways that Mystic is dealing with the enemies of the run. So we've seen a couple of different encounters with these spearmen here, and one of the really nice things about spearmen is they have a fairly aggressive AI, so if you path correctly, you can actually group the enemies pretty well, and Mystic has done a really good job of getting it so they're on top of each other, so each of those Doom procs is actually hitting 2 to 3 different enemies at once as well.
And that's also, and positioning enemies in addition to being able to clear them out quickly, that's also valuable for clearing out future waves quickly, because the way that enemy spawning works in this game is every encounter has between 1 and 3 waves, although only the first biome, Tartarus, can have 1 wave of enemies, and when the enemies are spawning in from the next wave, they have to spawn within a certain distance of Zagreus. They can't be too far away. They also can't be too close. And you can pick that basically where they'll spawn based on where you go. Because if you're in the middle of a room that there's a big circle where they'll be able to spawn in all directions, it's going to take a long time to clean all that up. But if you're stuck away in a corner or where there's a bunch of non-spawnable terrain like lava in Asphodel, you can kind of control where enemies will spawn. And that is something that can really help speed things up. It's known as spawn manipulation or spawn maniping.
We just got an example there of just popping into the corner for a bit, actually. That really limits the amount. Corners are a really good spot for it. Also, if you see Mystic standing in lava in Asphodel, it's probably to try and control where things are spawning in.
Yeah,
We also have a guide for this, actually. We do have a spawn manipulation guide. If you're starting out and trying to learn the ropes, there's a very useful guide which I have never read, but I've heard it's really good.
It's really good, yeah. It's a good way to pick it up.
Sometimes there's a straggler, and you post yourself up in the corner prematurely.
Yeah.
34 though.
It's very unusual for that to happen with swordmen. I normally
That's
see
weird,
that
yeah.
with the flame wheels, the like small chariots.
Yeah. So notably, we're not going to be hopping into this chaos gate here, even though we've described that as a skip and it gives you good boons and stuff. But we can keep track of what chamber we're in. We're in chamber 34 in the top right. We know that that's the last chamber of the run, and so you don't actually skip the shop here. You would go into chaos and then go into the shop and then go into the boss. So you would need the time loss of probably 20 to 30 seconds or so of going into and out of that room to equal the value of whatever boon you could get there. And there's basically no weapon where that's necessarily true for, except for maybe Beowulf when you're running Dionysus cast on it.
Yeah, you need a pretty bad
niche.
build for it to
pretty
be worth
niche.
it at that point.
There is also some interesting technology to get an early second Hermes, which you normally can't get till Asphodel, but it's mostly in the realm of like fun things that you can do.
Yeah.
Not for RJ for
optimal
sure.
things.
That's
Yeah.
definitely IGT.
Yeah, because like a chaos chamber in when you're doing in-game time, because time pauses during transitions, dialogue, menus. Chaos room could be as little as 4 or 5 seconds, or even less if you've got some good speed on your build to move through the room quickly.
You get a good tile, it could be like 3.
Yeah, but you can't do it in under. You can't get out for under 20 seconds of time loss in real time, unfortunately.
Absolutely.
All right, so we're coming into 6 again. We're looking pretty healthy again. We're going to pick up 50 health here. So in Styx, we go into the mini boss tunnels. Mini boss encounters we love if in both Styx and the regular runs. If it was up to us, all encounters would be mini boss encounters, I think, because they are they're quick. Like they're difficult, but if you know how to handle them, they're quick. And also they are consistent. Like that's the big enemy of roguelites, right? Is consistency. And so if you know what you're getting every time, then it's really not that bad.
Yeah, I mean the other thing with mid bosses that you've probably noticed throughout the run is Mystic has been calling upon Meg to help us at various points, and that's typically to deal with those mid bosses because they have large amounts of health. But if you get your relationship with Meg up to a point where she's willing to give you the companion baddie, that means that you can call on her a limited number of times per run, and she'll deal like 2,500 damage for you, which is enough to make these difficult combats much faster.
Yeah, and if you're wondering why we use Meg specifically, there's a couple of reasons. 3 of the other, there are 5 total companions you can choose. All right, what are we going to get Impending Doom here?
Ooh.
Hey, we got it.
Nice.
There are 5 total companions you can choose. 3 of them, 3 of them are strictly worse than Meg because they have other benefits that aren't helpful for speedruns, right? The one from Sisyphus, the Boldy Keepsake, drops extra items, but only does 1,000 damage. The one from Skelly helps you avoid damage by dropping a little dummy, or it's Skelly. He's not a dummy. I apologize, but it doesn't do any damage. And Dusa helps
just
freeze
taunts,
enemies, but
yeah.
doesn't do very much damage. So it's between Meg's Keepsake and I guess there's 6, not 5. There's also Antos from Achilles, which does 3,000 damage total in 2 hits of 1,500. And then there's Thanatos Keepsake, which does a big area hit for 3,500, which is the most damage you can do. So the reason we don't pick 3,000 or 3,500 is the 3,000 one is single target. It's 2 individual hits for 1,500 each, whereas Meg does a big line of AoE for 2,500 each. And then Thanatos, the hit is very laggy, and we generally want to be using burst damage. And honestly, there's not a ton of enemies. Like generally, we're just stripping armor from some of these mid-bosses. The only times it would actually be beneficial are in the Hades fight here and the Heroes fight at the end of Elysium. And it's just not enough of a gain there to be worth the time loss in some of the other ones.
Although if you really do like Than, there is a category or a category extension that it's optimal for, which is the Charon percent category.
Loyalty card.
Yes.
I was just going to mention that. That is the only time that you use Than's Keepsake. Because in Loyalty card, basically what you do is you fight the shopkeeper, Charon, and you want to fight him as quickly as possible, so you don't really have much of a build. But once Charon does his second to final phase, basically, well, technically it's the final phase because you prime the summon to hit Karen just as he finishes facing, and that takes that entire face out. And it's really cool once you get the timing for it.
Because 3,500 is the only one. I think it's the only one high enough damage to. Meg's certainly not high enough damage. Antos, like Achilles and Patroclus, might be, but they would be slower than Primate because they need to hit twice. All right, so moving into
and they also
Achilles
hit
now.
like pretty much instantly too. So you'd have to wait for him to phase.
So Achilles is very interesting because it's one of the aspects with like built-in additional extra movement. You throw the spear and then you bull rush towards where the spear is, so you can really cover a lot of space very quickly.
Nice early.
And you'll
hammer.
see Mystic use that. Yeah, you
Achilles-
really want that.
Yeah.
People love Achilles. Achilles is so much fun to play when you get some moving going. The work they did, it wasn't as fun on a 1.0 release, but the work they did on some of the input buffering on it, it's like butter to play once you really get it going. And I think they recognize how much people enjoyed this because the skull weapon in Hades 2 is very its special is very similar, kind of how it lets you zoom around the room in a similar way. So I think they knew what we liked and they brought it back for the sequel, which I appreciate.
Speaking of
Spoilers, by the way.
major, of major build-changing hammers, we had one for sword, and we have another one for Achilles. So you might have noticed that after picking up the hammer, it seems like Mystic is attacking a whole lot faster. That's because the hammer he picked up was Flurry Jab. What it reads is that when you hold down attack, it just kind of keeps doing it. Which doesn't seem super helpful for speedrunning, because we've already said we want to be dash striking around, we want to use Poseidon's dash to get extra damage, but it's actually set up in a way such that when you tap attack, as if you do a dash strike, you're still holding it down for a little bit, it actually inputs an extra attack for you. So each dash strike is a dash strike and then a single attack afterwards without having to push the button anymore. So that means that, you're, instead of just getting one attack, you're getting essentially two attacks for the price of one, which is why it's such a good hammer. Again, it's like double edge, you're basically doubling the damage you're getting.
And so, because it's a dash-focused weapon, we also, like to lean into title dash. Although any dash strike-focused weapon could, similarly to the fists, run Merciful End. There's enough innate damage in Achilles because, you get the 150% attack bonus on your next. Like 3 or 4 attacks and casts after using it. There's just other ways to buff your damage. Like the Nemesis aspect we ran on the sword has an innate critical chance, right? So you don't need to run Merciful End. Whereas the fists, if you don't, you can't run similar builds to this. It just doesn't. You end up being incredibly slow and difficult.
Yeah.
I was very afraid that you were going to try to champion Achilles for a while. And I was like, no. No Emmy on Achilles.
I mean, you can do it. You can do it if you want. It's the issue with Merciful End is mostly that the build path is inconsistent, right? So you have to reset a lot, and so it's generally not worth the trouble. But for fists, it's the only thing worth the trouble.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing with Achilles is the fist special is also fairly nice to proc Emmy with, and Achilles special is pretty awkward because you're also using it for movement. So I don't think the damage combo works as well as it does on fists, but it still can do a lot.
Also, say hello
damage.
to Tisiphone, by the way. First time we've seen her this run.
Yeah, so Tisiphone
This is what we talked about.
Yeah, Tisiphone is the Fury cycle. Tisiphone is generally the one you want to see the least. She technically should be slightly faster because she only has 3 phases instead of 4, but the time between her phases is long enough that her total time invincible is longer than her sister's as the arena changes, and she also has the most health. So just generally the one you don't want to see. And she can also she also has the sun attack, which can break you out of your damage rotation if you're not ready for it, which can be quite frustrating. Although
you got lucky there, Mystic, by the way. I was wondering when you picked up the Zeus cast.
I meant to take the special.
Okay.
But,
Yeah,
it's just one of those things where
that's fair.
Sometimes you misclick a little bit.
sometimes kind of messes up.
To explain,
go ahead.
to explain what we're talking about there, Achilles has. We were talking about alternative ways to get damage on Achilles. A big one of those is the Ares cast, which hopefully we'll be getting here.
We'll get it next time.
Next time.
Yeah, I'll just take special, and I'll be there next time.
But essentially, Ares Cast will throw out a spinning blade that does damage over time to enemies. And yeah. And essentially, Achilles, because of that 150% damage bonus that we get to casts, that lasts for a long time. When you have that buff up, you throw a cast, then that single cast is buffed for the full uptime of the cast. So essentially, what you're looking to do is we're looking to get that cast, and then we're looking to get a boon called Hunting Blades, which makes them seek enemies. And that
a true fan favorite.
Oh yeah,
everyone loves Hunting Blades.
It's so fun. It's such a fun build when you get it online. You just toss it out, and then everything dies.
Yeah, that's like some small tech that you might not know with Achilles. It's like when you have, say, rush delivery, the damage is only active for as long as you have the extra movement speed. But the Achilles damage is a snapshot, so the bonus damage lasts even if you lose the buff.
Mm-hmm. That's
was a
kind of
solid
why
power
those
combo.
Longer-lived Ares casts are so effective.
It's also a nice synergy with the build that you try to go for here with Artemis on the attack, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's which gives you a small attack bonus but a big critical hit chance, or a critical hit chance. You normally don't have any, and it's 15% critical hit chance on the attack, and you don't mind as much that you've lost the huge percent that some attacks have, because you already have this pretty much constant 150% up on the Achilles buff, so it's less effective to add another smaller number. And you also now have Artemis already, so you can get those Hunting Blades with the title dash. With Artemis, you can get Mirage Shot to double to 30% up the number of casts you have. So there's a lot of synergy inherent to this build. You may be asking, what's the downside? And we may be seeing the downside here, which is that you are very exposed to damage. You're constantly zipping around, putting yourself in the way of attacks. I'd say it's probably similar to Sword in terms of danger. I feel like I always die more on Spear than Sword.
To be honest, Achilles feels far riskier to me. Like it's harder to play Achilles safe.
I'm trying to think about why.
I think it's just harder to play safe. Like with Sword, you can just kind of like, if you're about to die or running out of DDs, you can try and slow things down. With Achilles, you slow down, you kind of just die faster. It's a very damage racy aspect, and sometimes you just don't get the damage. The other thing is like Sword, you can put like Athena special on, and that can feel very comfortable.
That's true.
You don't get as much deflect out of Achilles special.
That's true. I guess you also get some knockback on the Sword special, which can stun.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a little longer. And if you're playing and you Mystic didn't manage not to there, but if you're losing Death Defiance in the Lurny fight, don't sweat it. We do it too. We call it the Lurny tax in the community. It's common at any level of play, right? Sometimes, especially in the in-game time realm, it's worth it to kind of sacrifice that time, that risk of losing like a couple seconds for just the speed that you could get from playing with Reckless Abandon.
Then the other thing about, especially, we are playing with EM2, like most of what you can stand on is lava at that point, and sometimes it's also just better to stand at the lava, to get the heads to group together, or that's just where you can hit them.
So the interesting thing about, to go back to what Nevik was saying earlier about Flurry Jab and how it works with kind of throwing in those extra attacks on your dashes, we just passed up a second hammer there for called Serrated Point, which you may think, hey, doesn't that already kind of do what you're saying that that Flurry Jab does, right? It triples your dash strikes. The issue is that it ends up actually being slower because it spaces out those triple dash strikes, whereas Flurry Jab just kind of keeps throwing them in there. And surprisingly, the dash distance nerf that you get from Serrated Point is actually incredibly dangerous, and you end up being a lot more exposed to death.
The other thing to note about Serrated Point, especially if you already have Flurry Jab, is it also basically removes that bonus that you get from Flurry Jab. So it changes the dash strike animation, so we don't get that extra attack afterwards.
Quick question.
We can't really change them.
Oh boy.
Oh,
yeah, go ahead.
Nice, Hunting Blades. Quick question, as we've seen Butterfly Ball a bunch, and I just want to make sure my memory is correct. The Speedrunning mod pack also controls the mini bosses you actually see in runs, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
So we remove. There are actually a few mini bosses we remove. So Asterius, the bowl is very slow for you lose like 20 to 30 seconds, I think. Maybe just 20.
He could lose more if he gets confused and takes
That's
a long
true.
time to leave after you beat
But
him.
he likes to talk to you. He walks in, he walks out. It takes a long time. We mentioned the tiny vermin, or affectionately known as Tony, earlier in Styx, and then we also removed the Barge of Death, which is again a very long, like
an
kind of
auto-scroller,
side scroller thing.
essentially.
Yeah,
You can only kill this stuff so quickly.
it takes like
A massive time
30
also,
to
so if you hit
40
him.
seconds. Barge of Death is very, very slow.
And I guess
An interesting thing. Oh, go ahead.
follow-up question to that is, how lucky is the unmodded all weps like record? Like, how close to modded RNG do the top all weps?
I think it's
10 minutes off.
faster.
I think 8 maybe. It's like 130 versus
Well, there's also
122.
the cutscene removals.
Oh, yeah,
I think
that's
that
true.
there's generally some good stuff in there. The one you focus most on is because the biggest time lock is how many tunnels you do in the in Styx.
Yeah.
I think they tend to be generally lucky. Usually 5 or all 6 of them hit the coin flip. It is literally basically a coin flip. It's like a 55 or 56% chance to get the 2 tunnels. So they're pretty lucky. My PB on the all weapons board, which was the record over 3 years ago, had like all 12. But I think so. But I was able to be beaten without someone getting all of the 2 tunnels. So there's always a lot of room in there.
I mean, the other thing is, like, for instance, the Barge of Death is pretty
watch
much the
those
same
blades go.
length. This build can shred once you get it online. But yeah, the Barge of Death is about the same length as the Styx tunnel, for reference. So it's fairly.
Has better music.
Yeah, I was
than the
actually
Styx
just
tunnels, though.
I was just checking how fast my PB was that I set like a couple of weeks ago, and that's still as fast as what Seagull had 3 years ago. So the RNG that you need to get like a really fast run is quite significant.
Yeah.
Yeah, all weapons is definitely a lot of fun for marathons and races and stuff, because you worry a little bit less about the optimality of everything as it goes through, and you can focus more on just maxing out your execution.
Yeah, I do think that like races and marathons are a really good way to show off how the game can be to play and to speedrun, because obviously, there's a lot of RNG resets and stuff, but I always really like watching like top level runners just, having to roll with what they get and seeing what they're doing on the fly, because, there's all of these decisions are having to be made in like a second or two for it to look this smooth, but it's still.
I will say we haven't turned. We only turned off. Mirage Shot too. Okay, well, our cast game is on point. I was going to say we've only turned off the tiny vermin. We've only, which you may not believe, because we've only gotten the satyr mini boss so far. But
Satyr's.
There are other mid bosses.
Satyr's one of
it's the second fastest.
Yeah.
The pot is the fastest, and then the rat is the slowest. And the giant snake stone's in the middle.
Anthony.
Yeah.
And then right. The giant rat is referred to as Anthony because he's Tony's larger brother.
Of course.
Even though it's All right, can we get fully loaded here? We got offered it before. Yes.
Let's go.
Let's go.
So this is
6
baby.
casts.
So this is unusual, but this is the only thing we're really missing here is like a rush delivery build. But we can't
We've got
complain.
plus 3, don't we?
We've got
Plus
Oh, you only have
one,
plus
I
1?
think.
This is
yeah,
what
we've
record build
got.
then.
But just in terms of the cast build, we've got 6
Yeah.
stones. We could honestly, we won't, but we could sit back and just let the cast do the work. They're gonna.
I'm gonna be
For
doing that.
safety's sake. Yeah, I think. But no, this is
I mean,
gonna
one
be an
thing that's fun.
excellent to watch.
Yeah.
It's going to be great. And
Let's watch
keep
it.
your eye on how quickly the call charges, because call charges with the individual instances, Hunting Blades has a lot of those.
Oh, there it goes.
But look at that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing that
was only half of
isn't.
the stones, by the way.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing that isn't evident from the text in the game that Aki mentioned, which is that call charge is it decays. It's per hit, and it decays very quickly as the amount of damage goes up. So like a 1,000 damage hit doesn't do 10 times the charge of 100 damage hit. So lots of tiny hits like this. It's great. The call charges super quickly. Whereas if you're trying to rely on your call for something like Hestia or Arthur aspects, which are big slow hits, you're not going to be seeing very much. Oh, look at them go. Oh, they didn't quite
Look at
catch
the
up.
Beyblade spinning.
Yeah, unfortunately, he dashed out of all of them.
Kind of
Careful there.
rude dad RNG here.
Yeah.
That helps.
So here's another tech that you might not know as a casual player. When he does his little
He is just-
lasers,
He's got your number today.
Being brutal, yeah.
I think that's a roguelike for you. Sometimes the boss is just rude.
All right, yeah.
But you can just get away. Just get away. Let them do it. They're gonna finish it. They're finishing it. They're finishing it.
Let's go.
There we go.
Never any doubt.
Jeez. He is very rude.
So many
I was
dashes.
wondering.
That's the
He's
third
usually
weapon.
better.
So I believe we're taking a short
yeah.
commercial
Yep.
break
So
now.
once you get back to the House
yeah.
of Hades,
Yes.
we will go ahead and pause the timer, and you can go ahead and pause the game. Because you just joined us for Hades today, we like to take breaks in the middle of some of our longer runs so that our gamers can rest their hands. It's 2025. We take care of our hands. Promise me, Twitch chat. So we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, there will be the remainder of this all weapons run. So don't go anywhere.
Yeah, we actually support. We allow for, I think, in the multi-run categories. I think it's basically cumulatively 5 minutes per run. I think is it?
Yeah, it's 5 minutes
Sounds
per run.
right.
Without
I should know
impact.
that.
2 hours for all aspects, and that's
Yeah.
24 runs.
See you guys when we're back, or we may already not be back. I don't know.
Cool. We will see you in a moment. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Make Your Own Victory here in the middle of Hades All Weapons. Before we get back to it, I would love to let everyone know of a hot new breaking development in the SGDQ scene. SGDQ 2025 will feature an artist's alley. If you're an artist, maker, or, and this is important to me, an indie developer who would like to join GDQ in Minneapolis, apply by May 27th. That's 10 days from now. You can use !booth in chat for more info. I'm over the moon excited for that, but I'm also over the moon excited to see the back half of this all weapons run. So Mystic, back to you.
All right, so we'll get started again in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. I believe you said you were going to get started with the rail now.
Yes.
We're running areas. Okay.
So there's a couple of different philosophies for building damage in Hades based on kind of how the math of damage building works. Generally, you want one thing that you get really big, like your Doom or a cast, or you want a little bit of bonus damage or a good bit of bonus damage on as many things as possible, and that's where the rail comes in. You've got your Zeus attack that we're going to pick up. You want to get your tidal dash. You want to get your rocket bombs. You want to get your cluster rockets. You just want to get as much damage happening as possible. And then Eris's quirk is that this aspect's quirk is that you boost its damage globally by blowing yourself up with it, which doesn't do any damage unless you have the hazard bomb hammer. And then everything you have gets buffed.
Yeah. And the other thing about Eris in particular, that's a very nice early jolted. But the other thing about Eris is that this has been a staple in Hades speedrunning pretty much since it was added to the game. It was kind of the best aspect that everyone ran for a while. It's a little bit less popular these days just because for top level times it kind of falls off with bossing, at least in terms of consistency, but it's still very, very solid. And for these longer RTA categories especially, it's one of the more comfortable aspects.
It's also the only top tier weapon. I think that's Reliance for its it's absolutely good at all levels, but for its peak, it does require the cluster rockets combination, which is a 2-hammer combination, which most weapons, I should say, do not require. And so that's one thing the mod pack doesn't control for. So you've shifted a lot of RNG late in the run. Ooh, great start.
This is really good. So we've picked up the tidal dash that we've already talked about a lot. We've also picked up Jolted, which is a boon that means that you hit something with your lightning attack, and then it gets a status effect, which means the next time that enemy tries to hit Zagreus, they take a little bit more lightning damage. And this also works very nicely with the forced overtime option, which makes enemies attack faster. We're pretty much always going to have Jolted on enemies because we're shooting them with a lot of lightning. So it really means with enemies, particularly bosses, attacking faster, it means that they take a lot more damage from Jolted as well.
And it
Jolted
also
is actually
synergizes-
Jolt is actually really useful on the rail specifically, because in normal rooms, if you were to run, say, Zap Fists, as we call them, we call it Zap because of the build, Zeus, Artemis, Poseidon, and Jolted isn't as useful on Fist because we hit stun with our regular attacks on Fist. Rail does not hit stun with its regular attacks. The puny bullets cannot stop
That
them.
was literally the thing that I was gonna say, and I let you go first. That's so funny. That was just
It's all right. You snooze,
time.
you lose.
No, it's fine. It's just funny that it was the exact same obscure fact just popped up at the exact same time.
It is like some fun knowledge to have, because you don't really think about that as a casual player, but as a speedrunner, you know that, okay, this build is going to be more efficient at this because of the way the aspect and weapon works with the build itself.
If anything, I think it might be something that turns off casual players from the rail, is that like I'm shooting them and they're still coming at me. I can't make them stop hitting me.
Yeah.
Why won't they stop hitting me? Whereas the fists are nice because they're always hitting them, right? Unless it's an armored enemy, that they're going to be stunned.
Yeah, the fists are very, very popular for aspect, both for, there's a big following within the speedrunning community, but it's a lot of people's favorite weapon as well.
The primary category, like when you visit speedrun.com, that we display is any heat, which is just doing one run with a max save file as fast as you can. And if you break down the numbers on that, even though the meta has shifted much in recent years, it's if you actually break down the numbers of what's on the board in terms of total submissions, it's Eris is up top, then Demeter Fist after that, and then some of the other more top tier things after that. But that really gives you a sense of the general popularity, because I wager that most runners kind of do one or two submit and then are happy with that and don't continue grinding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some of us grind way longer than that.
I don't know
I
what
was
you're
gonna ask,
talking
like,
about.
between someone mentioned, we've only been running this game for 5 years. Are all of you from full release, from early access? How long have y'all been speedrunning?
I don't think any of us are from early access, are we?
No, I think you're the oldest runner in here, Siegel. Like,
You're the...
Well, I was since I didn't play the game at all in early access, but I picked it up in 1.0, kind of before the first major patch, or the only major patch that adjusted balance changes that came in like December when it was released in October.
yeah.
I don't know when you guys were. Probably after that.
I remember
I
I
picked
picked
it
the
up.
game up at release.
There you go.
But
I picked the game up casually. Like, I think I bought it
Yeah.
at release, and then I didn't
Yeah,
end up
exactly.
playing it until after, until December, because I just didn't have time. But I started running it after the Bareem GDQ run.
When was that run?
I'm just gonna take it.
That was 2021.
2021.
It was winter 2021. GDQ.
And then follow up: Are you the same about Hades 2? Are y'all playing that in early access right now?
I'm playing it in early
I
access.
think we all are.
We all are. I think all of us a little less.
Yeah.
Partially because the circumstances are different, right? It was
Sure.
grinding Hades was definitely a peak COVID activity.
Oh, yeah.
But it still has a very, very active community. I'm a verifier on both boards. I'm staring at a large queue for both, submission
the
queue for both right now.
I'm gonna add
we'll
one
get
to
there.
that.
We'll get
later
to it
on
after.
Today. Sorry
Yeah,
about that,
but
Siegel.
well, you're an established runner, so I don't feel bad ignoring yours when it's in the queue.
Wow. To be fair, he has a
Truth about
point.
verification.
I mean, I
get-
have
we get-
around 700
we
runs
get
or
big.
something, so
Yeah. He's like a significant percentage of the boards.
it's kind of funny, yeah. We did do the math at some point at how many percentage of runs were just by me. It was
It's a lot.
definitely a few.
So Mystic was able to pick up for the first Hermes boon here. Was able to pick up the name's escaping me.
Hypersprint, yeah.
Which is the first part of the coveted combo of Hypersprint and Rush Delivery. Unfortunately, we didn't get it, but we did get a purple and epic rarity of Swift Flourish. If we can pick up the Cluster Rockets Hammer, that's going to be big. Swift Flourish it makes your special 30% faster. It's not exactly clear what that means. For some weapons, it's very clear when the special gets faster, but it does also reduce cooldowns. So while the rocket being 30% faster, I don't even know what it is, but it may not change very much. Being able to, if you get the timing right, you can be firing 30% more rockets, right? So that's kind of it's a multiplier on your damage, which is great. And if we can get it here, okay, we didn't. We did
Triple
get
bomb.
triple
That's
bomb.
good enough.
Yeah. Fun thing
Triple
about
is a weird interaction.
yeah.
I don't remember what it is exactly.
The reload thing.
It's
is
only
weird.
fast once it's reloading, right?
Oh, okay.
So the thing with triple bomb is you need to shoot all three of the bomb before it like hits the reload thing, but it still will reload it. Like if you shoot one, it will eventually go back to 3, but I don't think that one gets sped up.
Okay.
It's very confusing. The way I usually deal with it is just by hitting the special button as
Just mash it.
fast as I can.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Wait, we got lightning rod earlier, right? Or was
Yeah,
I?
we got
yeah.
Lightning Rod. Another fan favorite. It's actually something I think opinion in the speedrunning community has changed on over time. It was like,
Yeah.
oh, haha, funny lightning rod meme for a while, and then it's kind of grown into like, hold on, we're obsessed with getting more sources of damage from more places. Here's a passive source of damage we don't even have to do anything about, and it can be quite good. You just have to make sure you're placing your stones properly.
Lightning rod
I
also
will
kind
be
of-
selfish and take some credit for pioneering the lightning rod
absolutely.
renaissance.
It was definitely part of the, let's try and get sub 6 on all aspects push that I think really helped bring that back, because there are so many aspects that just don't have very much damage. So, lightning rod is an extra source of damage when you don't
also
have much
thinking
damage. It's very valuable.
Yeah, because when you say something like, "Oh, lightning rod is a really good boon on Arthur's sword," for example, what you're actually saying is that Arthur's sword doesn't go very fast. It doesn't have a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, because lightning rod is the same amount of damage for everybody.
Yeah.
The same, you kind of see the same with when you take god calls that aren't specifically for damage. That are specifically for damage. Like the Hades call is just good for everybody. But if you like need Zeus call or Smoldering Air, it's like this is good buoys for speed against that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's insurance damage. The aspect doesn't give you much to work with.
Indeed. I was surprised that we didn't get the Theseus doing Theseus things, actually. Like,
We got 2 more runs for it.
yeah. But sometimes
Yeah.
what happens if you hit Theseus with the title dash before he's done anything, he will stay in his bubble for so long. It's insane. Like, I know Archelena, a runner who's done other marathon runs, has suffered from the Theseus bubble quite frequently.
Yeah, and it's one of those sad things where when you have a good build, if you're able to, the quicker you're able to get both of them down to their first phase, the less likely it is that you'll hit that interaction. So like the slower you already are because your build isn't as powerful, the more likely it is you're going to hit this time.
Let's go.
Ooh, there we go. All right, so this rush delivery boon, what it does is it converts basically all of your bonus move speed into damage. And this is rare, so I believe it's at a 75% conversion rate. Hyper sprints plus 100% damage. That's just 75% bonus damage as long as we are dashing every couple seconds, which we're always dashing. So it works out quite well.
Satyr.
All
More
Seder.
So many satyrs.
It's all Seder.
Oops, all
Oopsies.
satyrs. Yeah, so basically that's 75%. That doubles the initial Eris buff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which is quite good.
Now we're playing Achilles.
Yeah.
I know it's not. I know Achilles isn't global. But
Another weakness that some weapons have, especially ones that don't run Tidal Dash, is that this sticks. This biome can be very difficult. Tidal Dash or a lot of Poseidon boons can actually trivialize a lot of this stuff because the damage an enemy takes from hitting a wall actually scales up significantly as you go on, along with the enemy's health. And wall slam damage up here and you're in close quarters, and you're just ping ponging these guys everywhere. If you pick up a support boon like Breaking Wave, like some weaker aspects for that aspect of things, will actually pick up a Flood Shot, which is the Poseidon cast, and try and get Breaking Wave specifically just for clearing through sticks.
Shout out to Dick Shredder and Rama. Really helped quite a few
Yeah.
bad runs of mine actually make it through 6 decently fast.
Ram is a great example because it's the slow wide
really
bow
slow.
that does a really, really big number, but it does one really big number in a line.
Yeah, who would like aspects like that? My favorite
I-
aspect is Hades Spear. It's fine.
Hey, I love Hades Spear. I love the big spins, and I mean, that's
isn't
another
in a
great
line.
thing.
That's in a circle.
Yeah, that's another great thing about Hades running. Another way you can, make your own victory is that we have it's a variable. Is you can try to be the fastest Hades spear runner, the fastest Rama runner, and you don't have people being, people aren't just, you don't say how do I get faster, and people don't say play a different weapon, right? Because it's how do I get faster within the confines of this weapon.
Yeah, and we do like track all of like the aspects differently, and so you can just say if you want to go look at a bunch of Hades spear records, you can just pull that up on speedrun.com.
Yeah, I would say the meta builds for each aspect are pretty stable. There's not a lot of like individual expression there. You can have small preferences, but the general paths are pretty much the same. But there's still a ton of skill expression through which ones. Yeah. Which ones you want to play, or for something like a 3 weapons run, which 3 weapons you want to play. Sometimes some are faster, sometimes there's going to be similar 3 in all of them, but there will still be some variation. There's also another category we have is the 1 weapon only category, colloquially known as OO. Unfortunately, it was democracy in action. Oh, what can I say?
Unfortunately,
they voted for it.
It was voted for. But that's one where you play 1 weapon and you do 4 runs in a row, and you do every aspect of the weapon. So that lets the lesser known weapons get their shot. But this is not a lesser known weapon. This is the weapon.
This is the weapon.
This is the world record holder in modded, unmodded, in seeded and unseeded. This is the big kahuna.
And it does have some similarities with the next weapon we'll be playing, or aspect we'll be playing as well, but this is the aspect of Beowulf. We started with a hammer, so you don't actually get to see any normal shield gameplay, I'm sorry. We pick up the hammer charge shot, which just turns the shield into a weird-looking bow that can also block, which seems balanced to me. That's one of the reasons why Beowulf is so good, because you'll note that this charge shot is doing a lot of extra damage. We're looking at, it has a base damage of 80, which is a lot, and then we're dealing 160 damage to enemies the first time we hit them.
One of the big reasons we're able to shred through Tartarus so easily on all weapons is something on the Mirror of Night, which is kind of your base level buffs before you start each run. There's an option you can pick either Shadow Presence or Fiery Presence. Fiery Presence does 75% bonus damage on your attack or special only if it's the first time an enemy has been damaged. So early in a run, you're relying generally just on your weapon damage, and so Fiery Presence on plus High Confidence, another damage bonus, you're literally doubling the damage of your charge shot right away. And this, on a number of weapons, is impressive. It allows us to really just kind of shred through things.
In terms of build that we're looking for on Beowulf, we kind of already have a very strong start here. So you'll note that we started with Poseidon's Keepsake. That's to pick up Flood Flare. And then we also just got an Artemis Boon. So one of the nice things about Beowulf is that...
Tempting. Not today. We're not ready yet.
I am not
sorry,
well versed in...
You're gonna get the Tiny Flare. You'll get Tiny Flare. You don't want
true.
Tiny Flare.
No. I was thinking about the attack. Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, Nevik.
Right. One of the really nice things about Beowulf is that it kind of reworks how casts work. So you might have noticed, with some of the other ones, a lot of the casts involve throwing something out. Beowulf just kind of makes them all explode at where you drop the cast, and. But this also means that they kind of had to go through and re-implement all of the cast system in the game, and that led to a couple of bugs sneaking through. One of the bugs being Mirage Shot. So the text on Mirage Shot reads that your cast, you have 2 casts, but they'll deal, the second one deals 30% damage. On Beowulf, it just doesn't deal 30% damage, it does full damage, so Mirage Shot will double your damage output.
Yeah, it's pretty strong.
This is very good. Yes. Doubling your damage output is considered good.
Yes.
Fun fact.
Pro speedrun tips.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is also part of why the cluster rockets combo on rail is so powerful, because the cluster bomb hammer says your bomb splits into 5, but each one is 30% weaker, which is true, except when it's combined with the rocket bomb hammer. Because the rocket bomb, I believe that's something to do with the rocket bomb resetting the base damage to 80.
Yeah, it gets applied in the wrong order.
And so that no longer applies. So there's a couple of these little damage bugs that we found over the years. There's also weird ones like critical hit is normally 3 times damage, but when it's on Trippy Flare, the cast for Dionysus on Beowulf, it does 2 times.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Just don't know where the two.
No one
come from,
runs Trippy Beowulf anyway.
Nelly does.
Sorry,
And
Nelly.
no one. Well, more specifically, no one relies on it critting. I think is
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, you don't need it to crit for sure.
Yeah. So Beowulf follows, and Hera, the next weapon, will run. They fall more on the side of get one number really big. Basically, the cast is our damage here. Like we'll get some decent damage from charge shot over the course of the run, but in terms of killing the bosses long term, we want to be scaling this cast damage. So we're throwing palms to level up the cast. We're getting extra stones from Chaos or well shops to give us more casts, right? Because that's multiplicative damage. If you just get more
Looking
casts.
for braids to get more
We're looking
shot
for
damage.
Yeah, we're looking to buff up that one number basically as much as we can. Mirage shot doubles the number, right? And doubling the number is more effective than getting a plus 100% damage bonus because the doubling or the percent changes take place on each individual cast stone. So if you're doubling the cast stones and you already have, say, 100% bonus damage, adding another 100% only moves it from 200% to 300%, whereas doubling moves it from 200% to 400%. So more instances of damage, and then that's why more instances of damage is
Here we
always
go.
better.
There's Mirage.
Nice.
You thought that was a chaos, didn't you?
I did.
Mirage shot is also useful, especially for armored enemies, and especially the extra Lerny heads, because it is also literally multiple instances of damage. Which means that normally you need 2 hits. You need even if you're doing infinite damage, you need 2 hits to kill an armored enemy. And now one cast does 2 hits basically. So
Yeah, and
Also helpful.
Beowulf doesn't get close to infinite damage, but for practical purposes, a really good Beo build will be pretty much insta-phasing everything. So that's always fun. Hopefully, we'll get big numbers.
I mean, the closest to infinite damage we get is the aforementioned routed Beowulf, which has so much damage with barely any palms because of how rush delivery and the incremental movement speed works. Because fun fact, movement speed is multiplicative, I believe, in Hades.
It
right?
is, yeah. If you haven't seen, I will say, if you haven't seen any routed Hades runs, definitely go check them out.
they're in the any heat seeded section of the board.
Yeah, it's
because routed means something a little bit different for Hades than when you think of speedrun routing. Can one of you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. So basically, the RNG in Hades is kind of set for the next room when you move into the next room, but it's influenced by things that happen in the room. Unlike some other roguelikes like Slay the Spire or Balacha or even Binding of Isaac, I think, where everything will be the same based on a certain seed. If you run the same seed multiple times, you'll get diversions by the second chamber because of the way that it calculates the next random number generator, which is fine for the game at large because the game doesn't have a built-in seed setting system. But if you read the code, do lots of experimentation, over the years we've developed a strong understanding for how this RNG works, develop mods to view it and predict things. And in that sense, we're able to basically completely control all of the RNG. This doesn't mean we can get anything we want because you still need to manipulate it with things that take time, which is bad for speedruns. But we've developed a number of pieces of software and other things that let us really kind of juice up the routes as much as possible. And then we practice them with help of the mods. You're doing things like summoning 3 times, re-rolling a well 5 times in between, tons of weird. You're scrolling through the codex. You're throwing casts out. It looks like completely insane behavior, but what you end up with is, for example, the in-game time of the current record is for seeded is 5 minutes and 4 seconds. The in-game time record for seeded, which is unmodded. You do all the practice modded, but then you do it on an unmodded game. You just know exactly how to go through a route perfectly and preserve all the RNG. That's 2 minutes 13 seconds.
In-game time, that is. The RTA is, of course, longer.
The RTA is a lot longer. Real time is a lot longer because there's a lot of manipulation taking place there. But it's a lot of fun. It's very difficult. It's something I enjoy a lot. That's kind of what its deal is, and it's almost more traditional because it has a route. It has to some highly technical speed games where you have to execute specific tricks in order. There's nothing I would call frame perfect in seeded runs. There's just a lot of things, and it sounds like it removes RNG. It really just introduces you to a whole new set of like game engine level RNG.
Yeah. Slow coins, for instance,
that you can't control, and you start to. I think you go even more insane from the routed RNG than the regular RNG, because it's stuff that just like you start to believe like, oh, if I breathe on my controller, that will help.
Yeah,
stuff like that.
It's a bunch
I will
of fun,
say,
though.
yeah, it was like one of my proudest moments. And you know, I've done a lot of runs, but like managing to get a sub 3 minute in-game time run in Routed was something that was very, you know, fun for me, and it helped me showcase to myself that hey, my mechanics are actually kind of good, because I'm bad at that.
While we've been yapping about Routed, Mystic has been quietly obliterating Elysium, but now we're rolling a bit of Wells. That's because, again, we like we talked about, we're just trying to get a really big number on the cast, and Wells have things that can help with that. So we picked up a Ichor a couple of chambers ago. Those make your move speed faster, and again, with Rush Delivery, move speed is damaged. So because the move speed is multiplicative, getting more move speed is actually a multiplicative damage increase as well.
Yep,
we also picked up
because we have hyper sprint, which is 100. We have hyper sprint, which is 100% damage. Well, I'm sorry, 100% move speed, and then we have the Ichor, which is 20% move speed. But because it's multiplicative, that actually becomes 40% move speed effectively, right? So it's twice as impactful with hyper sprint as it would be otherwise.
Yep, and then
as
we
you
also
can see
picked
from
up
how fast we're zooming.
Yeah.
So these guys shouldn't be long for this world.
Yeah, no, this should be.
heroes.
It's so fun.
Facing Theseus first is typically safe, even if it's not super ideal. And this is also the reason the power of these well items is also why we have the keepsake we have right now. Instead of the Hades call, we have the Bone Hourglass from Charon. This extends the length of how long an well item is good for by 8 chambers. So that stone we bought, that extra cast stone, which moved us from 3 to 4 stones and gives us, basically, 30% more damage multiplicatively overall. That would have expired sometime in Styx. Now we're carrying that straight through to Hades. The Hourglass is incredibly powerful for these cast weapons because of how good these Prometheus stones or the Braids of Atlas you can get are. And so having a Bone Hourglass on as early as possible once your build is together is generally what you want to be doing.
Depending on if we get a long or short chamber here, or tunnel here in the first tunnel, we may also keep the Ichor, because it's on 8, and a short tunnel is exactly 8 after that is.
Yeah. The other thing you'll notice is we've still switched away from that Hourglass till once we're going into Styx, and that's just, again, because, like Aki mentioned, those tunnels only take, 7 to 8 combats before Dad, so we don't actually need the extra item lifetime from the Hourglass at this point. And again, Dad Call is just a really good way to get big bursts of damage. The final point on that is that Feo is already a big burst, so that we only get like a very short, like half a second or something from level 1 Dad Call means that that's still pretty much all of our casts.
I will say one thing that I found very funny was that Mystic's been burnt by Artemis not giving him attack so many times this run that he saw the Artemis in the big door and just went, no.
Maybe it's also more the damage is like we're at the point where the attack is not carrying the damage anymore. So it wouldn't necessarily help that much. Even with the Hunter's Mark proccing that we have on the attack would have been useful for the last boss, right? You can kind of trade the crits between them. But it doesn't help much past the first phase here.
I love crit juggling. It's very fun. It really helps take mediocre boss fights against heroes to pretty good ones.
Yeah, because again, remember, crits are also triple damage in this game, mostly. So that's a lot of damage when you're multiplying an already very big number by 3.
Absolutely. I want to talk a little bit about why we use Flood Flare. Because Flood Flare, in terms of the various flares you can get for Beowulf, is one of the lowest, if not the lowest damaged one.
Icy Flare.
Well, Icy Flare has higher base damage, but palms terribly. The rest of them palm intelligently, at least. but the reason for it is twofold. One is that it provides easy access to Mirage Shot, which is a must-have to double your damage on Beowulf. So just look at that. Look at what we did. So at that point, you can choose between Hunter's Flare, or for the Artemis cast or the Flood Flare. Artemis's base damage is similar or weaker than Flood Flare, but it has a 10% crit chance, which isn't that high, so it's not that useful. There would still be a decent argument for it, but it's tiny. Its AOE is tiny. Flood Flare has the largest AOE out of any of the casts, tied with I think Icy and Trippy Flare. And so it just lets you hit so many things.
Flood Flare also does a fun thing of ignoring geometry.
That's true.
So like if you hit a Flood Flare on like the edge of a wall and there's an enemy on the other side of that wall, most of the time that Flood Flare will still do damage to the enemy on the other side of that wall.
Yeah. And
other flares won't.
Yeah, we're now moving into the last weapon of the run, Bow. Similarly to Beowulf, we've picked the aspect of Hera, which again, you're loading casts into a projectile and then shooting that at people. This is for similar reasons. We don't have the Mirage bug, but all of the other sources of scaling that are open for Beo are also open. Nice. But those are also open for Hera as well. So you get this incredibly high burst damage from being able to launch all of your casts at once, and then you also have the all of these scaling options. So Hera is another one of the very, very strong aspects in the game for that reason.
And pretty much the only cast you're going to pick up is Crush Shot from Aphrodite. The reason for that is twofold. One of which is that it's got big damage. Only I think the Trippy Shot or Trippy Flare out damages it in this case, and those take a while to drop. Right? They take 5 seconds after they shoot. Another reason, like you might say, oh, don't you want Mirage Shots? Again, Mirage Shot's good. Maybe you want Flood Flare or True Shot, or Flood Shot or True Shot. The issue is that these don't behave. They behave like their normal casts. It's basically like zag through them wherever the arrow hits. So Flood Shot, if you miss, will go careening across the room slowly. Right? True Shot will hit only one target instead of an AOE. Crush Shot is normally weak, honestly, for Zag without Hera, because it can only hit close by. But now you can basically shoot this incredibly large bit of damage and place it anywhere on the map. And so that's why we value it a lot. And because we don't lean on Mirage Shot or other duo boons, we've pretty much got all the boons we need. We just mostly want to scale it through Chaos and Well items and Hermes. But like Mystic was able to roll, you get 4 rerolls per run, and he spent one on that early Chaos, which you might not do on Beowulf because you're really relying on Mirage Shot. So you're freer to kind of be more aggressive with your Well and Chaos rolls, especially earlier on.
One more thing that's fun with Hera is it can also be challenging. Like Hera is one of the more mechanically difficult weapons because unlike Beowulf, where your casts just get dropped, the Force Skullamat, that's the best room you can get. It's so fast. But anyway, unlike Beowulf, where your casts get dropped when they've finished, your casts lodge in Hera. And that can be a challenge in boss fights. So a relatively recent development is to try to position bosses in a way that you get basically a wall bug, where the cast AoE somehow interacts with the wall and gets dropped instead of getting lodged.
First. Yeah, it hits the wall, so the cast drops and doesn't get lodged in the enemy, but there's still AoE, so the AoE is what's hitting the enemy.
Yeah. That's really cool to me to see people try to optimize that. I'm terrible at it.
Very sad. And this is the hardest one to do that on.
Yeah, Tisiphone, I don't even know if you can see now the cast.
You can do it phase 3 sometimes.
Yeah.
It's hard,
you have to
but you
stand
can.
in a very specific spot, and it's
it's really
perfect.
It's doable.
Yeah.
There you go.
There we go.
That was Tisiphone. But we got crits. Crits, it's fine. Yeah.
And in addition to the critical hits, if you didn't see, because one weakness of RTA marathon runs is if people generally have no idea what we're picking because the menus go so fast. So unless you play the game, you don't necessarily know. But it was the Chaos Boon. It was not that bad of a punishment. Just enemies drop bombs when they die, which you can just avoid. But the reward was 70% bonus cast damage, which is huge. I think the largest you can get is 80%, and it's a bit of a random roll. So that gives us, and it's already matured, so we already have that extra damage. It's incredibly valuable.
It's
And
solid
that'll
for
also
sure.
make Asphodel and probably Elysium as well look pretty easy by comparison to what it might feel like otherwise, because you're just able to one-shot so many more things with the extra cast damage.
Because again, if you don't one-shot them, the cast sticks in there for like Hera is buffed compared to like other things, other aspects. Like generally, if you throw a cast at an enemy and it sticks in them, it won't drop out of them for 15 seconds. Hera at its max level does 5. Still pretty long in the grand scheme of things. So you either want to kill them, or you also have a bit of an option with Hermes plays. So Mystic had an option there, and he went for a hyper sprint over quick reload. Quick reload at its common level cuts that time in half again. So it's only 2.5 seconds, which is pretty good. But we will see 2 Hermes, and we can it's kind of an on-the-spot decision, right? You decide, do I want to roll, waste time rolling, risk losing the quick reload if it's on the screen to try and get the rush delivery, right? Because one easy way to not have to worry about the time it takes for stones to drop is for the enemy to be dead.
Yeah. And you saw a little bit there also of some of the other issues or challenges, I should say, with running Hera, especially in Asphodel with all of these enemies jumping around. It's just really hard to aim and hit them too. Mystic did a really good job of making sure most of those stones landed, but it's
really nice.
Certainly, I would say a lot of Hades speedrunning, it just kind of it's relatively easy to make it look smoother if you practice it a bunch. Hera is definitely something where, it's a combination of you need to work on your pathing to get close to them, but also you need to get really good at just recognizing enemy movement patterns. And it's a very mechanically demanding aspect in that regard as well.
Also something where you're trying to learn on the fly, right? Breakpoints for enemies, like how many stones will it take to just one-shot this enemy? It's fairly easy in Tartarus where your build is going to be consistent, but once you get out of Tartarus, the build is varied. It's hard to remember how big enemies' health bars are. You're kind of learning things on the fly. Like you might see an armored bomber and be like, and shoot it once with 2 stones and it kills. And you say, okay, I know that. My damage is at least that high now. Right? You block that in your brain.
Be these small learny heads here. I need to figure out how many casts. Looks like 2 casts.
Yeah, and so like he knows that now. It doesn't two cast isn't that helpful because then you end up when you still have the default 3 casts. You can't.
Yeah, 2 casts is pretty helpful if you have 4 stones, but we don't quite have that.
There would be a huge acceleration here, and that's the example where the 4th stone isn't just a flat multiplier of like 30% or so for having more damage, but it literally allows you to shoot 2 things twice and like get one shots on a number of enemies. There's a lot of this kind of like thinking thing where you're thinking both of your damage as one big burst, but also how many small bursts you can send out. And there's a lot of that math you have to do because your AoE is also much lower than with Beowulf.
Yeah.
All this said, Hera is still one of the best weapons in the game. I think it just takes a lot more mechanical skill and brain thinking.
Yeah,
and a lot of us don't have that
to succeed with it.
It's a lot more brain on than Bayo is for a lot of encounters. Yeah, although I will say like the same sort of management of like cast stones and micro is also present on Bayo. It's just
Absolutely.
I would say it's a little easier on Bayo, both because you have the really big AoE, which can kind of save you if you mess it up a bit, but it is also Bayo just easier to get to do bigger damage numbers.
Yeah. So we just passed up a hammer here because all our damage is in the cast. Most of the hammers don't help. Only really the first hammer did. The one we chose is Flurry Shot. The bow attack normally has to charge up, and then you pick how long it fires and shoot. Flurry Shot shoots it at full distance with a lower damage automatically.
Oh yes, very good.
That we love to see.
Nice.
Love to see that purple rush delivery.
Can we talk about how pretty the purple is too? It's just such a nice color.
The purple that they use for the epic rarity, it's got. I don't know how much of this is influenced by how many hours I have in this game, but it might be my favorite color.
It's such a good color.
Yeah.
Okay.
Heartrend too. This is
That's
fun.
pretty good. So what Heartrend does is it means that enemies affected by Weak, which is a status curse that Aphrodite boons, which remember our cast bestows on enemies, they also take more damage from criticals, which our attack has a chance of doing. So it's a pretty nice supplemental option, especially if you find yourself having, sit there shooting arrows at enemies while you wait for cast to drop. Heartrend can make that a lot more effective.
Yeah. Generally, you don't want to have to wait that much. Those were some stinky options you had for that chaos.
That was rough.
We were hoping to see an extra cast there, of course, because 4 is good.
And then also, speaking of extra cast, we're also going to be maybe looking for wells. And again, we've taken the hourglass, like on Beowulf, for the same reason. Oh, there's a well right there, actually. Very nice.
Yep.
I'm assuming you check this. Again,
Yes.
This is
Build dependent
this is
with this build for sure.
Yeah, this is another thing that you get versus in like real time runs. If you were running an in-game time category, you'd basically be checking that well every time because it's right next to the exits. But in a real-time category, there's a bit more of a leeway, and you need to make the judgment just taking the time to check this well, which is probably more like 10 to 15 seconds, perhaps, more if you reroll.
There's also, when you reroll, there's also additional micro decisions you're making.
Yeah.
Where there's a capacity to rerolls in this game, both on boon screens, well screens, anywhere you can roll for a different result. The game will randomly pick one of the 3 things on the screen, and it will not show it to you. It will ban it from the next screen. Basically give you a little bit of safety of, oh, you hated these things? Fine, we won't show you at least one of them. But with the wells, you have the ability to buy an item and remove it from the screen entirely. And this can be very powerful because you can make it so only one thing is shown, and so you can guarantee one thing to not show up again, and that will help you maximize your chances.
Also shows the Theseus long double.
See the damage is a little lacking here, but Mystic was actually able to pick up that wall bug thing we were talking about off of the Theseus bubble as well, briefly there it looked like, which is also a nice thing you can do. But yeah. That fight kind of showcases some of the shortcomings of Hera, where you can have very, very good damage for killing enemies, but you reach a boss with more health and all the stones stick, and you're just kind of sitting there throwing arrows at them.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Heroes does not have a lot of wall bug setups.
Yeah, it's
one
really
that
hard.
I have
You usually
recently
just
started.
you use the boys. You use them to wall bug each other.
Yeah,
the most effective one
it's just hard to quickly manip them over.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I think what I've seen Ananki do is stand on the left side of the top pillar.
Oh
And
yeah,
it
I saw that
basically,
post. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been trying that lately in Hera, and it's been working quite well.
Okay.
So
Hera also has some weaknesses. Oh, hi, one more satyr for the road. I think that's what it's called.
5 out of 6. We were so close to greatness.
that's incredible.
For reference, I think it's just a 1 in 4 chance for each.
It should be a 1 in 4, yeah.
Yeah, because it's not. Interesting fact about tiny vermin. The reason it doesn't show up as much as some of the other ones is because it and the giant snakestone share a room. Like they share a chamber, and the game rolls the chamber first, and then determines what enemy will be in it. So it rolls that chamber, and then it's a 50-50 on if you get tiny vermin or giant snakestone. Here with the mods, it's 100% snakestone, but. Yeah, that's why the tiny vermin and snakestone are less common relative to the other ones.
You should have said that to me when I was doing some OWs earlier today, and I got 3 Tonys.
There's a
Well,
really
that's just a
funny
skill
thing.
issue.
There's a really funny thing about some of the game knowledge that you acquire over time, which is that very little of it will necessarily help you make a decision to make your run faster. A lot of it will just maybe tell you how unlucky you've been, like numerically, or it will serve you, or it will let you like process some information in the back of your head, like okay, well this means that I won't get this thing in the future, right? It just kind of it generally only serves to be like, okay, well this is not going to be as good as I'd like it to be.
Pretty much.
Cursed knowledge, I think, is what that's referred to. Yeah, so there's a great wall bug.
There's a
setup there.
great one.
So like Mystic is now first phase needed multiple volleys
not
there.
the void stones again.
But he got the wall bug, so it's letting him clear these out. Like it's
That's true, but like
really great
it also means you can't. The void stones do mean you're very rushed in setting up the next wall bug, and it's
exactly. And like now Hades is not
really
standing near the wall, and you do need a wall to wall bug.
Yeah, you can also try to use enemies, but unfortunately,
they were not. There we go.
But you could pretty consistently just get him to hang out up here, though.
Yeah.
Also, we'll be coming up on time shortly, right? Because this is the last
very
roll.
shortly, ideally.
The other thing that I've seen some runners do, Kroven, for instance, is the person who's, I think, invented this, is that you can use Poseidon special to kind of, when he's in a bubble, kind of move him closer to the wall, which is, I think, really funny to see. Oh, time is coming up.
And time.
GG.
GG's Mystic.
thank you.
Well, technically, we need to loop into a sword run, but we'll
Yeah, technically.
because we are just below estimate. We don't need to go over by 15 minutes.
Aw.
Absolutely slick showcase. Yeah, I think this game obviously is super, which is why we're showing it, but I think the skill and all of your commentary was super as well. So please let the people know who you are, where you can be found on the internet, and what you're up to.
My name is Mystic. My Twitch is Mistduck. I'm a little more active in the Hades Discord than anywhere else, so if you want to reach me, that would be the best place.
Yeah, Seagull as well. Find me in the Hades Discord, in the Hades Discord, the Hades Speedrunning Discord. Mostly, always happy to share knowledge or answer questions or whatever. Love the game. Love talking about it.
Nevik with 2 N's. Same here. I'm pretty much always on the Speedrunning Discord, probably too much, but I also stream on Twitch about once a month. Same handle.
Gotta love the round Nevik streams. Don't try to find me.
Whoa. You have something coming up.
Yes. In about a month's time, I'll be doing an OWA run at ESA in my home country of Sweden.
But which weapon will you run?
Well, that's up to debate. Currently, I'm checking if it's going to be a bid war, and if it's not, then I will be putting up a poll in the Hades Speedrunning Discord.
If it's a bid war, make him do spear.
Yes, for me, for Hades Sphere.
It's unwanted.
Love Hades Sphere.
Thank you all so much for coming on and showing off some incredible Hades. Friends, we have one more run on the day today. When we come back from a break, we're going to keep the heat at a maximum. When we come back, there will be some Super Meat Boy. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ooh.
Nice.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the final run of today's episode of Make Your Own Victory, the GDQ Hotfix show, where we attempt to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. And we are keeping the heat up at a maximum with Super Meat Boy in just a second. But before we head over there, I'd like to tell you all about some hotfix stuff happening between now and SGDQ. Notably, the annual Sonic hotfix event is back with Sonic and the Sega All-Stars on June 14th and 15th, starting at 12 p.m. Eastern. This year, it is expanding beyond Sonic speedruns to include other iconic Sega franchises. You can type !Sonic in chat for the full schedule, and please let us know what you're excited to see. And, of course, Black in a Flash's summer speedrunning celebration, Juneteenth, will be live here from June 19th through the 22nd. Juneteenth in chat gets you the full schedule, and you can visit gdq.gg/BAF to learn more about how you could join the Black in a Flash community. There is so much hotfix goodness between now and SGDQ. You don't want to miss a second of it. But for now, unfortunately, I left the heat too high for too long, and so here to show us what Tofu Boy can do in Super Meat Boy, please welcome to the stage, Juna.
Let's go! Oh my god, I'm so excited. I always wanted to be on GDQ. So, this is Tofu Boy. Well, this is Super Meat Boy. I'm gonna be running Tofu %. And I'm gonna introduce the commentators. Well, first of all, I'd like to apologize for my commentators. Go ahead and introduce them, guys.
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm Von.
What's up, guys? Chip the Beast.
All right. And so this is Tofu %. So long story short, Tofu Boy is very bad in the game. As you can see, the 1-1 is not beaten. So Tofu Boy can't beat 1-1. He can beat about 45 levels in this game. We're going to be beating 40 of them as quick as possible. And that is basically the run. So, do I do the countdown myself?
Yep.
All right. Let's do it, guys. 3,
2,
1,
go!
Good luck. All right. So
Let's get that world record.
Yeah. So, guys, what's your favorite platformer?
I think Raid is a really good one. Raid's one of my favorites.
I'm surprised you played any at all. I thought
Sonic's where it's at.
I thought you say like I thought you were gonna say Halo or something. Yeah, no, these guys are a bunch of noobs. They never played Meat Boy in their lives, but they're here, you know, like in an anime when you're like, you're following the main character. They're like new to the world. They don't know anything about it. So if you don't know anything about Meat Boy or Tofu Boy, this is perfect for you because these guys are going to be asking all the stupid questions.
So, first of all,
speaking of, yeah, go ahead.
Tofu can't actually beat the game, right?
No, he cannot.
Officially.
He cannot do anything. He can only do pretty much like these levels that I'm doing. And then you'll see like some red levels that I'm going to be skipping. You know, the save file that I'm playing on right now is pretty special. It doesn't actually beat the game. Like the bosses are not unlocked, but I have the worlds unlocked. So somebody kind of hacked it to get it to be in this state. But it's convenient for me because, hold on, there we go. It's convenient for me because I can see what levels Tofu Boy can actually be. So I don't have to remember absolutely all of them. Oh, and here we go. This is the first like annoying level in the run. This level likes to kill me. Oh well, like kind of like that. But there's a part up there you'll see. It's kind of you know, a little bit RNG. So what makes this run special is that, yeah, you saw how I got the really dumb jumps over there. Not the same as the jumps that I'm gonna get here. Ooh, fingers crossed. Okay, I got them. So that, to get those little quick hops, it's like a factor of how quick you go into the jump and then a little bit of luck. Here we go. So to kind of monitor how quick I enter the jump, what do you call it? I space myself from the wall and then I just hold right. And then since Tofu Boy accelerates, I can enter the wall at just the right speed to get those little quick hops.
As far as getting world record speed, there is a lot of RNG that goes into it.
That level was crazy. That was my main reset level, by the way. So if I was playing this for real, this would be like an actual run that I'd be trying to try hard on. Yeah. That was the main. That's the main funnel point.
And so can you talk a little bit about how nerfed Tofu Boy is from Meat Boy? Obviously, I see we're moving slower.
Oh, man. You know what I should have done at the start? I should have shown you Meat Boy. These levels are designed around Meat Boy, and you just have to take my word for it. I mean, anyone who's played this game knows Meat Boy, his little description is he's fast, he's made of meat. Tofu Boy, he's slow, he's made of tofu. Yeah, shoot, whoops. That's all nerves right there. Yeah, actually, Tofu Boy, if you happen to, be curious about Tofu Boy lore, as I know I am, if you go to the Tofu Boy wiki, it'll say that he can beat the game, but he has to use certain glitches. Oh, shoot, really? Okay, so... there's a little bit of a story with this. So basically how I got into playing Tofu Boy was that some guy, Plasma Man, made this video saying it is possible. This was like the title of the video. It is possible to beat the game with Tofu Boy. And in that video, he goes into how Tofu Boy can actually beat a lot of the levels, most of the levels, maybe even enough to beat the game if you use the alt glitch. So the alt glitch is not allowed in this run, but that is kind of how I got my start into playing Tofu Boy. I am primarily like a content creator. I make videos. Secondarily, a challenge runner. Like I do challenge levels with Tofu Boy specifically. And then third from that is a speedrunner, right? Woo! Here we go.
What is that pausing thing you keep doing?
Oh, excellent question. That is called the auto jump. Nice. The auto jump. So I jump, I hold space, pause, let go of space, unpause. Maybe that sounded complicated, but it's actually really easy. As you can see, I do it in 2 frames, right? And that lets you jump every single frame. Meat Boy does it to go faster. Tofu Boy does it to live. Yeah, as you can see, like Tofu Boy, if anyone's played Super Meat Boy forever, Tofu Boy is like basically on life support. Whoops. He gets tired very easily. He can't run very far, very fast for very long. if you go to the wiki, he actually has a major iron deficiency, so that makes him have a weak constitution. Oh shoot! I have to focus a little bit. Guys, say something.
How likely is it that we're going to see this world record?
Not very likely. I'm playing pretty jittery.
But you are the holder of a world record.
Yeah.
And what record is that?
So,
this record right here.
This run, he had 19 minutes 44 seconds.
Yeah, the record for this run is 1944 or something like that. And
but
I
you
got
are
that
the holder of a world
4
record.
weeks ago.
If you use that other glitch, would you be able to do it quicker? The alt glitch?
No. This is an alt-free zone here. This run. If actually, there's another category. I don't know if anyone watching this would want to explore Tofu Boy further, but if you go down the Tofu Boy rabbit hole, you'll eventually run into the alt glitch. Oh, here we go. This level is like a new level that I started doing in my run. The previous guy that ran this, that had the record, didn't know that you could beat this. Beat this level with Tofu Boy. You have to get like a pixel perfect thing here, and then hold right immediately. Gotta be on the very edge of that fan. A little bit too much to the right, it kills you. A little bit too much to the left, you don't go high enough. There we go.
And so you discovered that?
I don't know if I discovered it. I'm the first one to use it in a run though, so I might have been, who knows. There's a lot of things like that I thought I discovered, but then it turns out like some guy and discovered it in like 2008 or something. So I hesitate to say I discovered anything in this game. This game's been so explored throughout the years. A lot of people play it. Tofu Boy, not so much, but he is the best character, so I don't know why. I don't know what's up with that.
Why is he the best?
Why is he the Look at him!
You just talked about how bad he was.
Why?
He's on life support, but he's the best.
He's the best character.
It's about sending a message. I also, to the world record point, that is how I discovered this slate of categories, both this and the like alt glitch Tofu Boy any percent was seeing, because the record for Tofu percent had been improved very recently, I think, like sometime in the last month or so.
Yeah, that was my run. I improved it. Yeah. Honestly, it didn't take me that long, and that's not a flex. That's more a testament to how much Tofu Boy I played during the challenge level. So it was pretty easy to transfer my knowledge from Tofu Boy. Oh, look, check out this level. I'm gonna beat the cycle here. Oh, the laser's gonna come out. Oh, didn't kill me. You see that? Pretty cool. I didn't do that on the record. That's actually pretty new. I figured that out this week while I was practicing.
Nice.
What were we talking about before?
How many worlds are there in the game?
Okay, so Meat Boy has 7 worlds. There are 5 worlds that you can play as all the different characters, and then 2 worlds that are Meat Boy specific. Because of that, we're only gonna play as through 5 of the worlds, because those are the only ones that you can select to play on. And that's why this category kind of came in. I think it came in from a need of people really wanting to play Tofu Boy, but like he can't do much. So they were like, you know, he can beat about 45 levels. Let's make him beat 40. It's a nice round number. This is all just conjecture, right? Oh, by the way, these are like frame perfect. It's pretty. This level is pretty hard. There we go. Not bad. That was actually pretty good.
Nice.
Just sliding up the walls there.
Yeah, every character can do that, but only Tofu Boy has to do that, and that's the beauty of this category. No other categories besides Steve percent, because Steve actually crashes the game randomly. But no other category has RNG and needs to do the auto jump, or needs to do that trick, you know. Whoop. Also, like all of the other categories, as far as I know, they're all very like optimized to the point of very few deaths. Tofu Boy is like hard enough that the world record run gets like how many? Like at least 5 times. I don't know. Hi, Von Bean. You counted how many times I died, right? Count?
I didn't count exactly how many times you died, but I know the levels that you died a lot on. And you died at least, let's see, 1, 2,
Oh,
7,
that was a little.
8,
pixel setup right there.
I mean, you have at least 10 deaths on your world record run. So if you can reduce those down to 5 or even less than that,
Oh yeah,
I think there's a world record waiting there.
like a deathless run would probably be 2 minutes faster than what I've done. And my run is like 1944, right? The second place that I beat was like 2130 from like 7 years ago, right? Which was very impressive at the time.
Big improvement.
But I did a level that, you know, the level that I just did, it took over a level that they used to do that was actually super long, super boring. So I think the category is actually way better now than it used to be.
Dude, this
And in the game, so this is, how many Super Meat Boy games are there?
Don't ask that question.
Okay, all right, I retract that question. How many characters exist in this game?
Oh man, it's more than 10. That's actually my favorite part about this game, is that there are different characters, and all the characters, like, they turn the game so puzzly. And that's what made me fall in love with Tofu Boy when I first saw him. It turns the game from a like precision speedy platformer into still precision, slower, hard platforming, but it's a puzzle. You have to figure out how to beat it when you're playing Tofu Boy. Whoops. And also when you're playing Steve and stuff like that. I also like Steve. Whoop.
Can all the other characters beat the game? And Tofu Boy's like the only one who can't beat it?
Yes.
Or play on punishment mode or something?
It's the only character they can't beat. Chip, why do you have to bring that up, man?
I'm just curious why.
Boy doesn't like it when
Seems
you bring
like
that
you
up.
don't have enough challenge with the regular game. Let's give you someone who physically can't beat it.
Yeah, but that's what makes it so cool when you use the alt glitch with Tofu Boy, is that he's the only character that needs that glitch to actually beat the level, to stand the chance against the other characters.
Oh, nice.
And I think there's something beautiful about like the speedrunning instinct of like, this is a punishment character. You know, we see it all the time with like low percent runs as well in other games. This is a punishment character. It's designed to hurt you if you try to play the game. I'm gonna do it better than anyone else.
Yeah, I just love the character, you know? Look at him. I mean, you can't really look at him right now, but by the way, this level's hard.
What are you? What is that? Is that yellow? I mean, what are we looking at exactly?
It's like a sunset. Pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. When I first showed this guy dark levels, he's like, do all dark levels is it just night in them? No. Dark levels are a hard version of the levels. So these are the dark. Whoops. There we go.
Does every character in the game have its own speedrunning?
Yeah, people love making categories in Meat Boy. Meat Boy, I don't want to say that it has like some of the most categories of any other game, but it has a lot of categories. I mean, Mario 64.
I was looking through the category extension page for Meat Boy. There's like every character's got something. There's a lot of other little categories. Some that surprised me that I didn't even know were a thing.
Yeah. Some of the categories I can't even play because they're like version specific. Like there's some characters that are locked in console. By the way, Tofu Boy is one of them. You can only play them in the PC version. And just in case somebody watches this and wants to try this out, woo, that's like almost frame perfect. I don't know how precise. I'm glad I didn't die there. I lose a lot of time. But the main reason I said Tofu Boy is version specific to the PC. The auto jump is version specific to the OG version. So thankfully, the creators of Meat Boys are fan of speedrunning, so they made this OG version. I guess it's a really easy setting that you can set up when you boot up Meat Boy, and it activates really just this glitch. This is the only glitch that you can do in this version that you can't do on the latest version.
Yeah, this is one of those levels that I think in your world record run you mentioned giving you a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I was actually just zooming through it, but hey.
It's actually just an excuse to listen to this track specifically for a little bit longer. The Hell track is absolutely my favorite song on the OST.
Really? It's so interesting. I always hear different opinions on people's favorite tracks. Like a lot of people say they like the Hospital track.
So I think this level took you the most time on your world record run, so no pressure here.
Yeah, no, this level is it's like a downward spiral. It's not even the hardest level, but it's just something about it. You have to get lucky here at the right. I'm not even at the part that you have to get lucky on. So I'm doing like a movement very specific in the beginning so that I line up with that little cheese ball there. All right, here we go. Don't they please? Don't kill me. Woo! All right, and then over here, gotta really try not to die. It's like not that hard, but still. All right, gonna wait out here just in case.
There you go.
Woo! And then we're good. Okay, that level in the world record is a disaster. So I'm glad I got through that.
Yeah.
I'm on one stage for that level.
Oh, I'm supposed to run left. I always forget. So here I got a little cool setup. And I also came up with this week. Run over that one. I used to wait for that cycle of that razor at the top. I found some cool movements. Skip it. Yeah, so example of a dark level. You remember the level I did like 3 levels ago? With the hard jump at the end? No. Well, it had
The yellow one?
had this moving platform and I had to jump up here and then jump over this razor. This level is the hard version of that one. So the beginning is a little harder. The ending still has the same hard jump. So there you go.
So the dark levels, they're essentially mirrors of the light levels. The same obstacles, the same...
Similar. The creators took a little bit of a liberty with some of them. But some of them is very, very obvious that they're like rip-offs of the light levels. I think this is one of them. It's pretty obvious. All right, here we go.
That all yellow stage was a dark level?
Yes. Woo! Nice.
Yeah, that one, I was a little bit scared because that one can turn into a downward spiral. A Meat Boy meltdown. We got it. Here we go. Here's another Meat Boy meltdown. All the hell levels are Meat Boy meltdowns, potentially. Check this one out. Okay.
So the hell world kind of lives up to its name.
Hell is absolutely awful. I've never ever gotten a deathless hell.
I'm just genuinely surprised Tofu Boy can beat as many levels in hell as he can.
Oh, he can actually beat like, if you start putting Taz into the mix, it can beat like over 50. Wow. And this run is only 40, right? But those other levels are like actually impossible. I wish I could tell you to go look them up, but they're kind of hidden. I only found out about a lot of them recently. Like Tofu Boy Tastic, unfortunately, is not as mainstream. It's not mainstream yet, you know. We're gonna get there. The Tofu Boy fan club.
If you keep dying, we might never get there.
Yeah, no, we're never gonna get out of this run.
This is the one we got. There you go.
Yeah, and the record, I actually got this.
Very
one.
nice.
So this is another one of those. I don't know. It's hard, man. Hell's just hard. Look at this one. You thought that was hard? Look at this one. I always die here even more, but at least these desert quick. Whew, oh my god. I got that one.
We're just not playing this level. I see. That's really cool.
Yeah. The intended way is you're supposed to go all the way around, dodge the rocket. Unfortunately, Tofu Boy is too slow to dodge the rocket, so we have to skip the level instead. Poor Tofu Boy, right? Oh,
The last hell level.
no, we got. We're just routing it to do this one before the last light version of last light hell levels. We're trying to minimize the least amount of time in the overworld as possible, so we're just doing this one first. Then we're gonna go back to hell, do this one, and then we're gonna go back to 16, and then we're gonna move on. And believe it or not, we're actually like we have like 4 levels left in the run. Wow, was that first try?
Did you say is the worst behind us or yet to come?
No. Well, the last level is the beautiful thing about this run is that the last level is like reminds me a lot of Super Mario 64. Like, you know, the Bowser throws? They are not the hardest part in the game at all, but people still mess them up because they're hard enough. And the last level in this game with Tofu Boy. Okay, by the way, shoot. Let's get back here. Whew. Okay. I need to pause it right when that guy's coming out. See, now I can make it. Tofu Boy can just barely make that. The beauty of playing Tofu Boy. All right.
So we're out of hell. That's it.
Yep, that's hell. And now we're getting one freebie, and then the Bowser throws. The final level is like a lot of just hard enough stuff in a row that you can die at any point in that level, and it throws a little bit of RNG with a rocket that can just kill you. It's wonderful. I love this run. I'm not kidding. I actually do like it. I like a little bit of RNG in the runs. I think they make it a little spicy.
Yeah, I think a little RNG is good. That's also what I'm looking for in speed games. Like completely RNG-less feels demoralizing after a while, I think.
Yeah, at least you can blame it on something, Like, oh, the rocket, oh, the jump RNG. Oh, there we go. Got it. Yeah. Jumping off this left wall here so I get the right speed over here. Sometimes even doing that setup, you don't get the right speed, but I do that setup just because it feels like I get the right speed more often than not. Woo! Ah! No.
Oh, no.
Okay.
That little guy climbs walls slow.
Yeah, welcome to Tofu Boy. Don't kill me, please! Jump into that. I jumped into that. That was me. That was me.
Yeah, if you've never seen
This is the last level, right?
Go ahead.
If you've never seen a Meat Boy speedrun for comparison, the speed difference is it's consequential. Let's say that.
Well, Meat Boy, he slides around, right?
Yeah.
And Tofu, he can't slide around at all.
Tofu Boy slides. He leaves Meat Boy, he leaves like a little trail, blood trail. And if you look at the wiki for Tofu Boy, and I'm not kidding, everything he touches, one of his superpowers is immortality. Another one is everything he touches, it turns into a level 3 vegan. So he turns everything into vegans, including the walls. So even though you can't see it, he's leaving a trail of disaster in his wake. All right, here we go.
He turns the walls into vegans.
Please, thank you. I didn't jump there. No, not gonna try it. Maybe it's a psychological thing, but I feel like if I jump there before the rocket shoots me, woo, okay. Kind of like makes it.
Does Meat Boy turn everything into meat?
No, he just leaves a blood trail.
The meatus touch?
Meat Boy just leaves meat everywhere.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, that's another. Woo, that's another thing that's tofu specific.
End it. All right.
Sorry.
That's it, right?
I forgot to prepare you guys.
Very nice.
All right, that's time. GG.
Okay.
What's the time?
2 hours.
Yeah, we were here for 4 hours. Now I'm gonna check. Got a little bit of delay to get the final time. It looks like just a hair over 23 minutes.
23?
Oh, wow.
All right.
Hey, sub 25, not bad.
We beat the estimate, thank God.
Good job.
Very
Good job.
clean run. No, thank you so much for coming on and showing off Tofu.
Thanks for having me.
Like truly,
that was awesome.
We opened with a main board world record sweep contender, and to close with like a single-handed pioneer of the category. Warms my heart. So please let the people know who you are, where we can find you on the internet, and what you're up to.
All right, so my YouTube is Gosu Garage. If one of you guys has the stream open, please, you can drop a link. But we have like over 10,000 subscribers there. So if you follow me on Twitch, Juna TTV, my name, then TTV at the end. I have like 100 followers there. I would see the bump there a lot more, and I'd appreciate it. So yeah, follow me if you like this kind of stuff. I do some speed runs. I do a lot of challenge runs with Tofu Boy. And just some challenge run with Meat Boy in general, other stuff, whatever's fun. Let's go. Meat Boy.
Awesome.
Meat Boy. Woo!
Thank you all, so much for coming on and closing down our episode today of Make Your Own Victory. That is going to do it for us here on the show. When after a quick break, we're going to roll right into a replay of today's episode, starting from the top, from the beginning of our Super Paper Mario run. So if you missed any of that, you will be able to catch it post haste. And also, tomorrow, there will be yet more hotfix. Tomorrow, we've actually got a very stacked lineup. There's going to be some extreme difficulty Mario and Sonic, and then also some showcases of a few games from our friends at Kepler Interactive. So some Windblown, some Bionic Bay, some Sifu. It's going to be a great time. I am going to put my soup back, having made the joke already. But thank you so much for tuning into this showcase of super games here on Make Your Own Victory. Speedrunning is a beach day. Thank you so much, as always, for playing in the sand with me. Have a good one.